Displaced women and children gather on a beach in northern Gaza along the Mediterranean coast for an interview.
They told us to evacuate. I had just given my little boy a bath, and I couldn't even dress him. Look at him. He's covered in blood. What do you want me to say? Where are the world's nations? Let them find a solution. Find a solution.
They grab what they can carry and run for safety. But that doesn't exist here, and everyone knows it.
Where else can we go? We are exhausted and there is nowhere else to go to. They keep bombing us wherever we go.
Interview.
They told us to evacuate. I had just given my little boy a bath, and I couldn't even dress him. Look at him. He's covered in blood. What do you want me to say? Where are the world's nations? Let them find a solution. Find a solution.
They grab what they can carry and run for safety. But that doesn't exist here, and everyone knows it.
Where else can we go? We are exhausted and there is nowhere else to go to. They keep bombing us wherever we go. What have we done to deserve this? We have no money to flee to the south.
Tens of thousands of Israeli soldiers are surrounding Gaza City. What they say is Hamas's last stronghold. The bombardment is relentless. And in the early hours of Saturday morning, it's Gaza's youngest that again appear to suffer the most under Israeli attacks. Thousands of Palestinians are on the move by force. This is Al Rashid Road that runs parallel with the Mediterranean, linking Gaza's city in the north to Al Mawasi in the south. Those who've just arrived say conditions are squalid and overcrowded.
We always say we hope things will get better. Everything is getting worse.
After coming here, I even wished I had stayed in the north and died there. Although it's dangerous, at least there is water and food. Here, it's safer, but there is almost no food.
The situation is dire, and their desperation grows by the day. Mike Lappel, Al Jazeera.
Don't miss out and get the full.
It is now an annual UN ritual. The Israeli Prime Minister takes to the stage to a mass walkout of delegates.
Please, order in the hall.
Then a defiant speech with trademark props. This time, though, a note of triumphalism.
Yahya Sinwar in Gaza, gone.
One by one, Benjamin Netanyahu crossing out his enemies, destroyed or degraded in the year since he last stood here.
The Assad regime in Syria, gone.
And outside, thousands took to the streets, condemning Netanyahu's war in Gaza, in a week that saw yet more countries recognise the state of Palestine. That provoked Netanyahu's sharpest denunciation.
Here's another message to those Western leaders. Israel will not allow you to shove a terrorist state down our throats. We will not commit national suicide because you don't have the guts to face down a hostile media and anti-Semitic mobs demanding Israel's blood.
Despite his defiance here, Benjamin Netanyahu is under mounting pressure to wind up his war in Gaza, not least because Donald Trump has been told by Arab and Muslim nations here that one of his most important foreign policy achievements is in jeopardy if the conflict goes on. As soon as Netanyahu's speech was over, President Trump appeared to put pressure on him by talking up the chances of a breakthrough over Gaza.
It's looking like we have a deal on Gaza, and we'll let you know. I think it's a deal that will get the hostages back. It's going to be a deal that will end the war. It's going to be a deal it's going to be peace. I think we have a deal.
The normalisation between Arab countries and Israel during Trump's first term in office could unravel, the president's been warned. Saudi Arabia's foreign minister has told Sky News a consensus is building that Israel's actions in Gaza are genocidal and must come to an end.
You can go after terrorists with targeted strikes, but there is no justification for entire civilian populations, tens of thousands of women and children being killed by military operations. This is clearly an attempt to make Gaza unlivable for the people of Gaza, for the Palestinians, and to my mind, that meets the definition of a genocide.
The more Jews the terrorists slay, the more the Palestinian Authority pays.
Netanyahu's speech was relayed to the people of Gaza by speakers and Gazans' mobile phones that were hacked by Israeli intelligence to broadcast it. But much of that will have been drowned out by the sound of Israel's latest assault on Gaza City. Israel's own commanders have questioned what this latest offensive can achieve. It may be on borrowed time now, unless their Prime Minister can persuade Donald Trump otherwise. Dominic Waghorn, Sky News, New York.
Good evening, everyone. I hope you can hear me. All the viewers. Thank you all for joining us this evening. And I would like to read the disclaimer first before we start. This show is about getting to the truth of things and being able to educate people and being able to share information from either side. And we are also going to be going through the news and analyzing it and looking for lessons to be learned from the news of the week and maybe further in the past, and look at what may be coming in the future. This week, this is about, we don't have any agenda to divide. We don't have any agenda to hate any group, any race, any religion, any gender. It's about understanding each other more, because I think that when we have understanding, we will probably do better amongst ourselves. We'll be able to trust each other a little bit more and be able to shape the future in a better direction, at least pointing in a better direction if we openly have honest conversations. So that is the position of this discussion. And then the final aspect I will add is that we try to keep it as truthful and factual as possible. We understand that there are objective truths out there. Everybody has their own truths, and don't get offended when your truth is challenged. That is the whole point. Because if you have something that is inferior and somebody is trying to highlight it, don't take it personal. It's a way of enriching. It's a way of enriching each other, because if we listen to each other closely and understand where we are coming from, we might be able to discover a deeper truth that leads to better outcomes. So that is why the factual aspect is important. And let me welcome some of the people that are already joining us on the show. I can see that KJ has joined us, and Opwegolo, you know, these troublemakers, they are around. He has joined us. So the news of this week, if we are going to be going back to the news for the week, the news for the week is about the events in Nigeria, that, like, the president not showing up at the UN assembly, which is a bit of a shame, really, because it would have been useful to have him there representing the country and at the same time advocating for cooperation and solidarity with the extended family we have in the US, because this is important. We have to learn to be working better together to reach better outcomes. We have all it takes to do better. This is where other people do very well. They know how to work together, and it's a shame the president wasn't there to do this. I know he went to St. Lucia or one of the Caribbean nations this year, and that was a very tiny nation. We have almost 50 million Black Americans, and he didn't go out to meet. That would have been useful for the entire family. That said, we are also looking at what has happened in the ADC meeting of Goodluck Jonathan. I don't know how viable that is. There's a lot of movement that you see in the Nigerian political scene, And we will talk about that too and see maybe if that will also lead to, you know, some revelations. I don't know what is going to come out of it. I guess we will discuss that. My own view is that if these politicians, the opposition in Nigeria, don't get their act together, they should all kiss Asuro goodbye. They should not even waste their money running. They're going to lose. That might take anyway. On the issue of Sudan that I was addressing earlier on, I was quite surprised to learn that Sudan, they've lost about 150,000 people. I was surprised about that because the conflict just started 2 years ago. And this conflict is a conflict that is actually targeting Africans, not, you know, we all feel strongly about the Palestinians, but somehow we don't feel strongly about Africans perishing in such manner. And funny enough, which is ironic, the Israelis are involved in a lot of what people describe as ethnic cleansing and genocide now of Arabs. And ironically, Arabs are also killing Africans, and nobody's talking about that in Sudan. And it's something that we seriously need to keep an eye on because it does have implications for us, especially Nigerians, and because Sudan is not very far from Chad. From what I gather, they are already using Chad to funnel weapons to these Janjaweed militia that are actually causing a lot of problems for Black Africans, Muslims, by the way. Muslims, they are targeting because they are not Arabs. So this is how sad the situation is. Also, we are going to be looking at the US. The US, we saw the Israeli ones where the UN assembly members walked out when Netanyahu wanted to speak. I must say Netanyahu did try to put up a strong performance. He did try to make a strong argument. It's just that it's very hard to make a strong argument when you're the one grabbing on other people. They say leave them. You refuse to leave them. You are making a strong argument. I hear some of the echoes of the fears that any Jewish person should have based on history. I hear it, but it doesn't excuse what you are doing now, does it? So that is the one that he can not run from. He's the one holding people. They are not the one holding him. Let me go. You won't let them go, and you say you are the one afraid. Who is afraid? Who is the person afraid here? Okay, we'll see then. History is going to have to judge on that one. Regarding the Trump behavior, Trump has been very, very strange lately. Some people say he's even afraid of Netanyahu. 1 minute he's talking tough, the next thing he leaves everything to everybody else to deal with. The whole world is just going crazy. Elon Musk's father now is involved in Epstein. It's just a whole mess. I'm telling you, the Chinese will be looking at it and thinking, we don't even have to raise an arm. These people might destroy themselves. The Chinese will be looking at it and like, what is going on in the West? The Russians will be thinking, maybe we are lucky not to have made friends with these guys because they are crazy. Their whole country is full of people that are interested in underage and involved in some shenanigans, and a small nation is controlling a big nation because of lobbying, corruption everywhere. It's just so sad. The entire Western politicians have not covered themselves in glory in the last 2 years. They've made themselves so clearly beholden to a small set of interests that shamefully doesn't include their own people, which is very sad to see. Some of them are beginning to break out of the spell now. I hope that happens even further. So that is the main areas we are going to look into today. Afenifere, to their credit, has also met P2B recently. I must say the leaders of Afenifere, they have a lot to be proud of. I like what they are doing. You know, this is supposed to be a cultural group of the Southwest, but they are behaving like they are acting more nationalist than some of our politicians, actually. I have to say, they are acting more nationalist than some of our politicians. And some of all these useless people that go online and start maligning fellow Nigerians. You know, there are Nigerians out there going to Ghana, going to South Africa and malign fellow Nigerians and tell them, don't say it's all Nigerians, say it's these people in Nigeria. Don't target all Nigerians, say it's these people in Nigeria. That is really horrible thing to do. Nigerians that do that, they have to hold their head down in shame because it's a treachery and traitorous behavior where you go outside and you start encouraging people to attack your own nationals because you hate your own people so much. So that is a really horrible thing to do, and I have to give Afenifere credit for trying to mend fences. They did that the last time, and they are looking to do that again this time. I think Yoruba should be proud of that organization. So I think I will just bring some people in now on this conversation. There's more videos to play. Let me just play this one where some people are talking about the meetings, and so that we can just go ahead and start discussing these issues. There's a lot to cover, and I also want to look into this other at the final stage. We are going to look at religious autonomy within the country and on the continent, because this religion that we have, if we cannot do away with it, we might as well become autonomous with it. We might as well take control of it. There's no, if you cannot get rid of it, you might as well use it. After all, other people did the same. Why can't we do it? So that's something we have to look into. So let me play the video of P2B meeting. Let me just play that now. Let's see.
With the leadership of Afenifere, led by Oba Oladipo Olaitan, P2B announced the meeting using his X account. The meeting was held yesterday, the 16th of September 2025. Honestly, I love what Peter Obi is doing lately. The consultations and the meetings are very necessary and very good. I love it how he has been going around and meeting stakeholders and talking with people that really matter. Having said that, I would like to use this opportunity to make a plea. I have seen some people, mostly online, who keep saying that Yorubas don't support Peter Obi. They keep saying that Yorubas are tribalistic, that they are not supportive of Peter Obi, that they are just about Tinubu because he is a Yoruba man and all of that. Now, let me make it clear. Please, what you see online does not represent Yorubas. I keep trying to explain these things to us. Those people, or what you see, is the handwork of APC. Those people don't represent Yoruba. And that is one thing I try to explain to my listeners, to my audience. Now, I keep asking, the people that voted for Peter Obi in Lagos, they are Yorubas. They are not Igbos or Efik. Of course, other tribes voted. But without Yorubas, Peter Obi cannot win Lagos. And the truth is that if real results were released, Peter Obi may not have won other Yoruba states, but the gap that Tinubu would use to win him will be very slim. And that is the truth. We had opinion polls that came out before the election from credible sources, and Obi was doing well in Western states. So what you see is a creation of APC. I mean, all those attacks that you see online, that thing is APC, not Yoruba. So we must distinguish between APC and Yoruba. APC is not Yoruba. And that is one thing we must understand. So because these guys don't have anything to offer, they go tribal. They try to create tribal war because they don't have any policy. They don't have anything to offer to Nigerians. So please, stop that thing of Yorubas don't support Obi. The day I checked my page, especially Facebook, that I have, relatively large followership, I was shocked at the number of Yorubas that are following me. And I can say I'm shocked, but I know that Yorubas support Peter Obi. So all those things they are trying to create is just something that does not exist. All I'm saying is stop, categorizing those people that are online attacking P2B. Don't use them to generalize that it is a collective agreement by Yorubas. Now, look at the Afenifere. This is the leadership of Afenifere. These people have supported P2B from day one. In fact, Afenifere endorsed P2B before even Ohaneze. Yes, they did. Afenifere is one of the first socio-cultural groups that endorsed P2B from the beginning. And look at it now, these people are still behind P2B. Come on, what are we talking? Even the director general of P2B campaign organization is a Yoruba man. I don't like it when I come online, I keep seeing people calling Yorubas names that they don't support P2B. Meanwhile, I am Igbo. Yes, I am Igbo. And I know Yorubas support P2B massively. And that is a fact. That is the truth. So please, let us, stop that thing. Let us know that it is the narrative that APC wants us to have.
Of the grassroots members will not be drowned out by these high-profile defectors?
Well, I mean, I don't think these people really thought of the grassroots when they established this thing. If everything we keep hearing is about me, and me,
not about
nothing
Nigeria,
is being factored in favor of the ordinary man on the street. And we keep talking of that seems to be the main focus is just to remove the current leader. We are not seeing anything that's really telling us what they have in store for the people they want to rule. So on that note, is there any hope in the heart of the common man when he sees something like that? Because if the main purpose is just to remove somebody, and we don't see any sign that you have a very strong alternative, you are the one to tell us what your agenda is. Let's see what you really have in store. Like I said earlier, what is in it for Nigeria? It's not about Tinubu. It's about that man that's the lowest level that wants to rise, that wants to have something to write home about by calling himself a Nigerian. So when these people are coming together, are they really thinking of us, or just because they want to grab power? It's all about power. It's not about the people.
All right, let's look at the side B of this conversation. The meeting between the former president and David Mark. I mean, let's imagine, feel like a fly on the wall. What do you think was said? Do you think something about 2027 was said, or just maybe just a routine consultation?
Oh, well, I want to believe that something about 2027 was said. And you see, we've done a lot of analysis. And one of it is that if there is any candidate, the South is going to sell to the North in 2027, apart from President Bola Tinubu, that man will be Goodluck Jonathan. And the only reason, or the major reason, is the fact that he can't do more than a term again in office. Any other person who comes in now could change his mind in 2031 and say, I'm also entitled to 8 years, and go ahead to use it.
But they didn't really support him in 2015.
But now it's
what's going to be different now?
There's something that is different.
Self-interest.
There's nothing that is different other than the fact that our politics is about the politicians. Largely, that's what we do. Because when you go to the question you asked before now, my answer ordinarily would have been, has our politics ever been about the ordinary people in those parties? No. Those ordinary people are used to get the votes in order to get to the office. And once that is done, it's another 4 years before they get back to them, largely. That's what we do. That's why I've always said it, and I'll keep saying it. Until we get to a point where every party member has a card and has a vote, not just a voice, a vote that is equal to that of the other person, no matter who you are.
All right, because of our time, I just need...
So Jonathan is the best candidate for ADC if they are going to sell it. And you know, the man you are dealing with is a signals man. David Mark.
Now, yeah, I know. He was communication during Maurice regime, I know. But I just one answer because of our time. If you were to advise the former president, would you advise him to take the bait, yes or no?
No. Don't go into it. Don't do it. You'll be rubbished.
Would you advise him to take the bait?
He shouldn't. Like somebody said, some people need his money, and they will get it if he does.
Okay. Well, I just hope he's listening, though. All right, let's move straight to our next conversation. Airports are
okay. Now let me cover this one that I'm sure some people will not like. You know,
intensified and spread across the country. Villages have been burnt and abandoned again and again in Western Sudan. From over 2 decades of terror by the tribal militia turned paramilitary group, the Rapid Support Forces. We went to one of the remaining state-held towns in North Darfur. There's a nervous calm. The market squares are full of former rebels who've aligned with the state to fight the RSF and see everyone as a potential threat.
We're in the heart of a town called Umboro, which is held by state-aligned forces. But there is still a sense of fear and paralysis about whether the RSF could strike at any moment. The RSF has a sprawling network of formal soldiers and foreign mercenaries, but also of informants and collaborators.
These fighters are the kings of this hill. In the early 2000s, they were the rebels, but not anymore. Now the Sudanese army uses them to fight a common enemy, the RSF. We went to meet an intelligence commander outside one of their key strongholds.
Our right to the land means we have to fight until our last breath.
Who is supplying these arms to the RSF?
According to our sources, the weapons come from the UAE. Chad is just a corridor for these arms to reach Sudan. Chad's Adre crossing was opened by the Sudanese government for humanitarian access, but the RSF have used it for inhumanity. That is where a majority of the arms are smuggled across.
According to his intelligence, supplies travel from Chad through the Adre crossing into RSF-held West Darfur. The Adre crossing is only one of 3 smuggling corridors the commander says passes through Chad. And further north, he describes RSF arms and supplies arriving at Chad's Amjeris airport and heading to their main base and supply hub in Zurug town. These are videos sent to him by sources at the Chad-Sudan border. This one, he says, shows an arms delivery passing through the Adre crossing into West Darfur. There are no visible weapons or any identifiable branding. And these are land cruisers passing through the same crossing that he's told are painted in RSF colors and turned into lethal technicals. All of this, he says, is supplied by the United Arab Emirates. It's difficult to verify the location, destination, or contents of the vehicles in this footage, but UAE war machinery has been captured from the RSF during their deadly siege on North Darfur's capital, Al-Fashir. This video, shared after fierce battles outside the city, shows Sudanese state forces in front of burning armored vehicles. After comparing them to publicly available reference images, Sky News has determined the vehicles are designed by a UAE-based company. We presented the allegations in this...
These people, did they not look black to you? But they call themselves Arab.
...report to the UAE's foreign ministry. This was their response. The UAE notes a marked increase in unfounded accusations and deliberate propaganda from the so-called Port Sudan Authority, one of the warring parties to the civil war, which actively undermines efforts to end the conflict and restore stability. We categorically reject any claims of providing any form of support to either warring party since the onset of the civil war, and condemn atrocities committed by both Port Sudan Authority and RSF. Publicly, the RSF has not acknowledged support from any external actors. But in an exclusive secret interview, an RSF intelligence officer from North Darfur confirms UAE support.
When you speak to RSF fighters in the field, what are they telling you about the support that they're receiving from other countries?
In the beginning, it was the Russians, Wagner, and the state. Now, they say it is the UAE supporting the RSF. Many of the planes landing at Nayala are said to bring weapons from the UAE, and partially through the Amjaras airport in Chad.
Why do you think that the UAE supports the RSF? What's the mutual interest?
It's a financial relationship, no more. The RSF controls areas with large gold mines. Darfur alone has more than 4 or 5 gold mines, and the UAE is a gold trading hub.
After losing their 2-year grip on Sudan's capital, Khartoum, the RSF tightened its siege on Al-Fashir, hell-bent on capturing North Darfur and completing their control of the region.
They killed people and burned 49 villages down. They didn't leave anything for us, even the little we packed to take with us. They would tell us to leave. This is not your country.
You've come here and you found safety, but do you really feel safe?
I'm scared. There's no safety, even here. It feels they are just quiet because of the rainy season, but they've been threatening to come here to Umbaro.
These Darfuri villages and towns are ground zero for the RSF's scorched earth policy, now living through a dark deja vu, 2 decades on, raided by violent militiamen, more powerful and well-armed than ever before. Yusra al-Baghir, Sky News, North Darfur.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you for your patience and staying with us. Yeah, the issues are varied, and I'm sure Houthis and non-Yazidi may be interested in some of them. Should we start from Nigeria, then go, expand outward instead of going from overseas to Nigeria? Because before we finish everything, we might get a little bit distracted. Last week we started from overseas and we did Nigeria. So this time let's start from Nigeria and go outwards. This Jonathan thing, is it serious at all? Who was here first? I think the president, Jonaba was here first. Was he not here first? Yeah, Jonaba was here
let
first.
Him go. Let him go.
Yeah. Yeah, so what do you make of this Jonathan thing? Because the way they talked about it, it seems like they are taking it seriously. I didn't think, yeah, he cannot run again, but I don't think P2B says he's not going to run again. He will run again, especially if he has a vice president like someone like El Rufai. El Rufai will kill him if he tries to run his second time if he said he wasn't going to run again. So what do you make of it? Do you think Jonathan stands a better chance than P2B of defeating Tinubu if the opposition coalesce around ADC? That is a big if. If they did and they choose Jonathan, if they have the option of choosing Jonathan or P2B, which of them stands a better chance of defeating President Tinubu?
Good afternoon, forefathers, we and Houthis and Houthis are not. Speak the truth. That's what I know you with, brother. My brother, Obi, brother Ek. In Nigerian and politics around the world, is to sell someone that was popular, not necessarily whether they have a good or a better idea. And the whole issue that are focusing in the northern part of the country because of Nata is more popular in the yeah, been there before. But whether Jonathan will be Prince Adewale Adebayo is also making a wave when you go to the far north, like Mubi, Adamawa, and the rest of them. He's very committed there. But as far as the ADC, PDP, and all those parties are now forming a stronger coalition to become, let's say, two-party system against one-party system against APC. And there is no chance for them to win. As far as they accept, all of them come to one block to go after APC, give them some momentum. But like all among all those people, I have no faith in any one of them that they're going to do anything. Rather, it's chop by chop. Thank you.
Thank you. The question was whether between both of them, who is more likely to win against Tinubu. I know that if they unite, they stand a better chance. But let's say after they unite, between P2B and Jonathan, which one of them is better placed to defeat?
If we are talking about the northern part of Nigeria, it's going to be almost like 50-50 now. But but if you present these two, I think based on the previous performances of the way good luck relate with the north, they will go with the devil they know. So they will go with Jonathan.
That is quite interesting. And when I asked that question, I didn't think about the answer clearly. In my mind, I thought it was just going to be P2B, but it's not that clear cut, is it? Akpegolo, so what do you make of this? Do you think Jonathan's pitch, at least the people that are pushing him forward now, do you think they are serious about him running?
Who are those people pushing him forward first?
Who knows now? Maybe they are well wishers or enemies of progress. What does it matter? They are pushing him anyway. What do you think?
I don't think anything. There's nothing there. Jonathan's supposed to be a member of the PDP. He's supposed to be the owner of PDP, by virtue of his, position and all that kind of thing. I mean, yeah, I think, Obasanjo resigned from the party. So as of today, he should be the only president saying that party. But you don't, when was the last time you hear them talk about PDP matter along line with Goodluck Jonathan? So all this, what Wike is doing, all this, have you ever heard the PDP guys mention Goodluck one day? So
no, it's ADT we are talking about. ADT is the one that he's having meetings with.
ADC na Atiku party. That's a Atiku party. I said it right from the very day they floated the whole point. They floated the whole idea. Now that's Atiku's party. Me, when it comes to 2027, my conclusion is that one, as of today, I don't see Tinubu winning. But most importantly, I think they see Obi as a threat to that gentleman agreement of turn by turn.
Did you just say that you don't see Tinubu winning?
I don't see him losing. Sorry, if that's what you heard. I mean, I don't see him losing.
That's a Freudian slip there. You probably thought it.
I don't see him.
You don't see him winning.
I don't see him losing. Nothing so far that indicate that he's going to lose. But I think the old guard see Obi as a threat to that gentleman agreement, or the northern, if you want to narrow it down to the northern power brokers, they see Obi as a threat to that. So what you are saying is they are looking for a way how to actually stop that presidential ambition before it grew bigger than 2027. But I from Obi's movement, I think he understands. I mean, I won't say he doesn't know the game I play, but he's playing. Unless I could be wrong. Let's say by the end of this year, I mean, we will know where he belongs. But I think he's playing along, because if Obi come out today say, "Oh yes, I'm not with this," then he has already just opened that window for all of them to gang up against him, politically speaking. And two, if he announced today, say, "This is the party I'm going to run on," that party will be run over before the election period. So I think he's also managing his own. He understands what is at stake for him from his own perspective, even though he is present himself as a regional government or a tribal, a regional president, a tribal president. But people like you to Nigeria are doing everything to make sure that aspect of tribal politics is always in our conversation, because I saw you play where somebody was talking about how Ibadan people, Yoruba. So all this, right, contributes to the confusion that the elders are itching on to just screaming each other. But at the end of the day, yes, we all see how he played that turn by turn. So I don't see.
Yeah, but did you say that? Did you say that my playing that video a kind of injects tribalism into our politics?
It plays to the narrative too.
I thought it depends on the conversation that is being had based on tribe. Now, the idea was to say that tribalism doesn't matter, isn't it?
I'm just pointing out the obvious.
The obvious, because your implication, you are implying that we were engineering tribalism in terms of tribal toxic one in terms of dividing.
Yeah, because make me understand the video that you play. What is the intention? What is
the intention was to make clear that those people that are online, that they don't represent the Yoruba people, that they are APC agents, and that is what the speaker was saying.
Again, that is the whole point. You are guess what, amplifying that narrative. If you know our subconscious, we no go do this, it no go work, right? But the idea is that it should constantly be on air. There's a reason why.
Yeah, but that is a very wrong way of looking at it. If somebody is trying to correct something, that is not amplifying it. That is trying to neutralize it.
See, you are the only one saying that I'm wrong, right? You are, see, the point I'm trying to make you understand here is
I'm not the only one.
Hold on. The point I'm trying to make you understand here is that narrative, right, even at the political level, is not popular. It's not going to move our election at this point. If me and you just stop talking about it.
Just talking about it doesn't mean some people, the politicians, won't talk about it.
It's about numbers. It's about numbers. Right now,
they have the bullet pulpit. Hold on. Your argument is basically saying if somebody says sexism exists, you're amplifying it. If somebody says xenophobia exists, you're amplifying it. That is crazy.
I am. See, you are taking everything out of context, right?
Yeah, but you are saying I'm amplifying it when I am trying
to on now.
address the fact that it is not worthy.
Hold on. Maybe it's not your intention, right? Maybe you don't even know what you are doing, and that's fine. But I'm telling you, right now it's about what 8 of us or 9 of us that's been here talking about this, plus 100 people who are watching. If I can't see how many people are watching. You see what I mean? Plus 100 people. That's directly, right? So imagine we didn't talk about it today. Those people will not. There's a probability that they will not even know that anything like that exists or is going on.
Okay, now that may be true, but it doesn't mean the people that are doing it elsewhere are not doing it. By ignoring it, by ignoring it, the danger is that those people control the narrative.
If the goal is to keep amplifying everything big group of people talk about, you go there. What are you talking about?
Is to neutralize.
But even when you present it, the conversation is not balanced. See that you get my point. It may be because you are the one I'm using as an example. That's why you're trying to push.
No, I get your point, but I'm disagreeing on the basis that. I get your point. If somebody is amplifying it in the sense that I too come online and start fighting back, I'm amplifying the purpose of their tribalism. I'm trying to neutralize the difference.
When I see that video, I could play that role that you just described. Right?
Yeah,
I could. So just because you will not do it doesn't mean somebody else will not do it. Because that's not your. That's what I said. You might not know what you are doing. That's not your intention. Your intention is not to come and play that role. But it's not about you. It's about you have to understand how the media works, right?
Well, I do understand how the media works. Actually,
I am using you as an example because you are a media now. You have a microphone, no matter how small it is. That's what this platform is about. It's a microphone, right? Information bounces off this platform. So how you present information, how you shape is very important. to the larger
That is a key
conversation.
point. How matters.
That's what I'm saying. I just
how that I'm doing is the right way to do it. I believe is the right way. If you have security challenge in your country and you come and talk about it, you are not trying to amplify insecurity in the country. You are trying to address it so that the issue will be dealt with.
Tunanja, so from your own, make I give in to you. We have a tribal problem in Nigeria.
Yes,
big deal.
sometimes.
Abi?
Yes.
So there's a need for us to talk about it every day.
Not necessarily every day, because there are bigger challenges.
Exactly, because tell me, for the past 1 or 2 months, there is no day me and you, we no go head to head over tribal politics. That's every day. That's every day in our own life, because that's when we see. Anytime we talk about it.
I can understand that. I can understand that. It wasn't like that some time ago when we were talking about other things, but recently there has been an uptick. You saw what Abike Dabiri did. You have to address it. You can't pretend as if you put your head in the sand and act as if it doesn't exist.
I like where you are coming from. Even the Bible said it's time for everything. This is competition time. This is political time. This is do or die time.
Yeah, and I was on this platform when some Southeasterners were being attacked in Lagos. Let me just get this one too. Hold on now. Try to understand where I'm coming from. I'm trying to get you to understand. I was on this platform when they were being attacked, and they were showing the video here. And Igbo Basic was in floods of tears. I witnessed it. And this time, they started early. When people like Abike Dabiri is posting that kind of stuff, what will happen when an election shows up?
Hold on. Let me just where you said something very important. That a while ago, maybe back we are not talking about it, but now we started talking about it. And that is the point I made earlier. Those in charge of power, that's what they want. So there's a reason they amplify it at this point in time. Again, you need to understand how the media work. So for us to be talking about it now, that means not even in our intention. There's a reason we are talking about it. So people are behind pushing it, which is the point I'm trying to make to you.
No, I understand that they are pushing it. See, there is a what they call narrative. If you don't
hold on,
the narrative, you let them win the argument.
Again.
I think we have gone a bit too long. Let's respect other people.
Yeah, but you just agree with me that it is not good for us to be talking about every day. But me and you do, but we do every day, because anytime me and 99% of the time we met, we talked about it.
We talk about security.
At this point, we
talk about security and other things. No, we are not the problem. If we are trying to address it, I don't think we are the problem. If we just bring it up out of nowhere, like it's part of the news too, which was part of the topic.
This question not going today, so let's move on. Sorry, guys, if we take too much time. Next person, please.
I think was it Oga Ike that came? Yeah, I think he was the one that came next. Welcome, Oga Ike. Thank you for joining us. Peter B is meeting Afenifere, which I appreciate that he's doing, and I really do respect Afenifere for what they have done. Actually, that is very mature of them. Even the last time they tried to reach out, work with Peter Obi in terms of his campaign. That is a very, very good sign for such an important organization. To be engaging in that way is very, very mature, far more mature than their politicians and some of their ruffle people, like the one in Lagos that was threatening people that are not voting for the Lagos governor. And he's also doing this in ADC. Jonathan is also being put forward for ADC now. So what do you make of it? Do you think Jonathan has a better chance of winning? Should P2B step aside for him? Because they say the devil isn't it? The Northerners know him, the Southerners know him, and definitely the Southwesterners know him too. But maybe because of this obedient bitterness, it doesn't favor P2B very well in the South compared to Jonathan before. I don't know. I'm just trying to ask questions here. So what do you make of it, Oga Ike?
Sorry, come again. I didn't understand what you said.
Yeah, what I'm trying to say is that Jonathan is being invited to meet ADC, and they are discussing potentially having him run because he cannot run for a second term. So because of that, maybe Northerners are more likely to support him. And there is also the argument that P2B should be the one to get the ticket. So which of them have a better chance of winning? And then P2B is also meeting Afenifere, so I don't know what you make of that. Whether that's a good thing, and what you make of the approach P2B is taking.
Well, this is my own observation, and this is my own opinion. Anybody who is trying to ride on the back of Mr. P2B to become president of Nigeria will never get it. So that's clear. All this political game that is being played in ADC and whatever, giving P2B ultimatum with El-Rufai, declare that you are in ADC. All the Atiku or whosoever can never ride at the back of Mr. P2B. Atiku can never ride at the back of Mr. P2B to become president. Jonathan cannot even win his state. Forget about politics of the North. They're just trying to play politics. Is it not the same Jonathan? Is it not the same Jonathan that they removed from office? Is it not the same man? Listen, we are too matured for this politics of the people of the North. Give us Jonathan. What is he going to offer you now that he did? What was he able to offer? Did they allow him to offer what he had for Nigeria in the first place? Now Jonathan becomes their God, become a sect. All these politics, let me tell you. I said it here last week, and I am not minusing word to that. Anybody from the North that is coming out to contend for the presidency of this country is wasting his time. That's pure and simple. And for Jonathan, I'm not going to decide for him, but I think he's more matured in politics than myself, who is talking here on this platform. He can never try that politics in Nigeria right now. He knows that. He can't even win his state. If election is conducted tomorrow, he will not win his state. That is just simple. So all these politics of Jonathan, they are calling him this and he's not going to win anything. The same people who are calling him, they are going to abandon him at the middle of the road. What didn't they abandon him before? So listen, I am interested that the power must remain in the South. It is my stand. It doesn't matter whatever politics they want to play. I don't care what politics the people from the North want to play in Nigeria this right time. And Atiku knew that his key to becoming president of Nigeria is Mr. P2B, and he's not going to get it. He will never get it. Because Mr. P2B would never give him that thing he wants. So all these politics of I'm giving you timetable, I'm giving you time to declare fully at ADC. What was the first agreement? ADC is a platform for 2027. But I and the El-Rufai must complete our assignment in SDP and Labour Party because we still have election in November. And all of a sudden this week, Atiku organized his gang and said, okay, now we want to give you ultimatum. You people have to declare fully to ADC. Are you talking to little kids? Who are they trying to play? Who are they trying to play that politics? Listen, that man that trying to play that politics is 1,000 miles ahead of them in that politics they want to play. He hold the key to whatever they want to do in ADC. Anywhere. Quote me anywhere. All those people who are making noise in ADC, Mr. P2B hold the key of every one of them. They can't do nothing. Instead, the man in Asoro should remain in power because that power will not go to the North. There is no amount of.
But if they select Jonathan, though,
that is going to convince.
What if they select Jonathan? What if they select Jonathan? It's South. That's a running.
They are not going to. If they select Jonathan, Jonathan is not going to win anywhere. The same North that are calling him now, he's not going to win anywhere in the North. Where is he going to win?
Because they will be sure that a Northerner will come next after him.
Father, let me tell you, PDP or any political party in Nigeria today, the Southeast, from 1999 to 2022, the Eastern bloc of the Easterners have sacrificed so much for PDP. And what did we get? The only opportunity that and they're supposed to elect an Igbo man in 2022, Atiku came out. And he took it. And he think he will just come now and say, he will just come now at his 70, at how many years is it? He want to come now and play and use Mr. P2B. Mr. P2B is too smart. He's quiet, but he's 1 million miles ahead of all of them. All that presidency of Nigeria Atiku is looking for, he's not going to get it. He can never get it. His time has gone, and he should understand that his time is gone. And for my well-respected Jonathan, he knows that what they're trying to do is to rubbish him. If they this little prestige that he has in the African continent and the world, they will rubbish him, push him on the gutters of the bad road in Nigeria and rubbish him finally, so that he will go into oblivion. You understand what I mean? So I think he's smarter than me. He knows more than me. He has been a politician. He knows best. If he wants to come out, who am I to say no? But the point I'm trying to make here, there is no contest between Mr. P2B and Jonathan. If you put Mr. P2B and Jonathan in any contest, Mr. P2B is going to flog him. That's simple. That politics we are not playing that politics right now. That politics is gone.
Okay, I appreciate that. You know, one thing I believe for sure is that the way you say that, I don't care as long as it's someone that remains in office. That is so true, because the election results definitely points to the South is always voting a Southern candidate. If a Southern candidate is in the ballot, they always vote a Southern candidate. That's for sure. So I believe you on that one. You would rather this in the Tinubu is in the office that Atiku wins. So who is next? I hope I'm not getting the order wrong. Was it KJ or no? Houthis are not Yazidis.
No, it was KJ. He left and came back.
Now, wow.
Oh, look at that.
I mean, the second person went silent here.
You know,
KJ was actually the first person.
Are you sure that you're not having? Now, wow.
You people, you guys don't meet me well at all. You see how they be?
No, I know. I understand you, Father. Sometimes you cannot.
They don't meet me well at all.
It's because KJ is an Igbo man. That's why.
So, KJ, welcome. Thank you for joining us. I really, I will appreciate your opinion on this one, because while they are having, I play the video here. The more they are having the conversation, the more I begin to think that maybe it's quite compelling that Jonathan gets in, because most people in the North will look at him and say, "We know him. He's not a stranger to us, and he's left office before."
Let me try and profess an idea. Before Buhari ruled, became president, how many people came to the South to ask whether we would like Buhari to be the president? Did any group, any time that anybody went and said, "Look, Buhari has to meet this and this to become president"? Even when Buhari was the one who Boko Haram selected to speak on their behalf, negotiate on their behalf with the federal government, did anybody, when he was campaigning, told him, "We're not going to vote for you because you are the one who Boko Haram, nominated to speak on their behalf, and consequently, you must have ties to Boko Haram"? Did anybody do that? No. The answer is no, capital no. We trusted that if that is what the people of that region wanted, we are ready to go with him. Even though people like me, and I say that with full chest, I knew, and some of my friends who were in that party, we had problem, because when I told them what was going to happen, they all refused. They said I was a religious bigot and all that. Eventually, I then take their own hands, confess. But coming back to what we're discussing, why should we always go to find out what the North is interested in? That's always my challenge. That's one. Two, is the people asking for Jonathan doing it because of love of country? The answer is no. They are doing it because they feel that this man don't have two opportunities. So if he finishes
is that not what Buhari did with the current president Tinubu, where he negotiated with them to, sometimes you have to form alliances and seek.
Nobody negotiated. I can tell you with maybe 88% assurance of what Jonathan did. Jonathan, sorry, I said Jonathan, Tinubu already had his agreements. And when they wanted to shift the goalposts, he told them bluntly, and that's how Ominocom came to be, that this was agreed. And if you don't agree, if you don't keep to it, everybody will go down with him. So that's, we know that one. Let's not go there because it's going to be diverting us to somewhere else. But the reason why they're asking for Jonathan is not because of the good of the development Jonathan is going to bring. After all, these same people who say Jonathan, if you put a goat and Jonathan, they will vote for the goat. So what has changed since? Because I don't know that Jonathan have gone to School of Leadership or School of Economics since he left out of office. So what is making his president and his candidates now very attractive? By the way, who said that if he contests, he must have to win? So, and then who said that if he wins, somebody cannot go to court and say, you didn't follow the constitutional process. Consequently, you have been elected or you are going to be sworn in for the third time. The constitution did not agree with that. And if we go to the Supreme Court or the court, yes, eventually to end up in the Supreme Court, Wike is there to collect the victory. So what are we saying? What are we saying? So let's reason in that order. Maybe we'll find some solution. So Jonathan is being drafted from his high exalted position, where people is become a reference point of good politics in Nigeria and West Africa. They are dragging him from that point to their own level because they want him to come and contest so that it will be better for them. So that after 4 years, they will introduce whoever they want to introduce. We know that people, some generals in the south, in the north, are responsible for pushing Atiku forward. And we know that all this effort is to make sure that whichever place that Peter Obi declares now, that party will not make it in 2027. And I like the politics is playing now. Like I said, I've said it many times, and I'm going to say it again. Peter Obi is not my kind of candidate, because if you are going to fight against Bola Tinubu, you are going to do it with everything you got. Pull off your sleeve, get to the gutter with them. That's what they understand. And that is what will work. If you say you're going to play gentleman politics, it may not take you to that destination. You will win, no, you will win. Don't get me wrong. Bola Tinubu didn't win Nigerian election, but he was elected by those who are the high authority. But the same thing will happen again if you say you are not ready to dig it out. So now, Peter Obi remains the best candidate for that. And I trust Peter Obi to say that if he will keep to his word, he will keep to that agreement he had said to do. Why he decided to do that agreement, I don't know. But you can see that outside of Nigeria, 4 years is always enough for people to make a change in their country. It's only in Nigeria they will need 8 years. And some
So
of them,
let me ask you, KJ. After Peter Obi said he was going to rule for 4 years, after 4 years, would you support him stepping down?
Yes, that's what he has agreed. I'm a man of my word. I don't take say if I won't do it, I will tell I won't do it. But once I've opened my mouth and say that's what I will do, that's what I expect you to do. After 4 years, you should get out. That we didn't force him to say that. He said that himself. Nobody coerced him. There was no gun on his head. So if 4 years finishes, let him step aside. It doesn't matter. Nigeria is not his family business. So if after 4 years and he's even doing well and he has to step aside, let him step aside. He's not the only one who can rescue Nigeria. There are many other people. In fact, if you ask me, my candidates in the north, south, one day I will do a video on that. My candidate in the west, my candidate in the north, my candidate in the south, my candidate in the south. They are credible Nigerians.
Yeah, but KJ, though, do you see that it is very, very hard for any people? Politics has shown that people, they will tell you they will do one thing. When they get into office, even the people that support them saying they are going to do certain things will start saying, why should he step down? He has another time. Why should he step down? You saw what Jonathan did.
Peter Obi, Jonathan was, I don't want to go into some things concerning Jonathan because I know much more than, But Jonathan...
sorry, Peter, KJ, I can help you, KJ. Forefathers. Nelson Mandela did only a single term and he stepped aside. Sanusi, Lamido Sunusi did only one term as CBN governor and stepped aside after that. So yes, KJ is right. Some people can do it and there are examples.
Sanusi was going to be fired.
On president.
Right. He was going to be fired. So.
It doesn't matter.
You just have to add that word now.
But
on presidential level, I'm talking about the presidential level. People don't tend to give way. It's not only the president himself, it's the people surrounding the president.
Because we have had people who are dishonest. If you have a person whose his word is his bond, that's going to be different.
KJ, if you invest 5 billion naira, you will not say that. So it's just very.
And they will start saying that, if you only start East, that will be the ones that have to step down the first time. All this stuff will start coming up.
Read my
no,
list.
you, KJ, if you invest 5 billion naira, you will not say that.
Why would I invest? Why would I invest 5 billion naira? Why
exactly. So you can say it should not continue. It's easy to say.
No. Look, let me tell you. One time Obasanjo said something. I hope some of you can remember it. He said, "You don't even need to steal to be if you are a Nigerian president, because being a Nigerian president alone, what people come and bless you with, is much more than anything you can think about. So why do you even need to steal?"
And he did not steal.
I don't know. I'm not. No court in Nigeria has found him.
Or maybe he didn't, though. Maybe he didn't. Nobody has taken him to court.
I say it again.
And that's a valid point to make, actually. Because people throw money at you.
Move on. Hold on. Pablo, you see, because your governor now knows how to speak English, you always bring all these things inside. You look.
I don't win that one.
Till date. And I'll say this, and if you allow me, I'll finish and I'll go. Till date, Obasanjo and Yar'Adua stands out. In fact, Obasanjo stands out, followed by Yar'Adua in the governance of Nigeria, whether I like it or not. Most of the institutions that are working now, it is him who started it. The man who said I was going to make the system work better didn't survive it. So let's go back to what we are talking about. Peter Obi have said, and I believe him. Like I said, listen to me. I'm not one of those obedient people, but I'm telling you, based on the man's record, you can see that he has always been consistent with what he says. It's a simple and short. And so if he says that he can do it in 4 years, not minding whether any other people accept, and I'm saying this with due respect to whatever happened earlier, you know that they said Peter Obi couldn't win, he can't even get 100 people in Kaduna State. You know that. They said these are just 12 people tweeting in a room. Those 12 people turned to 6 million. And that is the one they are awarded him. If they've given him the real vote, I'm sure that the story will be different today. Now that everybody's eyes done sharp, everybody's watching at the speedometer and reading it correctly. Do you think they're going to do that again? It will not work. I don't even believe those people saying that he will not get the same amount of votes he got in Lagos. I don't believe it. Wike is not going to do what he did again in River State. Okay? And obviously, people in Abuja are watching him. You think he's going to come back? He's going to win that with this nonsense he's doing in Abuja? People who people have been living in Area 10, he goes and eject them from the house they've been living since the days of Mama. What's that? The minister, the air vice marshal, Mama Vasa. Okay, they've been living there. You go there and eject them from their house and say their own land. This thing since Mama Vasa. And you think those people are not seeing you? Those people you want to so so I don't digress so much. What I'm simply saying is, let us not say this is what this region wants. This is not what this region wants. This is not what. Let us say who can deliver our goods. The person so far now in the record of things is Obi, and everybody accept north, south, east, and west. Whether people who don't even know him, when you say Obi, they say hey Obi. So if the ordinary man can put their trust, then let us follow that. Must we follow what the political elites are saying? Must we follow what they are thinking? No, they don't have all the answers. Okay? And Obi can deliver. Even if he didn't deliver, after 4 years, he should leave. That is what he said. I stand by my word, and that's why I don't give it anyhow. If I tell you I will do, I will do. If I say I will not do, nothing you can do. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. These people, I just feel like maybe, they among Jonathan, Peter Obi, and Atiku, they are the only people that can run against the president right now that have gotten up to 6 million votes or more. They are the only three in the race. Personally, I really wish somebody can go and beg Atiku. Tell him not to run. That guy, I don't know why he always wants to run for office. if they can stop you from running, maybe the opposition can coalesce around one person. And maybe that's all that is needed. All of them coalesce, a PDP, all of them coalesce around one person, then you stand a chance. But somebody seriously need to have a strong word with Atiku. Yazidi, so what do you make of this, Jonathan? I'm seeing some merits in it because he's sure banker. There's no two ways about it. Once he runs, it's only one time. That's it. Bye bye. Nobody is going to come and save you anymore. That you have to argue that the North are they that much against the current president that they will want to vote Jonathan. I'm not sure because they never did. They didn't like Jonathan when they kicked him out. They didn't like him. So I don't know. What do you make of it?
Jonathan has no electoral value. Nobody's voting him in. He's never becoming president again, regardless of what anybody wishes. So that is moot. But at the same time, this is still very early. 24 hours is a long time in politics. So I think anybody trying to make any projections or permutations of who's going to become the next president is only doing that prematurely. I think there's still more people that are going to come out. I hope that there's going to be more credible people, better qualified, more inspiring people, because what we have on the ground right now and what we're debating, if we have to be real, is sad. We are debating about who's the best out of the horrible, terrible bunch. None of them is inspiring. None of them I see has what it takes to lead Nigeria on the trajectory that it's supposed to go. You said something very interesting. You said OBJ did not steal or he wasn't corrupt. Why did you even think that? That man was probably the most corrupt president or most corrupt leader after IBB that Nigeria ever had. And then we had somebody else on here comparing him and saying him and Yar'Adua were the best leaders Nigeria had. No, they weren't. But then again, I guess it's arguable considering the fact that Nigeria really, after 1966, the unfortunate incident in January, hasn't had any kind of visionary leaders at its helm, at the helm of its affairs.
Just for clarification, I didn't say he wasn't corrupt, but I said if he can reason from the point of view that just by being president, people will throw money at you, maybe he has a point.
Yeah, but you did say, do we even know if he stole? When Ovi brought it up, and that was all.
Yeah, I said there have not been any case against him that I know of.
So basically, you're doubting the fact that he was corrupt. I mean, that's the bottom
Yeah,
line.
I'm doubting it because for those two comments, first he made a comment saying that people throw money at you, which is valid, and secondly, there has not been any case.
Take your time and go and study the man called Obasanjo.
Okay,
I just said I don't know. If you know, you tell me.
Yeah, but the bottom line is, See, okay, so now what you're doing, you're going on both sides of the fence. So now at least you've clarified that you do not think that he was corrupt. Fine, but someone like myself and someone like Ovi think he was corrupt, and I don't think he was just corrupt.
I don't say I don't think. I said I don't know.
Good Lord said stealing is not corruption, and we won't kill him.
All right. So you don't have to say fuck you to say fuck you. Pardon my French. You know that, right? So if you're coming on here to tell us that, well, he said, you don't have to steal just based on your title and your position, you will be financially okay. And then you did say verbatim, I mean, you're in charge of the cameras. You can rewind it and say, how do we even know? How are we sure? So you're casting doubt on that. But let's move on.
Yes, I am casting doubt because there's no evidence.
So far, there's nothing to argue. So let's move on. You're casting doubt. You don't agree that he must have stolen that fine. That's arguable. Like you rightly said, no court has convicted him of corruption. I cannot prove that. You cannot prove it. We can only go and say, well, this man had a hilltop mansion. If we have to compare all his earnings as leader of Nigeria twice, as a general, as being in the army for over 30 years, is it commensurate with how he's living, his living standards and his lifestyle? But I think anybody, and I don't say this as an
He
insult.
didn't say
This
that they
is
would
this is
throw
the
money
only
at
word.
him. He didn't say that he was going to reject. He didn't say he was going to reject the money.
Right. So if you compare those things, I think anybody with common sense, and not saying you don't have common sense, that's the only word I can use to describe that now. Anybody with common sense can say, well, he was a general, he was in the army, this is what his pension is. I mean, it's public record. Is it commensurate with the way he's living? Should he have a library that costs that much? Should he have all these cars? Should he have XYZ in his account? Should he have that hilltop mansion? You get what I'm saying? So it's up to you to decide that. And I think others like myself and OVA will rather stay
I
on
think
the
you
other
have a
side.
fair point. You have a fair point.
Right. So
Sorry, just before you carry on, I think the reason why he's saying that is not because if they are throwing money at you, are you supposed to take it as a leader? Because that's a form of corruption or bribery, even if you think about it. So if it is based on that, if you are saying he's corrupt based on that, of course he's corrupt. Even that statement is corrupt to say that they're going to be throwing money at you. So in other words, you take the money because they throw money at you.
But listen. I don't know how familiar you are with politics. My family, whatever. So OBJ outside of IBB, right? And I'm not going to go back all the way to a Okotie, right? But OBJ institutionalized corruption in Nigeria's politics. It was during his term, after 99, that they were sharing bags of money on the Senate of Nigeria. Right there in the Senate. They had those duffel Ganamos gold bags, and they were splitting money. If you think that man was not corrupt, I don't know. Maybe you're more familiar with British politics. Yeah, I'm saying maybe you're just more familiar with British politics. So this man was, if corruption is in the dictionary, his face should be next to it. This is a man.
I'm sorry, I do not agree with you. I do not agree with you. You are
in
just making
99.
an assertion that has no justification whatsoever to prove.
What do you say?
If he was that corrupt as you are claiming, the way he been sorted after by now, somebody will have taken him to court. I don't know which court you have seen him being charged to. So please don't make these allegations because you have no proof. Nothing to back it up.
Listen, KJ. All right, you might be hard to want to grab the mic. That's fine, okay? But just pipe down a little bit. Anything I've said that is not provable, then you can dispute it. Not when I mentioned his mansion, the hilltop mansion. I mentioned his presidential library. I mentioned his lifestyle, for example, his convoy. I mentioned the fact that he brought duffel bags, him and his allies, and started splitting it on the floor of the Nigerian Senate.
He has a university in Badagry.
How can you now tell me that these are not provable events, things that you can easily go check? You're way older than me. Of course you know these things. So what are you talking about? But anyway, let me move on. So what I wanted to say next, with regards to the one-term thing, and this is where I was coming to. Nobody is going there in Nigeria to serve one term. It'll never happen. Forget about it. It's not going to happen. They use that as a trick. I mean, how many times will you guys fall for the same tricks over and over? They use that as a trick to get in the door. And then when they get there, the allies start pushing for them when they're 2 years into their first term and start pushing for them that, our Messiah is in there. He has to continue what he started. He needs a second term. Buhari did it Jonathan did it. This is why the North hates him. OBJ did it. In fact, OBJ went in and tried to get a third term. All of them, whenever they decide to run for election, if it's getting difficult for them, one of the things they throw at Nigerians is, I'm going to be in there for one term, just 4 years. The situation of Nigeria is in a mess. Let's even assume, let's even pretend that they are really nationalistic and they really want to change that country. You and me know, you and I know that 4 years is not enough. It is not enough. So now compare when they get there and they start enjoying the perks of the presidency. Nobody's leaving that after 4 years. Nobody. So with OB saying he wants to go there, and then people are coming trying to say, well, what about Jonathan? What is Jonathan's electoral value? Jonathan was one of the most corrupt politicians, or one of the most corrupt and most ineffective and one of the most useless leaders Nigeria ever had.
Well, if that was the case, how come during his time they had the highest GDP in the country?
Because oil sales were high. It wasn't because he did anything ingenious with the economy.
You people always find a way to condemn whatever you don't agree with.
Oil sales cannot make up.
You get back at me.
I can't just be straight. Why can't you just accept
oil
when they are saying something that's not correct? Why do you always find a way to say something that you don't support any other thing except your own view?
KJ, stop interrupting him. Let him talk now. It's not your time.
So oil
he has the mic. Father, he has the mic. Let him talk.
Is it your
KJ,
turn?
KJ is a honored.
KJ backstage. KJ backstage.
KJ is a honored this is the panelist. You have to give him a bit of difference.
Look at
that. Look at that.
You are honoring indisciplined people. Put him backstage.
No, he's asking questions. See, the point I was trying to raise to.
No, I didn't ask any question. I was talking, but go ahead.
Yeah. I think I don't disagree with some of your submissions about OBJ. You know, some of the things you said. Maybe it's true. Just that I have not seen. But in terms of this in Jonathan, you know, if he has the highest GDP in the country, you know. GDP, we're talking about 500 billion.
Again, for
oil. Let me finish. Let me show you. Let me let you understand. When you say oil, oil is not close to that amount at all.
So let me finish. So
others are waiting. Respect
the oil was selling at an all-time high. Go check how much.
But it doesn't account for GDP. It's not that high. It's not going to account for GDP. It just account for the money the president has.
Let him finish.
Look at this Bushman. All these Ogbegolo people that cannot even talk. Let me bring a body in. Thank you, Yazidi.
People are not behaving like educated people.
Look at that. Look at that. Now you are the civilized world. Look at that. Okay. Okay, buddy, thank you for this in joining us. I don't think that if GDP is growing, you can't use oil price. You can maybe get 60-70 billion dollars. By the time you split it with the oil companies, it's even less than that. You use that to say $500 billion GDP is that's what accounts for. I don't think that's it.
You cut me off and you're trying to move it to somebody, fine. But you explain to us in your infinite wisdom, how did the GDP of Nigeria increase to the level it was under Jonathan without it including the profits from oil? Please go ahead and explain it to
because
us.
During that time, we were not one of the areas. I think we're not importing as much petroleum. And
are you freaking
sorry?
serious?
Can let me finish now. Hold on. Because there was a time, you know. In short, let move on to this.
Obviously don't.
We'll deal with that later. We'll deal with that later. We'll deal with that later. You don't have to. It's not about winning an argument. Let me get body in.
But you cut me off.
Because there is body waiting. People say I have to
respect. You cut me off. I did not argue when everybody spoke.
Okay, take 30 seconds to round up. Take 30 seconds to round up. Thank you.
Why do you? I mean, with all due respect, why do you always do this when you hear opinions that you do not like?
No, that is not it at all. I'm happy to talk to you forever. You know that.
You did that.
But there's body here.
I think it is very unfair. I think it is very immature because you throw me.
I'm saying you should just take 30 seconds.
Can I finish? You keep saying 30 seconds and you keep interrupting me. So each time it makes me get out of character, and I'm tired of getting out of character, especially with you. I don't mind arguing. I don't mind discussing, but I think it's unfair that whenever you hear something that you don't like, you quickly start playing these little nefarious games, cutting the person off, pushing them aside, pushing them to the back. That I don't think that's cool at all. You know, we can all discuss like men, and I think let's start doing that.
I don't have any problem discussing with you. You know that.
But sorry, gentlemen, just to clear the debate on GDP, why Jonathan's GDP was the highest was because in 2014, Nigeria rebased the GDP from 270 suddenly in 2014 July. Our GDP became 510. So it's not really all these things were even. So I'm just saying that, look, it's not a debate about whether there was stealing or not, but it's simply because we rebased it.
Isn't the same rebased one that Tinubu do to? It's
the same rebasing that Tinubu has done also, yes.
What is rebasing? What is rebasing? They say rebasing the GDP. What is rebasing? Let's discuss. What is rebasing? Why do we rebase? We have to have that discussion. There are technicalities we have to deal with because we don't know. We just throw out terms.
If you don't know,
the issue because we started from the GDP.
Or do you ask a question? How can you ask a question and not wait for answer? What kind of human being are you?
No, I'm still asking my question. I haven't done yet. I said we started from GDP discussion and then we get to rebasing. I'm not asking.
No, we didn't get to. We are not at rebasing. The argument is still on the size of GDP of Jonathan Goodluck. I'm saying that the reason why it is that big is not because there was oil price money or there was no stealing. It was simply a paper thing. It was at one point, like this minute, it was $270, I think, $billion. And then the next minute, on that paper, it is now suddenly 510. And it's not an argument we should have. This is a fact. If you Google, you will see it. If you want to know what is rebasing, Google it, please. It's not for somebody to sit here and lecture.
I can share it. I can share what it means.
What I could hear is like the way you are talking about rebasing, you're talking about rebasing kind of way that is negative. That like, just a paper.
No. Like I said, it's a matter of fact. I'm just saying it's a matter of fact.
That's why I say, what is rebasing itself? I'm not arguing. I'm only asking a question. That's just it.
Okay, thank you. Rebasing, I think, is just a matter of, from what I can see here, it's about updating the information that they use to calculate GDP.
Just recalculating.
Based on current conditions on the ground in different sectors. Okay, welcome, buddy. Thank you. I see you've already started with trouble. So no more trouble.
No.
Okay.
No, I just want us to be clear. We come around, we talk. I don't just want us to gloss over it, so that we.
Thank you.
Because the way we are, the way you see, what was his name? He felt as if we are just pushing him out. We don't want him to talk, so that we have that discussion, and so that we can be clear. That's what I'm saying.
Thank you.
Not to anybody.
This Jonathan move that is going on, what do you make of it? I think there are some merits. The more those guys were talking about that, was seeing some merits. People keep saying he's going to insult himself. I don't understand. He lost an election and stepped down. What is more humiliating the context of Nigeria than that? So going in to run an election again. Buhari lost 3 times. I cried on screen, and people are not saying he's humiliated. I don't see this humiliation aspect. If there's a chance that he could win, maybe it's worth looking at, because he's one of the few people that has actually got millions of votes under his belt, and people know him is a known quantity. And when people think about his time in office, they think about insecurity, but they also think about petrol price was cheaper, things are a little bit better. And one thing for sure is that many Northerners will know that he can't run a second term. they know it has to go to the north now. So all those aspects, is that not making him slightly attractive for ADC or whatever party wants to favor?
Yeah.
You can also address the P2B meeting at Afenifere, because we have a kind of left that one out, because I think that one is also important.
Jonathan and others, they are politicians, and their business is to politics. So mentioning Jonathan, people calling on him to come and contest, it's not strange. It's normal. It's normal. Even the 2015 election that pushed him out, he did so well. Despite that the coalition, the Buhari, Tinubu, and all the likes, he lost by past 2 million votes. Despite that, all the noise, all the coalition, Tinubu, and the likes. If the man didn't concede, he was just a man of peace. If he decided to drag the case to tribunal, or he decided to use the military, he will still be in power. He will do the second term. He's still relevant politically. We can't diminish his status. Either the North or the South that are calling on him, it's all politics. And that's the business of politics. That's how they do it. No offense. So, concerning the OB, they are coming together, Atiku and the likes, and Rotimi Amechi, Yerufai, to form a broader coalition like that of APC. Maybe they could do something. But the way we are looking at it, the way they are even going about it, maybe they are building their time. But to me, it's as if they are not ready. They called a meeting about 2 days ago to form position on certain things on the way to move forward. Obi wasn't around. Everyone was invited. Obi decided to travel to come to US. Rotimi Amechi was there, Atiku was there. And they decided that all of them should either leave their party completely right now and move into the ADC. Because the DC appear rudderless right now. We are always seeing the need, we always hearing their noise in the newspaper. They are not being effective on ground. There's no that mobilization. And they should know that they are going against a formidable party. Because the tactics they are using is the same tactics. It's a repeated tactics. The same tactics they used in last election, whereby they say, it's Nigerian against the APC. If they're saying that they're getting it wrong, they have to be on the field. They have to mobilize people. They have to mobilize their party members. We are not saying that structure. Election will be coming up in Anambra. After Anambra, we are going to Ekiti. After Ekiti, there's another citizen election in Osun. Are they really prepared?
You see,
and then through those elections, they should be making a statement.
Buddy, just hang on. The rudder, is it not because Atiku has taken it to Dubai? They don't have rudder. The problem is, just like before, they ran an election knowing full well that the party has played into for. The guy was still going headlong, thinking that he's going to win. Is that not the problem? Is there anything that they can do to tell that guy? What can they tell him to calm down? Made some other people say run.
I won't say that. I'm a Democrat. It's a business of business of election. It's a business of politics.
I know, but it's part of the business now. What can they tell him to calm down?
You can only threaten him if you have what it takes.
No, that's not aligned democracy. If you remember, during Buhari and the likes, when they formed APC, you know how many candidates went to the primary election in Lagos? They're almost like 12 or 13 thereabout that went to do that primary election. And that was the beauty of it. That's why people started liking the APC back then. Let all of them come together. That's the beauty of it. If you don't lose, you won't enjoy the benefit of him winning. Let all of them will be and all of them come together and go into primary. That will show how formidable they are.
You are saying primary as if primary is not primary of money.
Oh,
who's gonna? You tell me this one man one vote.
What they are saying to us, they are saying that they are new breed. If you look at their campaign, their campaign slogan now, the ADC, they are saying they are new breed. They want to give us a new Nigeria. You remember during the APC days, you know what they said to us? They said change. They gave us a ray of hope when they went to their primary in Lagos. That like the way they organized their primary, people started liking them until they start messing up. You understand? So it's let's see the ADC, because Obi is an experienced politician, Atiku is an experienced politician, Rotimi is an experienced politician. Let them all come together and decide how they want to run their primary. There must be a process to everything, and they must all agree to it. Let's allow them to see that and formulate how they want to run the party. But the way we are saying it, it's as if they are not ready to. And because there's suspicion in between them, among them, I mean, they are not totally committed to that project. Some are having a feeling that it's Atiku project, ADC. Obi, some feel that like, oh, if Obi moves in, Obi might not be able to secure that ticket. But Obi cannot win that election, the next election, if there's not that broad coalition. There must be a broad coalition to bring him to power. Either the old and the new politician. If you want to be in power, there must be a broad coalition. You know what happened? Let's quickly go back a bit. If you remember in 2017, what happened? Is it 2017 or 2019? Obi and Atiku on the same ticket. They lost to Tinubu. The following election, they went separately. They both lost. It's by themselves they give the future to Bola Ahmed Tinubu. It's very simple. So if they decide to go on their own way, to go solo this time around, it's the same result. So that's why they have to build that strong coalition, whatever it takes. But it's going to take a lot of sacrifice. Whether they're going to persuade one another, I don't know how they will do it. That's why we'll have to put on the A game or the way to persuade them. You don't give it out. It's not power is not serve a la carte. So you have to negotiate.
Has anybody ever been able to persuade Atiku?
You can do it. Look at the way they did it in the APC back then. Atiku contested the primary. He lost. Koko also lost, and those are the powerful politicians. And they made sure that they all entered into an agreement that was, we are going to support whoever that win this primary. That's why they were compared to support Buhari. Immediately the Buhari won that election. They all find their way. So they can do the same thing all over.
Okay, now let me ask you though, before, which amongst the candidates, coalition, that's the flag bearers, which of the combination would you say is the most viable to defeat the current president, and at the same time, I guess that's it's going to unite the other group and defeat the current president? Which combination do you think is the most viable among the candidates that are, in ADC, at least talking with ADC right now?
And they have to hear the priority first.
Yeah, but which one do you want to emerge? Which one is better?
Who do we think against them can win the primary in ADC?
Who?
We started talking about combination.
Yeah, but
one thing is for you to make it through the primary. Is whoever that makes it to the primary that will be.
No, I agree with you. That is true. But which one would you say should make it through if they made it through the primary?
In all honesty,
the combination, which one is likely to win? Including their VP too.
As far as it stands today in ADC, if they have their primary today, Atiku will win because the financier of that party. He has been the poster boy of that party. He has been the one that will be sent.
I'm saying against Tinubu, not.
No, I'm giving you the background. I'm giving you the background. If Atiku will be, they agree to work together, they will defeat Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
In what arrangement?
Either Atiku will be the president or be the vice president. Either. Listen, you're talking about winning. The headline is winning. You said winning.
Atiku is not the president, or Peter will be the vice president.
Yeah. Let me give you another permutation. It's a permutation. We are speculating. That's why I said whoever makes it to the primary. And I gave you
but I'm saying
today.
Yeah, but it's fascinating what you are saying.
The only person that can make it through the primary in that party is Atiku. Except that Atiku decided to step down. If Atiku decided to step down, then let it be a Sultana thing.
Yes. And if Atiku is...
But you are not answering my question.
What's your question?
I'm saying which combination will come out of there
top ticket, that's the person that is going to represent the party as a presidential candidate and the VP candidate, which of the combination among
I said Atiku as the president, Obi as the vice president. I've said
okay, you think that's going to emerge? That is more viable. Is the most viable to defeat
it's
Tinubu.
more viable, except Atiku on its own, because Atiku has benefited from the kind gesture of the Southeast.
Yeah, but don't change it yet. We have not even.
No, I'm moving forward.
We have don't move forward. That's a big thing he just said. How can you move forward from Atiku and P2B VP?
No, you might not like it. You might not like it.
Do you know there are spoilers on this panel that would rather vote for Tinubu?
No. You know why I said that? Let me tell you the reason. Tell you the reason.
Yeah.
Obi ordinarily has a block vote from Southeast. It's just a repeat of what they did during the second time election of Buhari.
Big mistake to call
no,
that.
No, it wasn't a big mistake. They had a good number. They had
not going to have that if he's VP.
Even Buhari second term, the poll shows there that Atiku and Obi, they are likely to have won that election. That's why you see then the APC were campaigning twice in certain states, the swing state.
Okay, buddy,
hold on.
Buddy, just hold on. Let me do something.
In that last election.
Buddy, hold on. KJ, I know you are definitely a spoiler, Showore guy, I know. But just in case you want to go and vote, in the South is the next election. And Atiku is at the top of the ticket, P2B VP. And Tinubu is on the other side. And you have to vote. Don't even say you will spoil your vote. Who would you choose?
Are you talking to me?
No, KJ.
Okay.
So you have Tinubu on one side and you have Atiku on the other side.
Firstly, P2B is not going to be Atiku's running mate.
You don't speak for it, it's a speculation.
Let's say that happens.
No, I don't
happen.
I'm not my 10 years old. I don't work with speculations. I work with
realities. You don't work with speculations.
I'm a realist. So if I go there, and I want to put this on record, I am one person. I voted for Olufalaye when I believe in his vision. I knew he wasn't going to win, but I voted for him.
But we are talking about winning here.
I'm just telling you, I'm not going to vote because
you don't want to tell us his vote.
You seem to be the best person.
He doesn't want to tell us his vote.
Yes.
Let's go to
you are the one. Some of you here were the ones accusing Olusegun Obasanjo of corrupt. Is Atiku himself.
KJ, let's not go back to that. You are not going to vote. You see,
I am not going to vote.
He asked a question, you don't want to vote.
I'd rather vote for somebody else. And
you rather vote for now, Atiku doesn't have lost one vote. No, I just want to go through everybody that has a vote in that region.
Forefathers, information.
Yes.
Information, if you can allow me. Can I say information?
Yes, please, go ahead.
The information I want, listen. The coalition of ADC right now is not a coalition of political party. It's a coalition of individuals. There is no primary election. It has never been political party. Labour Party is not in ADC. SDP is not in ADC. But Mr. P2B is in ADC. And Rufai is in ADC. It's not a coalition of a political party. It's a coalition of individuals for 2027. So all this issue, when they bring this idea of primary, there is no primary right now. If you are talking about ADC, they don't, because it's not a coalition of a political party. What they can do as individuals is to agree a consensus candidate among themselves. But if you bring in Labour Party right now, and you bring in SDP, and you bring other political party, then that's when you begin to talk about primary election. But as it stands right now, it is a coalition of apolitical individuals, right? So finally, for me to stop, like the question you're asking, Budi, if he put Mr. P2B as the presidential candidate of ADC and put Tambowa as his vice president, by 10 o'clock on the day of the election, they win election.
I believe that too. So, but if now Atiku refused to back down, and P2B decide that I'm going to bow down for Atiku and become VP, if they come to vote, would you vote? What would you vote, Tinubu or Atiku?
You're asking me?
Yes.
He's already going to lose the whole vote of the Eastern Nigeria already. So I'm not going to vote for him. I'm going to vote for the man in Asorok right now because my stand is very clear. the presidency of Nigeria must remain in the south. And it is not, for me, it is not negotiable with anybody.
Okay, you see, that is what I'm warning you, body, about. Oti,
no, Commander, you didn't let me.
if they ask you are see, you are.
No,
If you look at the previous elections, that is what is going to happen. Yes, but I'm saying that election is not going to win.
No, Father, I said the first permutation. I'm still progressing with my
okay,
statement.
go. Okay,
I said
the first one is not
I said
viable.
Atiku has benefited a lot from the kind gesture and political capital of the Southeastern. Repeatedly, they voted for him, even the PDP.
That is when it's a northern candidate.
When I'm thinking on top of my head that it should consider it stepping down for someone like Obi, rally around him, put his weight, his political capital, his structure around him. If you could do that and just like maybe look for a vice president from his group, his political group from the north, back Obi as a vice president, and Obi be on top of the ticket as the presidential candidate.
Yeah. I think that may stand a chance, and they have to believe Peter Obi that he's going to step down after the first time. If they don't believe him, then that's not going to work.
That's another issue, but that's another issue. The trust, like AJ was saying, that he could file, you could do that. Obi was removed 2 years into the office. He didn't go away. He went to court and fight. So because it's legal right. If you decided to stay for 8 years to seek re-election, but if you make a pact with people, during Jonathan, the candidate, the principal is not the issue, but the followers. Jonathan too was persuaded into it. That master, you have the two, you have the pioneer of office, you have the power. Why can't you go ahead? It's the follower. This is the follower. People like AJ that are talking right now, that are saying something like that, hey, it's the people of his man of his word. They are the same people that will come on this platform by second year in office. That should go ahead.
Why do you have to disturb KJ? KJ is minding his own business. Then I have to bring him into this.
No, I
don't know the problem.
Why can't you just leave KJ alone?
Please leave me out of your politics.
No, KJ has been absolute. He has been absolute.
Okay?
About
Please leave me out of your politics. I don't agree in what you agree. I don't look at things the way you look at it. Leave me out. Come on, man.
Obi is not the issue.
Forefathers, can I deal with this?
Yeah, the question is also for
no, sorry. This question that will be, this question about not doing only 4 years, right? Let me kind of now. First of all, the 4 years is what that's the term of an executive office, governor or president. So, are we saying that the framers of the Constitution didn't think that 4 years is enough for somebody to, give a good account of himself, perform? It didn't say 8 years, 4 years, and for you to do more than 4 years, you have to contest again, right? To be voted, and it can equally be voted out. So there's no automaticity here. And even more important point for me is this. Because people that are saying, obese followers, and the obese followers, by extension, it could be maybe, the region from which Obi comes, or his friends and family. In other words, people that kind of benefiting corruptly by corruption, from his presidency, because of the benefit they drive, they would be put pressure on him. But again, that's where experience comes into play as well. Obi has been the governor, and you ask yourself, how many of his, family, friends, and friends benefited from his governorship, again by corruption? So why do we think that as a president, is going to have pressure on him to carry on against his, declared, against his word, against his commitment, against his promise, against his principle? So these people that are going to be putting pressure on him, where are they coming from? Who are they?
They may be part of his government. This is how it would
No,
generally work.
okay, look, yes, part of his government. Okay, but the question becomes: those people, they are serving at his pleasure, right? Okay, and they are, yes, I mean, they are maybe ministers and all sorts of people. So you think they're gonna have overwhelming influence over him? He doesn't know what he is doing. He doesn't know what he wants. He doesn't know why he came into power and what he wants to do. I mean, if he doesn't achieve, and by the way, 4 years is not enough. Enough for what? Does it? I mean, what number of years can be enough for one person in government?
I wanted to address that point actually.
It's a silly argument. I don't understand what 4 years is not enough. How many years is 8 enough? Is 12 enough? To do what? Enough for what? So, and by the way, these people that are so obsessed with this number, are they really interested in good governance? Or just being in power? My people, my region is in power. These people are not serious, quite frankly. And by the way, so are we discussing this because you don't have anything else, another topic for us to discuss? Or
no, I think I find it a little bit fascinating.
Interest? Do you have any kind of interest in this?
I wish I have an interest.
Let me finish. Do you want your kinsman to again contest?
I wish I had an interest in this because when I played the video, that's when it came to me that okay, he's not going to run for a second term, and he's a known quantity. If you ask me, one of the areas
and the question becomes for me, the people that are asking these questions, what is their interest? Is it good governance of the country? The progress of the country? Or just that somebody, and a particular individual, is in power?
Because they don't like this guy. Because they don't like this guy in office. They feel like he's not governing the country well.
No, yes. So apart from him, whoever else is coming, what is their main interest? Just wonder. If you ask me, it's about good governance. Somebody who is going to rescue a country, who's going to put the country on a firm footing in the right direction. That's what I would be more concerned with, and not, is he going to do 4 years? So that's.
So, but if the question was put to you, if the candidates that will emerge from APC, and let's say
ADC, you mean?
ADC, I mean, sorry. As Body said, the likely candidate is going to be Atiku and Peter Obi as VP. Would you vote for that ticket versus Tinubu? Would you vote for Atiku, Peter Obi as VP versus Tinubu, Shettima? Who would you vote for?
Well, no, I won't vote. I won't vote. Okay, and I won't vote for Tinubu for anything, and I won't vote for Atiku. For one thing, he's too old. He has the presidency is not his birthright. So why should the whole country? Where is the kind of that the popular
But what if you had to choose one of them?
I won't vote. In good conscience, I won't vote. Do I have to vote? It's not compulsory.
Yeah, but what if you had to? That's the context.
I don't have to, but I don't have to.
Yeah, you don't have to, but what
I'll destroy my vote. I'll destroy my vote.
You understand the question? No, let's say you don't have the option of destroy your vote. You have to cast it somewhere. Who would you choose?
Come on, what are you talking about? Let's be real. I'm not
among two of them.
It's not.
Wow, this is hard.
It's gift, kind, and twang. There's no force.
Peter Obi is VP on one side.
No,
on the other side.
No. Why should he be a VP?
Because
he's not good enough to be a
president.
president.
The agreement.
Agreement. Well, then is that ticket fails on the basis of that agreement.
So they are not going to get
because it doesn't have the popular. I mean, it doesn't carry. It's not. That's not the will of the people. Okay. I mean, the majority, because we're talking about popular majority. Popular majority.
Party.
Sorry?
That can be with the will of the party. That's why we say that the ADC should go to the grassroots and mobilize. And people are conscious.
The Nigerians are bigger than any party. So Nigerians are bigger than any party.
You have to be part of the political system so that, we are being limited by the choices being thrown up by the political parties because we are not participating. That's the issue. We allow them to throw the candidate up for us.
No, but but again, look, if it's a system that is flawed, from the onset, that is rigged. Okay, not for example, because we talk about primaries, and you know very well that there's no level playing ground. There's no, it's not fair play. It's just,
if
you know,
people
somebody's
good
gonna
conscience can
bribe.
participate.
Sorry?
You know, I remember I think about a month ago, Dexter was saying something on this platform when they started the ADC of the 10. It was like, instead of people shouting at the top, that people should go down to the grassroots. That people should participate.
I believe in that.
People participate.
I believe in that. I don't discount that. That's the way, you know. But we have to
You know,
also
during
not
that general
deny the
election,
fact
you
that
know what happened? When people, like, we just see different choices, and people, you know, the youth population, they back up a candidate. And we saw that difference.
But,
that means
sorry,
if we put the same energy in the political party system,
the majority, the population, are they the ones that are going to vote at the primaries? No. So there's no democracy at that level.
I think what Body is saying is something I have come to realize, that when people are more engaged, the areas they tend to be more engaged, the rigging is not as strong in that as area. For some reason, I'm not sure whether that is real, but that is what happened in Port Harcourt. If you look at the capital cities, the rigging, that's why it was very easy for P2B to win in Abuja too. It's very difficult for them to rig in capital city for some reason. I'm not very sure why. But it makes sense that it's easier for them to rig in the, you know, the villages and all those other areas where there is not a lot of cameras and people observing the election process. So maybe there's something to be said. If people engage a little bit more, they will have less space to rig. Maybe there's something to be said for that. So
are you the moderator?
Yes.
Are you the moderator today?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, sir. Yes, I am. What is it you want to say?
No, I just want to be sure.
He's come with the wala again.
No, he's just announcing his presence. No, we can see you, Chief or Alahaji.
You can also just pass on
Are you now an Alahaji?
So, Buddy, I hope you are beginning to see that people are not finding it funny if P2B is running mate. And let's go to this indexer so that we can be able to go through everybody. I know that AY, you know, now that he's wearing his Babariga.
People that live outside the country, I thought they usually have privilege.
What privilege? The people that are inside the country. Oh my God!
We are calling from.
Have I missed Masca? Masca is a honorable.
Yeah, Masca. Yeah, myself and Masca.
Look at that. He's a honorable. He should be the ones that is talking for everybody right now. So I think he was here before Dexter too, actually. So my apologies, Masca.
Let me quickly say something. Until you go to Nigeria, I streamed for like 2 days. You will understand the work Masca is coming here to do. It's a lot of work for somebody to be in Nigeria and be on this platform for hours. So when you see people like Masca, you need to.
Thank you, AY.
Yeah, I know.
I know.
Everybody, when you go to Nigeria, try to log in. You will understand what Masca and Ratiosma are coming here to do. Is a lot.
Masca is a special breed. He's a special breed, so that's not.
Yeah, he's really making a lot of
sacrifices. Even for father that live in UK, self, he's struggling with internet in UK. Even
where did you get that one from?
Oh, now go say Dangote.
He started making that one up now. Come on, I've been with him in Nigeria, and it's not easy to stream. I couldn't stream when I was there.
Dangote's cousin.
Oh, look at that!
Comparing yourself with Mascot,
look at that! It's not easy.
Because he's an Almajiri.
Oh goodness!
No fathers has come to my house. He knows the modest life I live.
That it's not okay. I will mind my business. I will leave it for him to tell you. I will mind my business.
To come to your house,
But I think Masca is quite an individual that you want to get to know. Let me put it that way. But that said,
Abuja is not for kids, so it's not like America where we live. Abuja is not for kids.
The guy they can.
That's what people don't know. No, Masca is based in Abuja.
Okay. Let's get Masca's view on this Jonathan P2B business. Nobody seems to have addressed the Afenifere aspect too. I really think that Afenifere is a sign. Some of the things they've done is something that is worth commending. Actually, you hardly see groups that do that.
between the Nigerian in the Nigerian space. I have to commend what they've maintained similar position since, even with all the pressure that they've been under. So,
which of the faction? Which of the faction? Because there are two factions there.
I'm not here to divide the people. Afenifere is Afenifere.
Afenifere has two factions now. Am I saying
the real faction? Let's put it that way. The real faction, the grown-up faction that is not playing politics, that is trying to do the right thing. Welcome, Masca. This Jonathan thing, I understand there are feelings everywhere. Is he not a viable candidate that is well known already? And I don't think the last election there was a lot of acrimony because of P2B obedience and the Jagaban supporter. There was really that bitter thing. It spilled into Lagos, and we are still living through it today. If somebody like Jonathan was the candidate now, would that not a kind of neutralize that toxic aspect towards the next election and bring some of the Southwest more closely to the ticket? At the same time, it's a known quantity. He's not going to run for a second term. So many people are not going to suspect him of, running for 2 more times and Southern candidates running longer in the North. At least that argument goes away. I don't know what you make of it. So what do you make of what is going on in the ADC regarding Jonathan and their prospects? Who do you see as the better candidate?
Jonathan is not joining ADC.
He's meeting them.
No. He's not a member of ADC. He's actually still a member of PDP.
Yes, all of them are still members of their parties. All of them are still members. Even P2B still member of Labour. Is he not?
No, there's a difference. But in any case, I think let me start from where I should start. To chide all of us, what we always do is to fall Mugu. Okay? I would assume that all of us here, even if we can't call ourselves masses, but I believe we identify with the masses of Nigeria. And I think that if we truly do identify with the masses, then the onus is on us to think strategically. And if you think strategically, then you begin to talk and discuss strategically. This one that we will sit and join in permutations and combination of who will come out, I think we are not being fair to the people we represent. But having said that, having started from there, I have responsibility to you, forefathers, to answer your question. In my opinion, I think it's just what do you call shuffling of the cards now. Okay, if you've played cards, you shuffle it just to see what hands will be dealt to all the players in terms of the parties. All parties are shuffling their cards now. And if you know Nigerian politics very well, the intrigues are they are deep. What I can tell you now is that there seems to be a general conclusion in most of the gladiators that they don't want Tinubu to come back. Most of them. And the argument ranges from the fact that if some of these people that are northern politicians will tell you that he is not doing anything for the North, okay, which you can buy if you like. If you don't like, you can not buy it, because the question is, so where is he doing what for? The whole country, if you ask me, I think it's not moving anywhere. Okay, but everybody seems to agree that, and I'm sure even us here on this platform, with the exception of Mr. Ike, everybody seems to have concluded they don't want Tinubu again.
Not everybody. Somebody's here.
No, I have selected Ike. He's the only one who has had that he would rather vote for Tinubu as long as the presidency is coming back to the North.
The others have said they will never vote for Atiku.
No, it's Atiku. No. See, look, they would vote for somebody who they believe will be a better candidate to remove Tinubu. This is my understanding of their position. Nobody wants Tinubu to come back.
But never Atiku. The other two.
Okay, so this is what now you are talking. This is what I want us to start talking. Who are the candidates that we as a people should not want to see? That should be the kind of discussion. And I don't think I would say I don't want Jonathan to come back, sincerely speaking, because I'll be talking from both sides of my mouth, or Nigerians will be talking from both sides of their mouth. The fact of the matter is that Nigerians said when Buhari came, they wished it was good luck. And now that Tinubu had come, their wishing is Buhari. So in mathematical terms, there's I can't remember the term for it, but if you prefer A to B and you prefer B to C, it then goes that you should ordinarily prefer A to C, meaning that if Jonathan comes in, he's still going to be better than Tinubu. So there's nothing wrong with people bringing out Tinubu today. Good luck, Jonathan. This will be my conclusion of the matter. At this point, like I said, they are just shuffling cards. And mathematically, if good luck is dealt as a hand, as a card, I believe that the party holding Jonathan Goodluck as a card is going to be better off than the party that will be holding Tinubu as a card, if this is a card game. Like I said, these are all speculations for the politicians. What I would have expected is Nigerians that are really with the masses to continuously be talking about the election, even the primaries we talk about, because I hear some people give in that, primaries is about money. But I would like to remind us that when 2014 APC did its primaries, Atiku was in that primaries. And he came a distant third behind Kwankwaso. So primaries is not truly about money. I think it's Body or somebody that said it. What we really need to do is to begin to articulate ourselves. The fact of the matter is that the country is salvageable.
Hey, Nepa.
Okay.
They've come for him.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's Dexter now. Dexter hasn't had a say. Don't worry, I'll be getting to you soon. Dexter, thank you for joining us. Regarding the issue with let's try to run this up actually, because it's going to take the whole time. It's just I didn't think it was going to go on this long actually. What do you make of this ADC flirtation with Jonathan? Good luck, Jonathan, and P2B's chances in that party. I don't know, man. If P2B doesn't make it out of there, they will split. I don't think P2B is just going to go and keep his vote and just say, oh, you know what, I'm going to see this election out. He's going to go to one other party and he's going to run and he's going to split the vote. So what do you make? It's a bit messy, I must say. Really, it's a little bit messy right now. How do you see everything playing out, Dexter?
Thank you, forefathers, everybody on the show. I think this topic has been overflowed for me. I kind of agree with what Master is saying. But if I have to answer your question, the truth is that the ADC know that, the characters in ADC know that there are some people they need in the party for it to work. Although the ADC is made up of the people that are the power players in the ADC right now, they look like the Atiku block. But if you throw Peter Obi inside, the truth is that the people in ADC know that most of the average Nigerians are with Peter Obi. That is the truth about it. And so it's going to be difficult for that coalition or whatever to work if they shelve Peter Obi aside. That is the simple truth, However, I think the ADC is not going about. I don't really know their plan. The thing about politics is that they are smoke screens. The way, unfortunately, the way this present administration is going, wants to kill, it's not really promoting democratic practices. As much as anytime somebody comes out and say, I'm a Democrat, just know that that person doesn't promote democratic practices. That is the truth. You know, this administration is not promoting democratic practices. So as much as I don't really support the power bloc that want to get rid of Tinubu, personally, I don't support them because it's the same power bloc that have put Nigeria where it is. Okay, and I think that's why Peter Obi has to be very skeptical. And Dati made a point about that. Dati, if you listen to Dati, he has made a point about that 2 times. That look, the people, those characters, the change we want to see in Nigeria is not necessarily those characters that are that are fronting in ADC that we need. No, you know, as much as they don't like Tinubu, I'm not a fan of Tinubu, but I'm not going to say, okay, we need those people back in power. Unfortunately, the person we have in power is not promoting democratic practices. So it's clear that is not what we need, you know? And I think that is a dilemma that someone like Peter Obi has, because on one hand, the truth is that for you to get power, it takes a lot of maneuvers, Now, do you want to deal with the devil? Are you going to dine with the devil? That is the question. And I think what Peter Obi was looking forward to was a situation whereby he gets into power by the will of the masses. Now, unfortunately, the way Nigeria is, the same elements that are ADC are people that have set up structures that don't allow the will of the masses to stand. You know, so the question is, what do you do? It's a very tricky situation. The truth is that if we want to be honest, unfortunately, there's another thing. There's a generation of Nigerians that don't believe that you can have honest leadership. And I think that is the generation that is killing Nigeria. Because that is the same generation that will tell you, oh, this person, you find out that when something is supposed to be honest, they will throw in dishonesty. And it is among us. You have a generation of Nigerians that if they go to the public service, they are the ones that will bring out money to bribe. Even when the person that is delivering the service say no, no, they want to bribe. There's a generation of Nigerians that are like that. That is why you find out they will come and say, oh, everybody is a thief. Oh, this person cannot do that. And that is the same generation that is making it impossible. You know, they will be involved in the rigging.
Yeah, but like I said, though, I think the silver lining from what I've seen is that why is it that the rigging doesn't tend to be happening strongly in the cities? So it means that there's a weakness there.
Forefathers, it's also look at there's rigging machinery. Let me tell you, where the rigging happens is in the collation center. This is how elections are done in Nigeria. The rigging is not done in the polling unit. There's rigging in the polling. So see what happens in the polling unit. In the polling unit, everybody in the less informed places, like you have said, in the less public places, the way they rig it is that they look at and this is what Beavers was supposed to stop. They look at the election register. Let's say there are 200 people that are supposed to vote in that polling unit. On the day of election, 70 people voted. Now, what happens? There's 130 votes. There's 130 votes left. The election officers make money from that 130 votes. Electoral officers make money. INEC electoral officers make money. Some INEC electoral officers will say back, okay, there's 130 votes, so what do people want to do? APC will say, okay, we want to buy. They will tell you each vote is 10,000. APC, that is now electoral officers' business. APC will buy, ADC will buy, Labour Party will buy, everybody will buy. Now, that is one. Where people like Wike have their own rigging machinery is in the collation center. That is where you have the wreck. When it comes to
but if that was the case, why couldn't he rig Port Harcourt?
He did rig Port Harcourt. He rigged it.
won.
No. That is for on IREF, but INEC result says that Tinubu won.
No, Tinubu won the state, but P2B, even in INEC result, P2B won this in Port Harcourt.
Which result is recognized? Is it the INEC result or IREF?
See, the IREF still concluded that this thing P2B Tinubu won.
Mahmoud.
At least initially.
No. IREF confirmed that Peter Obi won in Rivers State. IREF confirmed. The result on IREF showed that Peter Obi won in Rivers State. INEC announced result says Tinubu won.
Okay, I agree with you on that. But what we don't know, I don't have any evidence for, is the announcement for the result of Port Harcourt itself.
No, the announcement for the result for Port Harcourt, Tinubu won Port Harcourt.
No, he didn't.
Forefathers,
okay, let me see if I can find it.
The Googling it, the video is there of Mahmoud announcing, and it was something that the cable and BBC did a detailed analysis of that. INEC announced that Tinubu won Port Harcourt, but IREF evidence showed from the polling unit that Peter Obi won. So basically what they do is in the collation center, that is where it is changed. In fact, the Lagos own, during the election, you could hear what was happening in the collation center when somebody was altering results frantically, and somebody had a recording, a video, audio recording of it. Okay? However,
the reason why I reached that conclusion, because if you look at Abuja, the same thing happened. You look at Lagos, similar stuff happened. In the outskirts is where they really have a lot of power to shift the vote.
Forefathers, let me tell you something. There's something that Wike always said. What did Wike say? Wike always talked about, don't touch my structure. What is the structure? What do you think that structure is?
The structure is the ability to mobilize now.
The structure is a stranglehold on the local government. The local government is the collation center of every ward in that local government. The person that controls that local government controls. If the person has decided that I'm going to rig this election, it is at the local, when they bring the results inside, that's where you change everything. Now, the truth about it is that in Nigeria, it is not everybody that is corrupt. You have some governors that they are not really interested. If the polling units, if they are not able to get enough votes in the polling unit, they are fine, whatever the result is. And secondly, IREF was supposed to end. IREF was supposed to be Beavers was supposed to be the game changer, because in Beavers, if you don't show up on election day, then the record is supposed to show you did not show up. If somebody tries to put thumbprint for you because you did not accredit yourself, that vote is supposed to be scrapped. However, Nigeria's Supreme Court has said that Beavers is not really a legitimate way. That is what the Supreme Court has said. It is only one election in Nigeria, and that was in Abia State. And that is why Alex Otti is in power today. It was only one election that the INEC returning officer said she would not accept the results that they had brought to her from the collation center. She won't accept the result until she verifies with Beavers that the people they say are there were actually accredited. That was the only thing that got Alex Otti into power. If not, Alex Otti won't be in power today. The woman, the returning officer said no. She will. Now, that is what we need in Nigeria, where returning officers can say, look, give me the results and give me the Beavers. Let me verify. But unfortunately, in Nigeria, one, you don't have people of integrity all around, and it affects all of us. And you can see it. One of the things is that when you see how you know integrity is compromised is when people start making passing statements to give excuses for things. Example, Peter Obi says, oh, I will do 4 years. Somebody says it's not possible. You will never do 4 years. Why? Why should we say that you will never do 4 years? Mandela did 4 years and went and left the place. Why? So when we say that kind of thing, it's a reflection of our own self. When we come and say, oh, you can't do this one, it's a reflection of our own self. Because if a man comes out and says, this is what he's going to do, why would you now use your own reflection to judge the man? If you cannot stand up for your own integrity, if you can't stand, if you are the one that when you get there, you will not say, no, you will stay on. That is you. But if somebody else says, this is what I'll do,
Sorry,
don't do it.
can I ask Dexter a question? Two questions.
Please go ahead.
Okay, I like where you're going to, Dexter. And honestly speaking, I really believe these are the kind of discussions we should be having. How do these people rig? How do we forestall the rigging? I'm not even interested in who is the candidate, who will win. But let's perfect the system first. Then we can start arguing about who is a good candidate, who is not. So my first question is, how do you get to know all these things, like the way they are doing the rigging? And I'm not trying to set you up. Honestly,
I will tell you, Master, a couple of my friends have been INEC returning officers and have been INEC rec. Okay, that's how I know. Yes, I know how it happens. My friend has a couple of them have been there, and the ones that have collected that after election is over, you have 150 voters that did not turn up. Oh yeah. Is the INEC person that will say, look, there's 150, what do you want to do? They will sell, people will buy. They will say each vote is 20,000. Which the party that has enough money will buy it in that polling unit. That's what happens.
Okay, thank you. So the second question now, in all that discussion, Dexter, has there any one of them who told you or gave you an idea, or as you are listening to them, did you have any idea of how that process of rigging can be forestalled?
No, that's what I say. Beavers was the game changer. So what Beavers was supposed to do was that if they sell that vote, because the person is not registered. So what Beavers was doing is, Beavers will verify that you are available.
Okay.
So if they sell it,
thank you. We need to move it on soon, no? Before
yes, if they, let me just answer Masker. If they sell the vote, what is supposed to happen is, that's why I say that it is the returning officer. If the returning officer is honest, you will take the Beavers and say, okay, in this polling unit, only 20 people were accredited, but you showed me that 200 people voted. I will cancel 180. I will find out who are the 180. Now, that is a painstaking exercise.
That will work.
No, Masker, it will work. Let me tell you why it will work. It's not, what we can do is that the electoral sheet, you can make it that it can scan. You can put in that Beavers machine where it can scan. When you just scan it, the ones that are false, it goes out. It's not like it can't work. But what we need, Master,
let me tell you why I said what I said. Because once results have been allocated across party lines, and you start that result, then you are going to have bigger issues where a party is saying, well, you can't cancel my result.
But that is what happened in Abia State, Masker. That is what happened in Abia State. The woman said, bring me the Beavers. That is what she said.
Okay. Let's settle this one before. Let's move on to some other person, because we are not going to get to the end of this. But I like the conversation regarding trying to deal with this rigging aspect, because if there is some patterns that they show that you can reduce it, maybe that it will be a good way to start. Welcome, OT. OT hasn't had his say, has he? Should we just pretend as if you've had, because you contributed earlier on?
OT is a PDP candidate.
Yeah, good. So let's see. Yeah, we want to be going to another topic soon. Do you want to go to another topic, AY?
You don't want me to contribute?
No, you can contribute briefly to this one. Then you move on to maybe US politics and
Sure.
All right.
It's true.
Go ahead. Contribute to this one based on what you've heard so far, and Jonathan, his viability, and which ticket is most viable from ADC. The question still remains. And then we have P2B going to Afenifere.
which I think is a very, very good thing.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So, greetings everyone from here, from the moon. So, I don't know. It seems we forgot so soon. I don't even know why people are discussing Goodluck Jonathan. I don't know what Goodluck Jonathan is coming back to do. I really don't understand it. People actually surprise me when they discussing this issue. That is one. The second thing is Goodluck Jonathan lost election in the office. Don't forget. Goodluck Jonathan does not even have the political capital to win an election in Nigeria. Quote me anywhere. If you conduct an election today, even between Goodluck Jonathan and Tinubu, he will succeed in winning Bayelsa State. He will struggle. The all other South states, I can bet my dollar, Goodluck is not even going to get 25%. That's one. The other question you ask yourself, he want to contest. Which party does he want to contest? Goodluck does not have party. PDP is dead. If you look at it, if Goodluck is going to contest in this election, people are literally pushing him. Don't forget, Goodluck is not really a politician today. He's not really a politician. If you go through his profile, you will understand. Don't forget, he was deputy governor. When Alamesia had the issue, he became governor. He was vice president. When Umaru Musa Yar'Adua died, became president. Then he contested with Iku Bensi Power. It's not really a politician. And Goodluck is very clueless, except he's better now. He's very clueless. It's not joke. When people praise Goodluck, I don't know, man. Don't worry, I have people that work in that government. Goodluck is clueless. Then coming to the ADC itself, let me quickly comment on some of the stuff Dexter was saying right now. Those the way they rig election and those kind of stuff. They were really good point to discuss, right? But when you look at opposition today, they've not done anything. They are just big disappointment. To be honest, due respect to Peter Obi, Mr. Peter Obi, because they've not done nothing. My expectation is after election, they supposed to put pressure on the government. Let's have electoral reform. What Dexter was discussing now, the thing that can correct that is the electoral reform. Without the electoral reform, the system will continue. So, because if you look at 2023 election, one of the big issue was they transmitted result. They did transmit result. When they went to court, they said it's not compulsory to transmit result. That's a loophole. That's a point. So instead of them to fight to say, you know what, we must have electoral amendment where result must be transmitted. Any result that is not transmitted is not avoid. That's just a loophole. Nothing was done. They are there gathering. You look at the ADC and look at APC. Ask yourself, what's the difference between both? It's same people, man. They just move from APC to ADC. If you look at them, 90% move from APC, PDP to ADC. We are in a cycle. So that's why for me, I mean, there is no difference between the two. No ideology. The idea is just to grab power. And what's his name? The guy was his body. What he said that ADC is just a coalition for Atiku. If you are seeing doubt, I don't know what to tell you. Is the moment, watch out for this. The moment you hear, what's the guy? The coup plotter, the former Senate President David Mark. How can people even listen to David Mark? Who? David Mark. Well, 4 people, you listen to him. David Mark was Senate President for how many years? Go and check history of David Mark. He is the leader of that group. David Mark and Atiku, they are connected. I tell you this. This is what you hear. The first sign, they don't even need Peter Obi. The first sign. Now they are pushing Peter Obi and El-Rufai. You must come, you must resign from your party. You must come and join ADC. Here is the first sign. They will tell you, oh, we want to have an OPPO ticket. There is no zoning. The moment you hear that, just cancel APC in your dictionary.
Yeah, but if you know that, what makes you think that P2B and El-Rufai don't know that? They know that too, if you know that.
Yeah, they know the game now. They know the game. So if we want real change, it's only one thing. I have said it many times. You remember I'll be telling you that Kokoso is coming to APC. I remember you and KJ were saying, no, it's not. Sure, you see the line now. Kokoso is set to the cap to APC. Quote me anywhere. He's set to the cap. He's going to go. Now, he is also struggling. He's strategizing for 2031.
Because Peter, the president met him, so that means that he's going to decamp.
No, people before then. Come on, you are not following politics in Nigeria. I know you are. You just stay in UK. You need to get home and know what is going on. So let me tell you this, right? Let me tell you this. Where you will know, I'm not going to say anything about who is going to win, who is going to contest till next year. Where you will know, the only way I still feel, yeah, a lot of people don't want Tinubu right now, but Tinubu is still the man to beat. This is the reality. Where you will know that the opposition, they are even ready at all, is where when you see.
But Kwakwado just denied that he was going to join APC. Just
Kwakwado joining
hours from
APC.
now.
Papa, we will be here to discuss it.
Okay,
we will be here.
you keep saying that
next
now.
2 months. We will be here to discuss it.
2 months. Okay, I will remind you.
But yeah, everybody will be my witness here. I'm going to remind you. Now, look at it. The only way to actually challenge Tinubu in this election, the opposition, all of them, they really come together and do a transparent primary that the whole country will accept. That should be the genesis. Otherwise, boom. We have brilliant mind that can get this work done. This is the truth. We have brilliant mind. But
I'm not sure I agree with your assessment that
you don't need to agree.
Listen, let me share something. I wanted to share something about, I don't know, this is not working very well. I wanted to share something with Dexter about the numbers of what they call it, this in votes gotten in Port Harcourt. I think because I was looking for that, because that information is quite important. It might inform the way we approach the elections coming in the future.
No, Father, the point, what you said there as regard how they rig election in remote areas, that is the fact.
Yeah, let me show him. Sorry, let me just make that clear to Dexter. You see Port Harcourt here? That is Labour Party 62,000 and APC 5,000 something. But if you go to Obiakpo, look at that, 80,000. This is where they run their numbers up. So, and those are outskirts. But the center of town, they tend to not do very well. That's a pattern.
Wait,
you see, and this is a report that said Tinubu won the election.
Forefathers, where do you say it's outskirts? Where do you say it's outskirts? Forefathers, you are not a Port Harcourt boy. Don't ever say that. Obiakpo is the richest local government in Nigeria outside Lagos.
Yeah, but it's not in Port Harcourt.
Obiakpo is the center. It's not outskirts. Are you hearing
what?
me?
Obiakpo is the center of Port Harcourt. Don't get me started. Obiakpo is not the center of Port Harcourt.
Forefathers, there are two prominent local governments in Port Harcourt. Port Harcourt local government and Obiakpo. Obiakpo is not any outskirts.
You just said there are two prominent Port Harcourt in this area, and then Obiakpo is not the heart of Port Harcourt.
I am a Port Harcourt man.
You are more recent. You are more recent.
Forefathers, I am more recent. I am old. I've been in Port Harcourt for over 20 years. Obiakpo, my family voted in Obiakpo. Don't say Obiakpo is outskirts. Don't say that. Obiakpo is the center. I tell you that Obiakpo is outskirts. For which You are not talking about Ikwere local government. You have not talked about Ahoda. You are saying Obiakpo is outskirts.
Okay. They didn't call it Port Harcourt, did they? They didn't for a reason. They didn't call it Port Harcourt for a reason.
They are the two critical local governments in Port Harcourt that generates all the money. Obiakpo local government and Port Harcourt local government. Okay?
See, calm down. These areas are relatively new areas when you want to describe them as
which areas? Which one?
The Obiakpo you are talking about. The Obiakpo you are talking
about. Stop this misinformation. Obiakpo is not any new area. Stop it.
You are saying they produce, you mean in Port Harcourt, they produce oil in Port Harcourt?
Forefathers. Obiakpo has the largest, it produces the largest internal revenue.
Yeah, because of oil companies. Because of oil companies.
Forefathers, Obiakpo, don't ever say that Obiakpo is outskirts or it is new.
Obiakpo is new. Obiakpo is not considered heart of Port Harcourt. I'm sorry to say.
Hey, you guys let me finish.
Look at how it's the kind of stuff that they say. He's trying to change the complexion of Port Harcourt.
So that the discussion, because the two of you are saying the same thing, but you guys are just doing
this is great misinformation.
It's not misinformation.
I don't know why it's arguing. Obiakpo is not the heart of Port Harcourt.
The two of you are saying.
Stop saying this thing.
Okay, listen now. Don't follow forefathers. What kind of people live in Obiakpo? Are they poor people or rich people?
Yeah, they are very rich people, very wealthy people.
Dexter. So this is the point, and it is important all of us begin to put our thinking caps. Okay. It's not to argue where Obiakpo is, whether it's in the middle or outside. The point that is now being out is that obviously rich people in Nigeria, they don't go and stay in a voting station. So in that kind of environment, people can go and rig. This is what this thing, the argument.
Sorry, this is what Google said. This is what Google said. Obiakpo local government area is a prominent local government area in Rivers State, Nigeria, serving as the economic center within the metropolitan.
Yes, I understand that.
Hold on. Can you just stop all that stuff you are doing? It is not.
This is my turn.
Okay.
Oh my, this is my turn. Let me finish. Stop,
wait,
guys.
Fathers, help me. Since you are Google in Maitama, who win in Maitama district?
I don't know whether I can find that precise one. That would take I will try to find that out.
Forefathers, Obiakpo belongs to Nyesom Wike. Let me shock you. In the recent local government election, the recent one that happened a few weeks ago, the local government chairman of Obiakpo, the one that won, had over 300,000 votes, more than Tinubu had in the whole state. That is a wicked stronghold.
That's what forefathers is saying now. He's saying the same thing.
Yeah.
He said
you guys are saying the same thing. Hey, Okpewolo, I will cancel your 2028. Just let me speak.
The areas he's saying it's Port Harcourt is the same. Is not okay. Let's put it that way.
Let me explain it.
No.
Let me break it down.
It's not the heart of Port Harcourt that we know before. Maybe like when I went to Port Harcourt recently, I was surprised that we were in Port Harcourt because those areas we used to drive through before used to be more bushy and more rural. See, they mentioned Choba. Choba is not the heart of Port Harcourt, but now it's part of the heart of Port Harcourt. It's the new area that have been developed that encompass Port Harcourt. No, see, I'm
Father is from the remote area.
See, when I was in Port Harcourt, that was the last time I was in Port Harcourt was the late 90s. So that Port Harcourt that used to exist before has changed. The areas, and especially this is one of the things they were accusing what's his name, Wike of doing. He was developing all these areas where the Ikwere people and other people populate, and those areas are highly developed now. That's why I didn't even know when we were in Port Harcourt because there was no area anymore.
You are very disrespectful to the people of the party.
Hey, stop it! I know he knows what I'm saying. Dexter knows what I'm saying.
No. On a more serious note, the topography of Rivers State where they are in the 90s, you they follow person they argue.
No. Because you have to see, it's like you being in Lagos in the 1980s, and somebody comes and tells you that the outskirts towards Ogun State.
But
Those are the heart of Lagos. You have to argue that that's not the heart of Lagos, because when I was in Lagos, it was Lagos Island, it was other areas.
This thing, I don't know why this argument is unnecessary.
No,
let me
it's unnecessary because it's a different interpretation of what Port Harcourt is. He was in the Port Harcourt at a different time, and I can understand that. I was in the Port Harcourt at a different time. The old Port Harcourt that I know, that is the one that's called, that they call the Port Harcourt.
The result you put out
LGA.
was not
There's a reason
old.
why they call it Port Harcourt LGA.
The result you put out was not old result. It was yesterday result. And the man who lived in Port Harcourt yesterday was telling you are arguing. Like, how does that even make sense?
They call the area I'm talking about Port Harcourt. They call the other area Obiakpo, and you see,
why are you arguing with a man that lives there? He said his parents.
I live there too. Stop saying that. I live there too. So I'm telling you.
Okay, let me finish.
In the 90s.
Just let me finish.
You are arguing.
You should understand the name is a clue. The name is a clue.
You are still arguing. You are still.
This argument is not necessary.
You are the one arguing with me because you are refusing to follow reason.
You are arguing, man.
The name is a clue.
You go argue with Wike. You go argue with Wike. Okay. You go argue with Wike.
I will argue with you. You can't come and tell me what
actually.
Please go ahead.
Okay.
We spent 3 hours to discuss
what is true, right?
Just think about that mascot. 3 hours discussing Goodluck Jonathan. Does that even make sense, mascot?
Yeah,
3 hours talking about Goodluck Jonathan.
And my argument is that this whole argument is null and void if people are going to do rigging. So why are you even arguing who is going to win?
That's why I said Tinubu is not going to lose, but when I like the
actual election.
I said Tinubu no go lose when I like
Dexter, which local government is Mile 3 in?
No.
Can you stop it? Dexter, which local government is Mile 3 in?
We said drop it.
I wanted him to answer that question because if he answered that question, then I will clear Yes.
Mile 3 is most likely in Port Harcourt local government area.
Exactly, that is my point. That is Port
Harcourt. Let me ask you a question. Which local government area? Forefathers. Let me bust your bubble here. Which local government is Shell RA in?
Shell RA in. I think that's probably the Obiakpo area. Those areas are not well developed before.
Wait now. Forefathers. Which local government area is Transamadi in?
Okay, it's okay.
Transamadi is probably in Port Harcourt, actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's probably in Port Harcourt.
Okay, let me
eat it recently.
Hold on.
The Port Harcourt to Najano was before Obasanjo became president. That was the Port Harcourt this guy is talking about, and they follow and they argue. Like, how?
You know.
So
and actually, forefathers, I've seen that of rigging in the local, or is it Dexter? Because I looked at the results for Abuja. I can see that even in the local government areas that are remote local government areas, Labour Party actually won resoundingly.
Yes, to be fair.
No. Actually, hold on, guys.
All
this is my thought. Exactly. Let me explain it to them. See, what forefathers said is actually true. It's easier to rig in remote local government area. Where you can't, Abuja is more like there is exposure everywhere. But there are cases where, for example, like Obiakpo, where Wike is getting hold of that local government. They also have machinery where it can be very easy for them to rig the election.
But all this thing that what we all know for the past 20 years now.
Yeah, no, we just need to clarify.
Oti is about to leave also. It would have been okay. It would have been good to have you when we are discussing, because I think towards the end we'll discuss a little bit about religious autonomy, since we are not going to get a chance to discuss it tomorrow. Yeah, I think that's something that would have been good for you to be around.
Only here for religion.
No, I think it's one of the foremost critical thinkers in this arena. He's from a law background. He thinks more logically. Okay, So where were we? AY was saying.
You guys did not.
Thank
I
you
don't
for
know.
joining us.
Once it's my turn, you guys should just start arguing. Right?
Tunanja argue with us for like 3 months that rural area no count towards 2022. For like 3 months straight, he was arguing. No count. Today now, like, leave this man alone.
You're just making stuff up now. You're just making it up. I didn't argue with you for 3 months.
It's not even 3 months. Like
Okay. See, AY, this guy is not going to let me rest. See, AY, what you carry on with the point you are making about rural versus city voting, please.
Even me, I'm tired of this argument. Why do you guys argue like this? Eh?
This guy is rough now. You see that Pegolo, since he's got him, he won't let me rest.
Let's go to something.
This is what I've been getting all the time. Yeah, he won't let me rest. Okay, so now we can move on to the American arena. There's a lot of heat going on there from a lot of conspiracy theories flying around about Kirk, and there is Trump. They say Trump is afraid to sort end wars. He can't seem to end the Ukrainian war. He can't end the Gaza one. He can't sort out the Epstein. The guy is the only thing is
talking of war, Tunanja, you will like this. The Secretary of War just invite all the generals globally to meet on Tuesday.
Globally,
all their generals.
NATO, you mean?
No.
I say all globally, all American generals globally.
Yeah. Wow, that's interesting.
They are meeting on Tuesday.
They need a war. America needs a war to get themselves moving. Okay, so there is the war issue that the guy hasn't been able to solve. The Epstein case, he hasn't been able to solve it. And America is beginning to look like some kind of dictatorship already, you know. All you guys in America, do you guys see what we see from the outside? They are intimidating comedians too. And money is moving left and right. They are just, even the FBI is releasing information that is dodgy. Why is everybody seems to be dodgy in America these days?
We are used to it.
What in the world is going on? So let's start from AY, since he hasn't said much. What do you make of what is going on? I know you are a recent arrival in America, so you better.
AY hasn't said much.
What do you mean? What do you mean recent arrival in America?
You better. I thought you were in Canada before. I thought you arrived recently. I thought you were in Canada before.
No, I live in Nigeria, man. I don't live in America.
You live in Nigeria. What
America,
are you talking
Nigeria
about?
is my country, man.
Oh, are you serious? You don't live in Nigeria. What are you going on about? You live in
that
America.
cap way and my mask wear. When they wear
that when he wears that hat, it's a proper
don't
Nigeria
trust them.
now.
Anytime the two of them wear that cap, they are up to
I have one. Matka gave me one, so don't worry. One of these days I will spot it, and when I'm prepared for looking.
But you can trust Houthis are not Yazidis because of the cap he's wearing, Abi.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes. Once I know him, I know what they can do and what they cannot do. So I'm not scared. But I don't know what. I don't even know if there's that guy.
Akbegolo, you have to be careful in America. You know you are not a citizen, so be careful what you say about Trump. These days, they are going after people that are not citizens. Even citizens, they are going after citizens, not to mention people that are citizens.
Where they carry them go?
They will take you to Rwanda or South Sudan or somewhere.
Ghana.
Ghana is accepting them too. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, Ghana is accepting them.
Is there nothing Ghana not going to accept? Those people.
Now the jackpot where they migrate. Anywhere I am, I'm home.
You are welcome. To be fair, I think you'll be fine, really. But what do you make of this American thing? There's a bit of a chill coming down.
Honestly,
pipeline right now.
It's actually a disgrace what is going on in America. A lot is going on, to be honest. The bully, what I find really weird.
Military in cities and coast guard, the country is getting out of control.
Yeah, what I find really weird is some of us that come here to defend Trump. I find it really weird. Then they go ahead and criticize Tinubu, criticize Nigeria. We know they don't obey laws in Nigeria. Then you now have a country where that used to be a show example to the world. Today they don't obey laws, impunity, but you go ahead and support them. So what it really means is that you don't hate impunity, you don't hate it. It's just when you hate the people, the person doing it, that's where you complain. This is just the issue. For example, America that are supposed to be, look at what happened in the UN, right? Almost all the countries in the world now, they recognize Palestine, Palestine state. That's also an example. Trump is other, America and Trump, they are under pressure. Now he say he's gonna try to resolve it, right? So a lot of countries are speaking up more. Even America allies, the Western country, all of them, they are recognizing Palestine state. It's not clear to everybody what is really going on there, but the country that's supposed to be the so-called leader of the world, they are the one perpetrating the evil. Give them weapon, give them money to be killing innocent children and women. It's just sad. Sometimes I don't know how people start to defend all this stuff. Even within America, it's not that.
Do you think that is because some people say that Trump is afraid of Netanyahu? To hear people saying
Honestly,
that,
I don't know the
scary.
deal. I don't know the deal, but I think the time is near. Like, if you are, no matter how bad you are, you're supposed to know when to stop. Right now, America, I think they don't see understanding that it's time to stop, because everybody is picking up now. Even from France to Russia to people are speaking up more.
Among
they
the countries
cancel
that
Colombia president.
let me ask you now.
Visa.
I wanted to ask you, among the countries that recognized Palestine last week, which of the countries do you think will influence the US the most? I have a country in mind. Well, which one do you think?
I would think UK. I think that was a big shock for them. I would think.
Yeah, I think so too. The UK tend to be quite decisive when it comes to American foreign policy.
Yeah, I think that's a strong message, right? I know even Canada, they did. France, they are at the forefront. Australia, New Zealand, almost all the countries now, because everybody is tired. You can't deceive people anymore. Even it's just the American government and the president, right? The common people in America, just imagine evil people like Tucker, Kadeso, where a lot of people that used to give support to this madness, now they are really speaking up against what is going on. So the people, if you give freedom, now you see the people freedom, like even university college students, you see how they were protesting. They know, they understand what is going on. So you can't really deceive the people anymore. So the government are not really with the people, because if you give the people freedom, they will still be on the street. So they are trying to like silence people by all means. That's the issue. So even if right now, even the American economy is actually struggling. It's not doing good. The last FOMC meeting, the Fed meeting, they cut interest rate because the economy is not doing good. The economy is struggling. That's a factor. People are losing jobs. The issue of tariff is there. You used to bully country. If you are not in line, if you are not in agreement with the president of the country or with the leadership, you bring in tariff to bully them. So these are all issues. But the tariff thing is also affecting America. America, trust me, American economy as we speak is struggling. It's really struggling.
But do you think that the Democrats have a question to answer here for? Because the reason why I'm saying, because you can argue that Biden had a point in terms of granting his own family members immunity, all kinds of stuff. Because look at what's happening to Comey right now. However, though,
he has to
by doing that.
Comey.
But that's the question I want to get to. By doing that, he opened the gate to saying that privileged people do whatever they like. And
that's what's going
them
on.
covering them covering up his illness also didn't help. The Democrat, their conduct may have led to the power of this president now. Because anything they want to criticize the president for, they'll say, you put it worse.
They are politicians. Now, that's why I will always tell you politicians are the same. I don't even know why people don't understand it. They might act differently, they are the same. So what happened, if you follow American election, right? The only reason why Biden, even when they were asking him before the election, he said was not going to grant asylum to what's it called? It's not going to give forgiveness to his family, right? To his son. But it was a plan. The plan was, if Kamala Harris come in, I'm not the one to do it. Kamala Harris will do it. But when he saw that Kamala really lost the election, then he quickly went ahead and just grabbed name of some people and said, he pardoned this, he pardoned this, he pardoned this. That was what happened. So Trump will do the same thing. Before Trump leave office, he will pardon. He can pardon thousands of people. Anybody he suspects, from his family to his cronies, anybody, he's going to pardon them. Watch it. That is what is going to happen, because a lot is going to happen after this tenure, right? I'm really waiting for the midterm election. Democrats, they seem to be sleepy. I don't know what's going on with them right now, but we shall see. A lot is going on in America that they are not just going right. From immigration, there is a lot, like a lot. The impunity is just too much.
Did you? Yeah. There is one man. America. If we start discussing America, it's going to go forever, because there's so many stuff going on now. There is this statement that people, when they looked at the statement that Charlie Kirk's wife made during the earlier session, where she said, that she was saying those people, and it's like she was trying to rally her own side against some of the forces that were against her husband. And I've heard of cases where people are saying they have to take the country back from these people. This is what I was saying when I said the people that are in charge really are these guys, but they can lend the power to whoever, like people like Benjamin Netanyahu and all the rest. But when they mean business, they will take it back. And I think that is the struggle that is going on now, and they will take it back.
Struggle.
Make no mistake. They will take it back.
That is the
and
struggle.
Trump likes it or not, he will give way, because these people don't play.
So that is where the people is referring to is the big money, the money bank that was sponsoring Charlie Kirk. So immediately Charlie Kirk wanted to deviate. It seems there were some caution. You gotta stop. You gotta. So whatever happened. So where she's also speaking up. Tucker is speaking up. A lot of them are really speaking very hard. Yeah, there is one other lady, Anna something. Oh, Bibi Ray is not here. That one, she's very vocal.
Yeah,
No, I think Hannah Eja. I can't remember her last name.
If you Google it, you will see.
No. She just a TV personality. She's a comedian too. She's very bold. You need to go watch her. You need to. She's more rugged than Kadesowe. Oh, Ray is not here. He will know. He will know.
He will know his name.
She's just
when you Ray, he's not here.
She speak out so much. So a lot of people are speaking up. The Gen Z, the youth, they really know what is going on now. If you follow up, I don't know if you are following up the New York election with Madani, the young guy, and the former governor. There is a lot that is actually a template of what is coming to America, because the common people now, they said they don't want the money back. It's the same Israeli billionaires that are usually like they sponsor those people in New York. Same way they sponsor the Congress member. They make sure they have control of everything. So people are now more aware now. So America are saying, you can't have control over our country. You got to give up. I don't know how this is going to end, but the people are really, really awake. That is just what is going on. That's why if you study America president from Clinton to Bush to Obama, not even the older president, they are kind of handicapped on these issues. Obama was trying to make move, but no way. He was disrespected. He was called name. Who are you? So
is there nobody Epstein people haven't slept with?
Bro, there was a video. Talk to
Is
Dr.
it nobody?
Davidi. There was the president that just died, Jimmy Carter. You need to watch the video Rudolph Share play here one day. He was saying it directly. He said, no, we don't have say, but this is what is going on. I was in Gaza, I was in Palestine. I went there to monitor election. This is what is going on. But he said, is there anything? He said, no, we're handicapped. People have the control. There is nothing we can do. He called him APAC. He didn't hide it. He didn't hide anything. If you ask Rudolph, he's going to show you, share that video. Probably somewhere. You need to watch it. These things are obvious. They are just obvious stuff. They are handicapped. The president cannot do much. Trust me.
Let me go to Okpogolo. I don't know whether he's there. This one that his guy is looking at me funny. Okpogolo, are you there?
It's not camera.
I'm here.
No camera, no.
So this idea of what is going on in America now, these were very, very good at styling stuff, because there is a lot of violence coming from a lot of young white men right now, and they are doing a lot of killing. If this were any other group, my goodness, we are not going to hear the end of this. And every time this happens, they even wanted to find a way to start blaming black people for it and threatening black people with Charlie Kirk's assassination, while it was a white guy that did it, a Republican, and the somebody that grew up in a Republican family, gun-loving family. And at that same day, that white guy went and did it for a school again. It's like it just keeps happening repeatedly. How do people deal with this? Because it appears that in America they don't want to confront that problem, that there is something going on within the white community between the 20 and 30. That's you can even argue 20-25. That's the danger point. And most of all these for doing all this shooting, they tend to be within that age range. Why? What has happened? Is it COVID-19? What has triggered this excess of violence from this age group in America right now? You guys are in America. You should know better. What is going on in that country?
Maybe not because you're an outsider. So the news that outside people consume of America is different from what we inside America consume. So that's you need to understand how that works. Because for me, I don't think there's anything that is happening now that is new. The only thing new is that now is just real time. Everybody get phone, so everybody they show on live. There's nothing in terms of killing all this thing that you're talking about. I don't think.
Are you saying that school shooting hasn't gone up?
Which year it go low?
No, we are talking about from I know
it has never been low, forefather.
All the way in the early 2000s, it's been the same.
You're not listening. I say you are looking in.
Let me find out now if that's true.
You are looking in from outside, so I understand. I normal, there are different news that they consume. So
that one is
and again, you looking at it from the political lens, which is normal. So anybody you listen to will be alarmed. It just depends on who you are listening to. If you listen to the right, you feel as if you do. So it depends. But me, where they see things, I don't think in terms of shooting and killing, I don't think there is, so far since I've been here, I don't think any 1 year better past 1 year. As I said, the difference is that you are getting things in real time. Just as you watch the screen of Charlie Kirk real time. You are not told, you watch it, like there's a video live. So
there was another deadly shooting in Dallas. I think
yes,
number we explained before that. Deadly one.
So, that same day.
What's it called? I said the
Colorado. So
they said it has gone up. That in the year 1970 they had 20 incidents. To 2021 they had 251. So that is a marked
You know, I
increase.
always tell you that.
You are talking about 1970.
Sorry, Pablo. The only time you hear those shooting, the only time you hear them is either the person name resemble a Muslim name, or it's a black person. Then you hear them more, bro. This is a normal thing every day. The one you don't hear, the civil more. To be honest,
if you
it's like the
get
norm.
around,
Wow.
if you
Sorry,
do your
forefathers.
research,
Sorry, I'm leaving you guys. I want to lock up the office. Please enjoy your weekend. It was nice to be here for everybody.
Yeah, it's nice to have you
my
too.
in-law. My in-law.
Oh, look at that.
This time you are wearing
Oh, guys, it's
Alaji
my
cap.
in-law.
This time you are wearing
Yes,
Alaji
now
cap.
I want to tell you.
you're
I want
already
to tell you I'm
disqualified.
serious.
As an allergy,
Yeah, but I'm not going.
No,
I'm not.
Ike
You
is
have
my
4
in-law.
wives already. How many you want to marry?
No, I need one more. They are not up to 4 yet.
You want to make it 5?
No, I don't do 5. It's 4 is the maximum.
Ah, okay.
It's forefather that can marry 10. Forefather is ready for 10. He's
okay.
ready. And Kwewolo.
If you
Forefather
really
of
know,
Kwewolo.
if you really know where forefather comes from, if they are in their place,
Oh, look at that.
Hey, my brothers. Hey, God bless you all, and enjoy
I
your
appreciate
weekend.
you. I appreciate.
And I see you guys. God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us. Yeah.
So to Niger, if you they carry out the statistics, just like you get some sites where you go carry out statistics of how many people they killed today in terms of gunshots. If you go there, if there's a record, you go surprised, maybe nothing less than 50. But you know go hear that for you never hear it. That happen every day. I'm talking about real time. If you do your research, you go see.
Chicago now like you they go drifting now.
You understand?
No
So
joke.
that's America for you, man. It just, as I said, it depends on what interests you.
2021 to 2022, the other one was 251. 21 to 2022, we have 327. This is crazy, though.
I don't say nah. See, that's how
and did you know? Oh my God, man! Did you know that DEI that they keep talking about, and they use pilots as an example? I didn't know, man. That is crazy. They said in America there has not been one plane crash that has been that has involved a black pilot. I didn't know that, and yet they use pilot as DEI employing black people. It's like you can't make it up.
To Niger. May I just give you one small work, or pay attention to this current Trump administration. 99% of them have come from they don't do media, one media or the other. That they are podcaster, they appear on CNN, Fox, or whatever. So it is not a coincidence. Even Trump himself has been on the media for the past 40 years. Where have you ever seen a president in your lifetime that talks to media 30 minutes to an hour every day? Every day since he got power. So what am I trying to point out? It is not the times that we are in now are not the usual time. They are not normal times. So everything is up for change. When I mean everything that you can think of, unless America is not interested or is not involved, has to change. Now, in the process of that change, are they going to succeed to achieve their aim? That's the question nobody understands. You understand? But the whole three satellite has been put on right now, right? America control the war via three angle, right? The military angle, the ideological angle, and the trade angle. The kinetic war now you don't start. They go on already in Russia. It's going to get worse. It's nothing will stop. The war is going to progress. So what am I trying to point out here? Worse days are ahead. What you are seeing playing out in Gaza and the rest, that is the ideological push that you are seeing. You have to keep that region in check. Then you see what is happening. The Chinese people must not attain regional hegemony. They must not even get regional power. I'm not talking about world power. They must not. That's what they are saying. So it's a more. It's not that Mungu stop them. No, they must not. So now the oppression they see going on. So they're taking on the whole world.
I wish Masca was here, because there was a point I wanted to raise to him. Somebody was it Tucker Carlson or one other American
I think it's a podcast, one of these people. He said when talking to this person, interviewed the prime minister or foreign minister of Iran, that what he found from interviewing him, that he was surprised how little they know how America works. That they don't have a clue how lobby system works and everything. They don't have a clue. And I've always asked myself, how is it that Israel seems to be running circles around Arab nations that is in America, given that they have so much money?
And I think that's one thing I don't know how people actually they consume the fact that Israel they control America. That's the most out of place statement I've ever heard. People they actually analyze on them. How?
No, but the point he was making was that Iranians, the officials, don't seem to know how to deal with America. They were asking questions like simple questions that they were supposed to know. They were asking like they were naive about how America works. I found that quite. He was almost feeling like he was feeling sorry for the guy. Like this guy don't have a clue.
Hold on. Who they interview him? I bet it's CNN.
I'm not sure it was CNN. I think this was. I don't know. I've forgotten who the person was.
That's why I say American are very. If you don't understand the media ecosystem, that's why you will just anything where you will say, now the rating be this. Now, what am I trying to tell you? You say that Iran don't know anything, no much about that. Who this government that is there? I mean, this whole Ayatollah regime, whatever. Who no be them problem in, and that's another thing that is going. The regime has to go. That is the whole plan.
They said that. Did you know that they said when Iranian diplomats come to America, like to the UN, they restrict them to a certain block area. They are not allowed to go beyond certain areas. So for this, we never know about all these things, all these restrictions that they put on some nations when they arrive there.
No. I see. Unless you are under terrorist watch or whatever, you understand. See. To Nigeria, even you as a diplomat, if you come assignment in America, if you actually want to preserve yourself, you know go everywhere. Because even water where you go drink, you don't know where chips dancers where they monitor how they think they work out for your system. Even the former senator from Nigeria, Senator Ade, he said it. He said even they bar for Lagos, they go they see her from Harvard. So all this way they talk say right people no not lie. Everybody they play the game is on because they are before this whole war will stop. Their goal is the Iranian regime has to go. They have to change the government. How they go do we don't know.
One of the things you said, I think I will bring this to Dexter. You said whether what they want, they will succeed in getting it. That is a quite a loaded question because I'm wrestling to even picture it because for them to succeed with what they want, oh my God, man, there's gonna be upheaval.
What do you mean by there is going to be? The upheaval has already started.
They know this is just low tempo. It hasn't kicked into gear yet. Because to get what they want, they will have to overturn the American state. It's a lot of things to overturn.
I don't know, but I don't know who will win. So until the OTF, now let's go back, coming back to America. When I thought say the news you are hearing, because when you still talk about Charlie Clark and all that, it sounds as if it's a last year event, right? Because as we speak, the Colombia president visa they don't revote him. That's why the guy don't show up. They revote him president. Trump has sent military guys now to Poland because to them that's where the headquarters of Antifa is. So within the next couple of hours or some days, you go once more back and forth. Don't go between the military and gangs on the street in Poland as I speak. So that's it.
In Poland.
Yeah, no, okay, sorry, Oregon.
Huh.
That's America. Poland,
seriously,
Oregon.
Poland. They want to start war within NATO.
We're talking about Poland. Russia don't they play with their airspace now? You never hear that news too?
I heard about that too, and that's another frightening aspect that seems to be coming online again. They are trying to get into a fight with Russia right now. Yeah, this is what I mean. They want a big war.
The war will go full all out from that axis between Russia and the European Union. Something is going to trigger it, and they will go all in. It's going to happen. Or civil war for where you did first. So one of those two, one of them will happen before what you
For
are seeing in
here,
America.
well, I don't know why I keep bringing the UK into this. So the UK is not
The
going to go
government
to a
has
civil
to,
war.
you know, they even they follow your conversation about the deportation and enforcement of digital ID.
Immigrant population is too small in the UK to result in a civil war. For civil war to happen, you have to have the nations within the nation groups within the nation to fight themselves, and there's no issue between the nation groups in the UK. It's just an immigration issue. What you could argue is that there could be a riot and some serious civil disobedience because of immigration.
I
That you
got you.
could say that. But US one is bigger. US one could lead. Like there's a real division whereby there's a division between the ideology of the East, that's the left and the right, and then there's also the demographic challenge that is so grave.
Yeah, but it's everywhere in Europe now. It's between the nationalists and the globalists. The globalists spread everywhere now. In fact, they are more. One of their strong office in London, being the financial headquarters of the empire. So what you think is happening in America in terms of the ideological divide is all over the Western world. It's not just America.
Let's bring Dexter in. Dexter, please give us a load. I think Jonaba is there, so let's try to bring him in. Jonaba, you two can interject. I think it's an open conversation. That's the way we are discussing it now. Really, these American events, I can't even keep up which one to talk about first.
Even we say we don't keep up.
I can't keep up. There are just too many. There's Epstein, there's Charlie Kirk, there is the young men shooting people, there is immigration, ICE, Comey, freedom of speech issue. It's just overwhelming the space.
Let me add. You know that to keep media houses alive, what do you need? You need stories to tell.
Right.
You need stories, and you shape the mindset of the populace by the stories that are told. Some of all these stories can even be smoke screens for other things that are happening. You understand? That is the truth. You know, the way politicians, the way people in power work. You know, okay, let me give you an example. People are talking about the war in Ukraine. Oh, Trump said he was going to stop the war in 24 hours. Who expected that to be real? Anybody that is holding, how will he stop a war? Secondly, was it Trump that started the war? When did the war start? The way people are holding him like, oh, he has to stop the war. Is it the one that started the war? And don't forget, there is a war economy. There are companies that are selling massive weapons. Companies that are rolling out weapons they need to test. You know, so I mean, you need to keep the stories. You know, what I don't think personally. This is my own thinking. I don't think Africans and Nigerians should be so worried about what happens in America. You know, because we are not yet at that level. It's like you have a child that cannot read and write, but is worrying about a child that has a PhD. That's when Africans are worrying so much about what's happening in America. You have a child that cannot read and write, cannot do his mathematics, cannot do his sciences, but he's talking about the guy that has a PhD did that. No way. Knock yourself down. Put your butts on the chair. Read. Get to that level where you are on the table. You understand? That's what I think it should be. You know, because for what it is, like forefathers, let us not even. I don't like when we Africans come here and we start talking about the immigration in America, the immigration. Are we not worse? Are we not worse? Didn't we do Ghana must go in Nigeria? Black skin to black skin. Look at what's happening in Lagos. Look at what happens in Nigeria. Black skin to black skin. Look at what's happening in South Africa. Black skin to black skin. So why? So this is the problem. The question I have for Africans: why do you want handouts? Why do we have this ideology? That's one. And if I was giving a typical example, you see a Nigerian person, he makes a mistake. Oh God, please, God, oh, if you don't go, God, I will not do it. God, forgive me. But you see a difference. The difference is that you see forefathers where you are, Angela Rayner, underpaid taxes. Did she start saying, oh God, oh, what did she do? She resigned. She resigned and left. Accountability. If it is an African, we turn it around. We bring one excuse upon excuse, and it has not made us to move forward. We want progress, but to make progress, you need to do the hard work. You need to do the hard work. We don't do that, but we want to. Look, forefathers, you want Nigeria to be a superpower. It is not hard. Any president that comes and gives Nigeria 15 to 20 years plan. Nigeria has the capacity to be a superpower. Why? Nigeria has a population between 18 to 30, ages between 18 to 35. There are over 70 million forefathers. That is an army. Take 10% of 70 million. That's what? 10% of 7, good. Make that an army. Which country in the world will be able to stand them? Between the ages of 15 to 35, you have 70 million people. Look, give that to China. Give that to America. That the country will explode. That is productive power. But what do you have? You have leaders in Nigeria that would rather want to build bus park. That one bus park is more, the budget for one bus park is more than the budget for health. That's the budget for health for the whole country. The budget to build one bus park is more than the budget. Look, the most important resource, until Africans realize that the most important resource they can ever have is the brains between their 2 ears. Until they realize that, we are going nowhere. We will forever be playing, it's not even catch up. We won't be. Recently, I was telling a friend of mine, he works in defense industry in Nigeria. This thing you're talking about is about, I shouldn't be saying this here, but Nigeria is trying to build rockets. Nigeria now wants to be able to launch its own satellite by itself. So we want to acquire the technology to launch our own satellite. But now, I hope you know that rockets technology is actually missile technology. They are very related. So he was telling me that yes, this present government is trying to put money. My friend is involved in that. He's trying to put money into that. You know, he said, but the Russians, the countries that have this technology don't want to share. They don't want to share it with us. Do you know what I did? I told him, why are you going to look? It is physics now. Is it not physics? Is it not projectile? Is it not calculation? I showed him pictures from colleges in Europe. Colleges in Europe where children are young people under the ages of 16 to 18 are doing the calculation and doing their experiments to launch rockets. I said, why? So this is my question with there's this. I don't know whether they gave us like a mental block in Africa that we cannot think. But I know we can think. But it's like somebody has bewitched us to make us that our thinking is not, it's not really the right one. And we have leaders that don't appreciate it. Because forefathers, let me tell you, physics is physics anywhere. Calculation is calculation. Maths is maths. Do you understand? Nigeria has some of the best mathematicians. Simple, it's calculation. To calculate how will you break into the stratosphere, it is simple calculation. Yeah, simple calculation. Now, until we get to that level where we start empowering ourselves that, look, we can do this. Look, it's not hard. But we need to have leadership that is moving in that direction. But if you are expecting that it will be given to you, look, forefathers, I said it before, it's only Africa that gets debt. You borrow money to build railway. You will not build the railway. After 10 years, you will go back and say, give me debt relief. Please give me debt relief. Oh, you are oppressing me. You are oppressing me. Why am I owing you? But you borrow the money. because your leaders stole the money. So that debt relief is actually not for the country, it's actually for the thieves. It's for the thieves in the country. Have you ever heard Japan or China say, America, give me debt relief? Have you heard it before? That they're asking for them? Of course they are not. Because when they borrow money for infrastructure, they invest it there. When they borrow money for human capital development, they invest it there. But it's only in Africa. And I was ashamed when the vice president of Nigeria said, grant us debt relief. What debt relief? You came and told us you want to do this project, you want to do that project. Please give me money. This is how we will pay back. This is how the project will be productive. They gave you the money. After 10 years, you come back and say, oh, cancel the debt. Why? Cancel the debt. Why? If you didn't use the money for your development, whose fault? Whose fault? Take a cue from Ethiopia. Take a cue from Ethiopia. Ethiopia have built the biggest dam in Africa. They did not borrow a dime. It was built with Ethiopian money. Yes. Yes. Okay. Yes, because because UK were in charge of Egypt. They gave the Egyptians a stronger hold in the Nile. However, the Nile starts from Ethiopia. Upland now is Ethiopia. Down is Egypt. So actually Ethiopia is where the water comes from. So Ethiopia said, no problem, we'll put a dam here. And because Ethiopia was putting a dam here and Egypt is an ally of America and the West said, oh, we are sorry, we will not borrow you money. What did Ethiopia say? No problem. We borrow the money from ourselves. Today they have built the dam. We should take a cue from that. But in Nigeria, we go out, we begging for money because we want to steal. We want to steal. Our leaders want to steal the money. So what happens in America? Look, the truth is this, forefathers, if Africa was working, who gives a damn? Who gives a damn? Forefathers, if Africa was working, why would you be staying in Europe where it is so cold? Why would you be staying in the northern hemisphere? You know that the best place to stay is the equator. And that is where our country is located. Yes. The best weather. Everything is good. You have fresh water. You have sunlight. You have but you are blessed with the most notorious and inept leaders. So the place is comatose. That's why we are waiting for, look, media, forefather, media is story. Any government that come into power don't know how to give me their story, then you're not a good government. Give them a good story to write about. Epstein file was there before Trump came in. Why didn't they release it? Yes. Why didn't they release it? Now, it is story. And don't forget, Trump is a showman. He is a showman. He did apprentice. He knows how to give the stories that people will catch. What we should know is that he doesn't care. Whether you are talking against him or it is stories for the media. And it is
but you seem to be insinuating that it's a media kind of limited to the media, but it does most of the stuff is actually happening in the real world where he's sending reserves to these cities, and he's removing people off air, threatening this in freedom of speech. You see that it's not necessarily restricted to just media. And the topics involved are quite. I can't even imagine the last time America had this, where they are talking about Epstein files. That is so kind of momentous in terms of what
diversion of attention, which is what Dexter said earlier.
But how is that diversion of attention when in reality is they are trying to divert our attention away from that file itself? The file itself is not the diversion of attention; it's everything else that's happening around it. That's what you could argue is the diversion of attention.
You're not going to see know anything about that file in your lifetime, so forget it.
If you are the one that is saying that this is the first time, I'm not so sure we are not going to know, because if these times are different, things that we've not seen happen in the last 50, 60, maybe even 70 years may happen now because
80
these are
years.
different times.
Of course.
Forefathers, can I say something?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Because you guys have
Yeah, sorry about that.
first of
Sometimes
first
You
of
are a
we
man
all,
like
of
to
God. You are
listen
a
to
man of
Dexter.
God. You are a man of God. You are to be patient. Man of
Please go ahead. So,
uh,
what do you make of America these days? And where do you think things are heading in the coming years?
first of all, I think the issue of the Africans should not have more problem uh, by what my brother Dexter said. It's a two different thing you are comparing. It's just like you have a child in your own house. You have, I believe you have, maybe you have children. If you discipline your children, does not give you, or you have disagree in your own household, does not give outsider the right to do so. And there is tribal war everywhere, even in America. And the problem they are having now is that they are changing the system to the way they want the world to go. And the world looking to American for leadership for so many years. Even though sometimes like a Wiki quoted that they never call American a president criminal, is part of the way that the propaganda of message that, oh, if this is not happening in America, where we say there is a freedom of speech, how can that even happen here in Nigeria? So it's the same thing that people look up to American for a good leadership, whatever you call it. They have dominated the world over the years, and they are still doing so. So we look into America in a different way than we look into ourselves in Africa, whether Ghana say Ghana must go, Nigeria must go. And by the way, we have told you all over and over, it was Ghana that started Nigeria must go before Ghana must go issues. But nevertheless, we all go have our problem. And one thing you said right is that when there is a true leadership that channel the nation through uh, uh, the ideology of what the nation build is all about. And then you can see that comparing us to Japan, to China, and any other country where corruption is almost zero tolerance. When there is a leader that can hold the people, even by hearing the consequences of what you're going to go through, some people even commit suicide when they know that if they have a leader that have zero tolerance for such thing and has to be born out of a bigger idea, not this party of whatever that we are having right now in Nigeria that we are just being remote by one person somewhere and say popular vote. There's no popular vote that's taking anybody because there is other power behind it. The reason why the people that all these people that cause problem in Africa, whether you like it or not, West participated in all of those things and make sure just to make sure we are not stabilized. So we cannot discard that. So it doesn't matter. And then, by the way, if you see when they do those things, they know how much that our country benefited from that, like we that lives here and what we send back home, and they see the impact of what he does to us, to how people developing things. Now suddenly they are cutting US aid from Africa because people are getting wiser and they have used it for their tools of manipulation for so many years, and they think that is expired. They have to come up with something else in order to be in control of our mind. And when our citizens will say, oh, of course we can blame our leader because we don't leader who understand it. Now, regardless of what Shettima said, that you may like it or may not like it because he talk about the right of their debt or whatever he's talking. His speech is still better than Donald Trump's speech, regardless. If you had to compare two leaders talking, regardless of anything, if you look at, but it is according to Nigeria saying as speed we go chop. So end of the day, we're not going to chop speech, but the and who is behind who says something. Man, whether you complain that the escalator broke down and it's a speech, or you say that the teleprompter does not work, it's part of speech. But regardless of that, there is a system behind him that is make things work better than the personality. And that is this what we call the system that is responsible for our problem in Africa. It's not that we are blaming that why can't we do have the best. If you look at many African like former people, the people how do you call it? They're from Ghana and all those leaders, they have a big visions how Africans should look like, and most of them they are nowhere to be found because they know they're speaking to those things. So that we have a good leader in Africa who know what they want to do and who can bring us together. But this we are having that we are fighting ourselves. Even today, we are consuming about ADC, PDP. I think directly we are just promoting this party. We are not talking about our Nigerian sufferings, our insecurity, our food, our everything that is affecting Nigeria. We are not talking about, rather we are just helping these politicians to tell the Nigerian people, oh, this is the person that we like, this is the person we don't like. Whereas this what we are presenting here, they cannot do nothing to our society, and we are not helping to build their morale.
They are all oppressors, man.
Yes. So what we
They are
could do is to
our
tell
parents.
Nigeria, to tell is to tell them that these people have to be run out of town. These people don't be loyal to them. They are the reason why your life is mortgaged while you are alive. You are these same people have no ideology that will help you. These people open their eyes that this person that become your governor, become your president, become your senator, become your house of rep, they were among you. That's to account to you, not you seeing them and bow to them. We have to talk about our issues and where we are in 21st century, what is affecting the common Nigeria, and we talk about it and what is the we can propose or whatever we can say, we can suggest about this and that and that. That will be beneficiary to those who listen from that side of the world than we are representing the politician here talking about this party is that. They're all crook. They're all crook, and their head is upside down. Nothing in their head that can take anybody to anywhere. Thank you.
Thank you for
Papa,
that.
can I speak?
Yeah, I'll bring you in, and you then I speak the truth will say his piece. Then we move on to the final subject matter about religious autonomy, because I find this very, very fascinating. I didn't think I was going to be talking about this today, but I think it will be interesting to just address that quickly and before we round up. Who is that? Somebody loves what you said, John Abba. He say, well said, Abba. So welcome this in Jide. You know, Jide is already looking a little bit like, oh, I hope he's not going to waste my time now. I want to talk quickly. Yes, quickly. This is important information. So Jide, go ahead, please. What do you make of these too many events to follow? But I'm sure you'll be able to address some of them.
Yeah, first of all, I would like to say hello to everyone, those that are listening and my fellow panelists and those that are on the comment section. Good to see everyone. And our moderator, forefathers. Good to see everyone. Yeah, I've listened for a while. There's a lot of things going on. But I would first of all like to give my shout out to the people that are representing the dignity of Black people that are willing to sacrifice to dedicate their lives to the justice of Black people. So in saying that, I'm looking to dedicate my shout out to Asata Shakur. She passed away, I think, yesterday. May her soul rest in peace. She's one of the freedom fighters for Black people here in America, and she was in exile in Cuba for years, and she was one of those that was willing to sacrifice her life for justice.
Obama disagree with you. He prescribed her as a terrorist. When Obama came
Please, can I talk? This is what I don't like. I'm going to give my shout out to her. May her soul rest in peace. She's a wonderful, great woman. I can even put her up to the point of putting her to the ranks of Nefertiti of Ethiopia or Egypt. My second shout out is to Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso
from withdrawing from ICC. Nobody talked about that today. I'm very disappointed. Of all the stories, that one is not major story to anybody. That's a big story. Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso, they are making steps towards furthering their sovereignty, moving away from Western domination, and now they've officially withdrew from ICC. And we are begging to be part of the oppressors. We are begging to acquire permanent seats in United Nations. We don't understand what those permanent seats. We don't even understand the background of what makes countries to become permanent members of UN Security Council. We don't understand the history. I was just listening to so many things, even at other ages. I was very disappointed with this analysis. We don't understand that the countries that are members of the United Nations UN Security Council, they are the victors of World War II. Those are the victors of World War II. Go and look at them. China, Russia, United States, France, UK. Those are the victors of World War II. It is the victors of World War II that established the foundation of United Nations. That is what it's all about. So now we were still colonized. We were still a colony when they established United Nations. It is now the colonies that are now crying crocodile tears to be part of United. We have to fight and liberate ourselves from the shackles of the imperialists for us to come out and even say we even want to consider even be members of UN Security Council. But that's by the way. We see everything going on in the world right now, in Italy, workers in Italy, they've decided to sabotage and go on strike, nationwide strike, boycotts. That's what I've been shouting in Nigeria. In Nigeria, we never suffer rich. We never suffer in swing. See, when we know we want to do the right thing, instead of being obedient up and down, like Mumu, or going to be talking about maybe Goodluck Jonathan should win the election again. Maybe those are the things we need to do to show that we really need a change. Italy right now, they are fighting for the people of Gaza. Not for their temple. They decided to go on nationwide strike. Their train workers, a lot of their government workers, they've got boycotts. Now, their prime minister, she's now reconsidering some of the things she said in United Nations. Those are the things we talk about. And these are not violent things you need to do to really draw the ear of your government to do the right thing. So, right now we live in a world where international law is no longer implemented. One of the major members of the UN Security Council, US, they went to invade Iraq without the approval of everyone when they went to invade Iraq in 2003. The same thing, Russia followed up, another member of the UN Security Council, to invade Ukraine, right? Based on their security interests, right? Either it is valid or invalid. They went to invade Ukraine. US did their own. Russia is doing their own right now. So the point I'm making is whoever is at fault or not, right now, international law is broken. I can talk about the foundation and the problem into why the international law is no longer valid. We now live in a very dangerous world right now. Anything goes. Look at what Israel is doing right now. They are doing a lot of things that are getting away with it. We are very dangerous right now. And if nothing changes, radically change in these major countries, particularly the US and in the West, and even Israel itself, we may be moving towards a third world war. And I don't know, man. Our country is going to be affected, and we need to prepare for it. It's quite unfortunate, but yeah, I'll stop there.
Thank you. I speak the truth. Please, thank you for that, especially on Asata Shako, because I heard that she passed, and I don't know too much about her, but I know that she did, one of those people that struggled and fought as much as possible for the Black community, especially in America. So I think it's a good time to bring in Yazidis. Welcome. Please go ahead with your comments.
Damn, you guys been talking to better for almost 4 hours. I just been chill. You made a statement. Angie, they made a statement. And I'm going to ask you guys questions on those before I move on. I was listening to you in the background. I had to call. And you said something about the Iranians not understanding how America works. And then you said, oh, well, why don't they have a strong lobby like Israel? Why do you think that is? You're muted.
Yeah, mute, forefathers.
Yeah, I think they had limitations because Israel had already gotten ahead of them. I also mentioned that they are also restricted from movement because of the relationship they had with the US as diplomatic relationships.
I mean,
So
you already got it. You got it.
that's what I think.
That's just practically it. Israel already has a foothold on the U.S. government. When they came in around World War II, they started controlling everything right away. Just right away. From captured every part of American society, finance, the media, politics, the educational system, you name it. So you can't. When you said that, I was listening to you, and I'm like, what is forefathers talking about again? And then Jide said something before. He said nobody talked about the UN Security Council. Then he goes on to give us the history. He said he was disappointed nobody. What were you disappointed about?
Oh yeah, so what I was disappointed about, what I was saying was that I was listening earlier in the day when some people were talking about Nigeria being a permanent member of the UN Security Council. Me, I'm not saying that we don't understand the background of the origins of the current member.
Do you really? Let me stop you there. You really think everybody that spoke on that, like you mentioned specifically Dr. Damages, you really believe Dr. Damages does not know something as basic as the fact that it is the winners of World War II that formed the council? Come on, man.
No.
Like, give him more.
Can I? That was not what I said. You're taking what I said out of context. What I said was, the point he made was the UN Security Council members, they are there to do whatever they like, right? They're there to do whatever they like, and it's like the way he framed it was like it's either it is scrapped, right? That is probably the idealistic solution. I think it was not either him or Dr.
No, I'm going on based on what your statement was.
No, I'm disagreeing with him. I'm not saying he does not. I'm not saying he does not know it. I am disagreeing with him that he's not considering the background of why we have the permanent members. Because if he consider the background of why we have the permanent members, I don't think he's just going to say, "Oh, why are some people not there and why are some people there?"
I mean, come on, why? No, it's not making sense because, of course, anybody that is talking about new permanent membership for the Security Council knows the origin of the United Nations and its formation and how certain nations started from the League of Nations. So how we went from the League of Nations to the United Nations and how certain countries hold a veto right as against the rest of the world. I think anybody will know that.
Yes, yeah. Listen. I get where you're coming from. What I'm telling you, he said all these things. I'm not saying he's wrong. I'm saying his conclusion is what I disagree with. What I'm saying is where I disagree with him and other people that came to talk was they were saying Nigeria should be a member of the United Nations Security Council. No, I'm saying no, Nigeria does not deserve to be a member because the members that are there, they are victors of World War II, and that has not changed for close to 80 years.
But
so us to come and say that Nigeria to be a member of the UN Security Council.
Okay, so
there has to be an historical background to it.
No,
you cannot just say Nigeria should just become. I don't know if you get. It's like, for instance,
hold on. Let me prove that.
They built a house.
Jide, I know the history. Jide, I know the history.
So why are you saying what I'm saying does not make sense? I don't understand.
Well, you can have
to agree.
No. Let me land. All right. So where I'm gonna push back. If your sole reason is that just because a certain group of people won World War II. So there cannot be new members, which is what you've been rehashing. This is what you've been saying. This is what I understand. Except you want to say, well, you don't, that's not what you're saying. If that's not what you're saying, then you can re-explain it. But if you're saying just because a group of nations won World War II, then there cannot be new members, even if circumstances have changed. This is where I think myself, Dr. Damages, and everybody else is on that. Well, Nigeria did not participate in World War II. So where does that leave Nigeria? But Nigerian soldiers, let me speak. So Nigerian soldiers participated and in fact fought in places like Burma. They fought in places like the Philippines. They fought in Southeast Asia under the United Kingdom Commonwealth forces. So where does that now leave a place like Nigeria? You can't just say, well, this. Okay. You can't just say no. I'm
Can
just
I respond to it?
No, there's no point responding. I just want to keep going. Let me just keep.
Okay. When you're done, I will respond. Okay.
Right. So I don't think that should be a basis where a person could say, well, only there's an historical background, which I believe he knew. Then because these 5 nations or 7 nations have permanent seat, they won it basically. They actually fought it amongst themselves. The United States, China, Canada, England, France, Germany, whoever else is on that seat. Japan, they all fought amongst themselves. Nigeria did not fight, at least not as Nigeria. We were under England. Kenya did not fight, but they provided soldiers. West Africa, there was a West African Legion force. For people that don't know that. So my point is circumstances have changed. It is no longer 80 years. Circumstances have changed in the sense that Nigeria is now independent. Nigeria is a developing nation. Nigeria is the strongest, and this is arguable, the strongest, most influential Black nation on the face of the planet, regardless of all the struggles it is presently going through, which I believe is just part of development in a nation. These are what nations usually go through. I always use the United States as an example. I always use France as a, what are you shaking your head for?
I don't agree, but I understand what you're saying.
What don't you
Even
agree?
though I don't agree.
No, go ahead. What
you're saying, no, you sound very intelligent, but I don't
No,
agree.
I'm a dummy.
I don't think.
Just tell me where you don't agree.
No.
Hold on.
The reason why I don't agree.
Oh my God. See, let's not narrow the conversation to this issue.
I have to respond. I see everything he's saying. I have to respond. Before I even respond to the thing about you talked about developments. Before I even go into that,
I haven't landed yet, though. I just wanted to know why you were shaking your head.
So I disagreed. Okay, I disagreed with you because Nigeria's evolution is completely different from French evolution and the United States evolution.
All right, okay, so all right, that's fine. So we can always compare them. That's fine. So let me just keep going. So in any event, Nigeria is in its developmental stage. All right. We don't necessarily have to go through a Marie Antoinette or Louis XIV getting their head chopped off. We don't have to go that. We don't have to go through a Bolshevik revolution. We don't necessarily have to go that because our circumstances are different. We don't have to go through a civil war with Oliver Cromwell running after Charles I. Our circumstances are completely different. All right. So Nigeria is in its developmental stage. It is a trajectory that every nation passes through that decides to imbibe the principles of democracy. This is what Nigeria is going through. Now, Nigeria is the most influential Black nation on the planet, at least in terms of our population, in terms of our influence in different nations. We might not be where we want to be, but I believe we are on the right trajectory. At least when these dark parts of our history gets buried, meaning the old people dragging us back. That generation, they're going to go away. I think at that point, Nigeria will shine. But moving on from that, I don't think anybody in fairness can say Africa does not deserve a spot on the United Nations Security Council, a permanent spot, not a rotational spot. Why do I say that? Without Africa today, the world would collapse. If Africa today decided not to give away its raw materials to the West for free, basically for free, and why do I say it's for free? Because of the corrupt elements we have in power all over the continent. If Africa decided today, we want to know exactly how much oil, for example, is coming out of the wells of the Niger Delta. We want to know how much bauxite is coming out from Niger Republic. We want to know how much lithium is coming out from Congo, which they are presently fighting all kinds of fight over right now. These are Western forces. So Africa sustains the world. And this is my stance. In fact, I don't think Africa has to have one seat on the United Nations Security Council. I think we deserve 2 permanent seats. We run the world. And I think, yes, we run the world.
I want him to finish talking. I don't want to interrupt, but let him finish.
Without Africa, you can go what all you want. Without Africa, that computer that you're using to show us that handsome, you will not have that computer. You won't have it. Because
how do you mean?
I mean, all the raw materials needed to build all this electronics come from our land. That is what I mean. So, and I think again, say we were to use population, I think again, subconsciously, a lot of people do not even understand how big Africa is, because part of the brainwashing they did for you guys is when they drew those maps, go look at the maps. Africa is the small, they drew the reds exactly how they are. North America, Asia, Antarctica, Australia.
Actually exaggerated.
Europe. No, I'm not exaggerating. Africa is actually way.
I said the map exaggerated.
Yeah, you're right. So Africa is actually way smaller. Are we going to say, okay, well, because Africa is not as technologically as advanced as the rest? Well, they played a part in us being backwards. They played a part in it. So at what point, like your wishful ICBMs and aircraft carriers and all these nice F-16s and B-52s that you want and your nukes that you want to park in your backyard, at what point do we get them? Because they're not willing to share this technology with us. Now, if you say, oh, you're not as technologically advanced as these people, so you can't get a seat on the Security Council, does that now sentence us to a life of being subservient to people that we feed? That is not fair.
Do you feed them or
yes,
they
we
take
do.
it?
Well, we feed them, whether they take it or we sell it to them or
I
they
think
steal it.
this is quite revealing of. Hold on, let me just say something. Let me say something. I think this is very revealing of the way you argue about stuff. For some reason, you don't seem to appreciate the significance of the capacity to militarily and the ability to use force to achieve ends. You don't seem to understand.
That's not the point.
It's on your analysis. You don't seem to understand that.
No.
And let me finish. The point I'm making is that by making that argument that we are feeding them, you are completely missing the fact that whether we choose to give it to them or not, they have the capacity to take it.
Forefathers, I've worked in the, you know what? Anyway, listen, that is not the point. You can't say I'm missing any point about whether our disadvantage militarily. I do understand that. And if you listen to me and if you comprehended what I said, I am saying the fact that we are not as strong as they are, whether militarily, economically, technologically, those things should not bar us from attaining that post because we rightfully deserve it.
No, you don't.
Yes, we do. You cannot. I don't know. Maybe
So what criteria do you think that enables people to sit on the on any influential?
I mean, Jide, I was waiting for 4 hours. Trust me, and I didn't interrupt anybody. I promise you, I did not argue. I did not interrupt anybody. So yeah. What criteria? A criteria that they made.
Security Council.
Hold up. There's no criteria. The only criteria was the winners of the war made this. They divvied up the spoils.
Yeah.
They went to Yalta. They decided we're gonna get it. This is how we're gonna do it. Stalin sat down. Churchill sat down. Roosevelt sat down, and they decided how they were all gonna divide everything up, and they did that. That is not our problems 80 years later. Just because they did that 80 years before, now are you saying
what has changed?
Exactly. So are you saying we have to go to a war and 30, 40, 50 million people have to die first before we can get a seat on? Because if I'm to listen to Jide's premise, for example, as far as I understand it, he kept harping about how they won the war, and now you're coming with a criteria. What is the criteria? There's no criteria except certain people won the war and divided the world. But now we have independence. There's Egypt, we have South Africa, we have Nigeria, and if we're to pick again, we have Ethiopia. So does Africa deserve a permanent seat? Yes, Africa deserves 2, not even 1, 2, because it shouldn't just depend on just nuclear bombs.
What about Morocco?
It's literally the Security Council.
Morocco
is more. You could call.
Hold on. Let me hear
you. Security Council without security is not Security Council.
Morocco
is kind of talking about
Nigeria. You don't have security power. How can you sit on Security Council?
So Morocco is more of a pacifist country. So if you notice, aside from the Western Sahara fiasco that it go through, militarily, they usually do not engage like their northern counterparts.
Morocco
like
is a pacifist country. Okay.
More of it will help you, forefathers, to always comprehend. Okay, try to listen. Not just
more of a pacifist country.
Can you allow him finish?
They want to argue. They think.
I just want to understand what you are saying.
So in any event,
if you don't finish, you can't understand. He has to finish. Do you understand?
That's them. Just ignore them. So Morocco is more. If you notice, Morocco does not usually engage militarily outside of the. At least they have a fiasco with the Western Sahara thing, where Western Sahara is fighting for independence. We know that, right? But I will not choose Morocco. I won't choose Morocco. I want people that are more. And if you notice, Morocco is more inclined to side with the West a lot of times.
I would never choose Morocco for Security Council in Africa.
So I think
that would be crazy.
I think, and this is just my opinion, I think Africa does not deserve just 1 seat on the council. I think Africa deserves 2. Again, like I said, without Africa, the world is not functioning. Forget about the finished products. Forget about what these raw materials end up becoming. Without that, I don't even understand how you're arguing it. If Africa was to decide today not to give the rest of the world its natural resources and only trade with itself, I promise you, in 6 years, the Western world will be, everybody will be flocking to Africa because their resources are going to be depleted, or everything that they say.
But why are you making it sound as if we are choosing to
But
give
where is
to?
the financial power
But
to
where
They
did
are
I say that?
taking it.
We-
But that, because you are, when you said if Africa chooses to, as if they had a choice in the
Papa,
first,
do
it
you
wasn't there. You use the
no.
terms. If
I want to ask you a
I'm
question.
trying to just highlight the
I want to
language
ask
you
you
are
a
using.
quick question. Do you have comprehension issues? I'm being serious.
Maybe I do.
I
I'm
think
struggling
I actually
to.
think
You know.
I
All I
promise
can
you
say is use your own words, but
no,
I don't know.
I promise you have comprehension issues because
Huti, you say if
Yeah.
Africa trade with themselves for 6 years, you will get it. Where would the financial come from? The buying power of the finance, the buying
I
power?
said in an ideal world, Ovi, in an
Okay.
ideal world, right?
Gotcha.
In
Gotcha.
an ideal
Yeah, but we
world,
don't live in an ideal world,
it's
and we don't
okay.
have the
Let
power.
me land, sir. Winston Churchill, relax. So, in an ideal world, Africa will trade with itself, just like the EU does with the United States and Canada and Australia, right? We're big enough. We have the population, we have the size. What we don't have is the technology and the political structure to carry it out. This is what we should be building towards. This is what we should be trying to unite Africa.
Political
And this
structure.
is why they are adamant. The rest of the world benefits from Africa's disorganization. The rest of the world benefits
And they will keep it so as long as our people don't recognize the value of power.
They will try, but if we can, in at least bit by bit, which could start with us at least having some kind of influence in making decisions on how the world runs. This is why we
Yeah, but
need.
who will give it
Can
the influence if
I
you cannot take it?
finish? Can I
No,
finish?
you've been talking about it. I have to move to
Can
another
I
topic.
finish? I understand you. You
Okay,
always try to
finish your point then. Finish your point.
You never told anybody else finish their point. I was patient. You didn't even remember to call me at any time. I was just looking at you. But as usual, when you hear something that maybe you don't understand,
We are trying to
start
talk
getting.
about it, face these things.
So
But
in
the
any
point you're
event,
making,
in
go
any
ahead.
event, I'm the only one who always argues. Well, in any event, if Ovi, what I was saying is, if Africa somehow can get its acts together, right? Which is what someone like Gaddafi wanted. This is what someone like Nkrumah wanted. This is what someone like Patrice Lumumba wanted, because we realized early on that we have strength in numbers, but the rest of the world would rather not do that. Then make our leaders subservient to go back for loans. They don't even get loans. They get back their own money. So we get back so-called loans.
Why do you think
right?
that is?
Can I finish? So we get back. What do you mean? Why do I think that? Everybody on here know why that is. So we get back our loans, right? And then we have people like forefathers on here thinking the West is doing us a favor. They're not doing us a favor.
I don't think so.
They're stealing from us. Our own shit.
I never thought so.
But what we need to do, Ovi, I promise you this, and you're in the United States, and I know we need to get rid of certain Africans. Certain people, we need to get rid of them. Certain people are actually detrimental to the development of Africa. The way they think, their mentality is fucked up. Pardon my French.
Can you give us an example of such people?
We're talking about thousands.
We're talking about millions, baby. We're talking about millions.
So now, have you come full cycle to realize that sometimes for things to happen, sacrifices have to be made. But
yeah, sacrifice you to Nigeria.
A moment ago he said, are you saying we have to fight and we have to, and he summarized it by saying millions have to go.
I think
but
you
it's
have
all right. It's all right. You're
you
welcome.
have a very good comprehension problem.
I have a comprehension issue. You are the one that just contradicted yourself.
How did I contradict myself saying we do not need to go to war to gain a seat or 2 seats on the Security Council? And then I said certain people that think like certain people on this panel need to go for Africa to develop.
Exactly. You know why I agree with you? Because that is the attitude we need to have. That this is our own, we run this shit. Without we, you cannot survive. I think that's the attitude.
But he is not.
Africans are too subservient. They beat that shit into you guys.
He's making it sound as if I just saying that. Hold on. I will start muting people now. See, you can't just say that you will tell people we run this shit, however you put it, that's going to make any difference. No, it's not.
When did I say that?
No, not you. I'm talking about Kwegolo. By saying that, it means that you have the power to enforce that statement. You don't.
I said that is the mentality. That is the attitude we need to have.
All right.
That's why
Thank you.
People need to be taken out. I think I get it now. You will be at the top of that list.
Of course, some people will be taken out now. Some people will be taken out. But the truth is that even if I am the one, as long as it leads to a positive outcome, I don't mind. When it fails, that's when I mind.
On a more serious note, majority of us believe that without them we cannot survive. They are our Messiah. It is the other way around. We think that's why we want to go to heaven. Because who told us there's heaven? So I think I see where it is coming from. There's an attitude that is lacking, regardless of how the situation we are living on. We need to have an attitude of fuck you. That's the only way we can actually even build that military that you are talking about. Military deserve an attitude. What is the attitude behind the military that we are going to build?
My issue with his analogy, the way he analyzes this, is sometimes he comes down to it, but other times he presents as if it doesn't exist.
Your problem is that you only understand one way.
No, it has always been. My problem is that it's not me, it's just history. It's always been one way.
They like to argue with someone.
Let me play this anyway. Let me play this. Let me just play this. It's always been one way. We can be in denial. History has written its own story. We can pretend as if it's not happening. Let me just
play this. Our life not be one way. That's the
there are certain patterns repeating themselves. So I'll play this video. This is about a map, 1866 map. Somebody was trying to explain about what happened in Africa, and I guess you guys will hear. Let me just play it. It's not going to be long before I need to stop it.
Impactful yet overlooked events in all of African history, the Fulani Jihads. Although Islam arrived to North Africa rather quick after its founding, as always, the Sahara posed an immense boundary for its spread any deeper into the continent. To make matters more difficult, the people on the other side of the desert looked completely different, spoke completely different languages, worshipped completely different idols, and had their own problems to worry about. Among them were the Fulani people, one of the many ethnic groups spread across West Africa, constantly vying for control against the various other regional powers. However, with the introduction of Islam as a unifying force, the Fulani gained an upper hand against all the rest, allowing them to carry out a wave of religious expansions, or jihads, to establish several Islamic states all across the Sudan, or the Sahel. The state of Messina, for example, could more accurately be described as the Messina Caliphate and occupied one of the most advantageous positions in the region, including the trading hub of Timbuktu, giving them control over trade routes in and out of the Sahara. Further east, there are even more states, such as Gondo, Sokoto, Bornu, Fombina, Adamawa, Bagirmi, Wade, and Darfur, all founded by Fulani jihadists within the century leading up to this. What makes the Fulani's of Islam so significant is that although the religion had already been present among the
That's a
Arab
fucking lie, man.
this was the first time ethnically sub-Saharan people were embracing the religion and represented a foot in the door that could have led to the conversion of the rest of the continent. In other words, this was the moment Islam was starting to bridge the ethno-linguistic divide running through Africa, a true instance of cultural exchange. And this is important because the Christian nations of Europe definitely took notice of these jihads. This map is literal evidence of that, and viewed them as another threat to their strategic interests. Their thinking went that if Islam continued to gain power and influence throughout the continent, then so would their adversary, the Ottomans. Therefore, the only way to combat this would be to increase their own religious activity in Africa and start spreading Christianity instead. Which I'll admit is another insight I didn't really have until studying this map. Europeans were so threatened by the rise of these Afro-Islamic states that they launched their own crusades onto the continent with a virtually identical goal of not only conquering but converting new subjects. And I really want us to reflect on that for a second. How big a role religion, and specifically the tension between Christianity and Islam, played in the carving up of Africa. I feel like that's not discussed enough. Though now it's finally starting to make sense why so many zealous missionaries accompanied colonial projects. I also think this helps explain why none of these states are reflected in the modern borders of Africa, as this area was later conquered entirely by the French, who did their best to erase all memory of these early Islamic states. Though fortunately for us, you can't erase ink, so this paper has preserved a glimpse at an often forgotten chapter in Africa's history.
Dude,
like,
what is they subject us to like this now? This is torture, man.
It's a very,
I don't know,
it's a very
doesn't know
interesting
what he's
stuff.
talking about.
I have where I disagree with him, and I have where I agree. But what you're saying is very interesting. I like it.
What did he say that makes sense? What did he say that
the area that made sense was the idea that the Christianization of Africa was a counter to the Ottoman Empire. That's what it comes down to.
Hold on there. What year was that? That guy, what year was that man? That guy's
Yeah, the map was on the 1866.
Then the first thing that came up was 750.
Since the 14th century.
Pardon?
The Christians are already with us since the 14th century.
No, it wasn't widespread then. It wasn't widespread then. Come on, Pegolo, calm down. It wasn't widespread then. They hadn't started colonizing Africa then. They hadn't started colonizing Africa then.
It did not spread. You are right, but it did not spread.
It did not spread.
Before you came, Jide, Tuna just said the Christian came in order to counter the Muslim expansion.
That's not entirely true.
I said they increased it. That's the term he used. They increased it. This is so that they can use it to counter it. You can see his explanation there, and it does make sense.
That's what I'm saying.
That's theory, but I think they were other.
Hold on, this is not about theory. All right. He went ahead to say that the Fulanis founded Sokoto, all those. Like, what the heck, man? Who told him that?
He's talking about the caliphate.
No, talking about the caliphate.
But Usman
talking about the caliphate. I don't know why you are arguing over that.
Was Fulani now.
I don't know. You're just arguing over something like that. I think maybe the guy doesn't have all the details correct, but he definitely feed Ovie. He's not telling you. Oh my God, Ovie, he's not telling you our history. He's telling you from their own point of view. And he kept repeating that they don't know about this enough.
It doesn't mean it's entirely wrong now. It doesn't mean it's entirely wrong. It's not entirely wrong. No, that's not true. There's some things
I'm telling you from their own point of view that people don't talk about the reasons why they decided to Christianize Africa the way they did.
See my problem here? Just because you discover something new, that doesn't mean people don't know about on years or decades before. That's the problem you have. You don't discover something, it becomes new to you. And that's the fact. No, that's not.
What isn't that the whole point of discovery? What is your
You
disagree even what you are discovering.
That's why
I disagree with something.
No, even what you are discovering is rubbish.
No, it's not rubbish, it's a fact.
What fact is there? That the Fulani discover Sokoto, Kiti, and all that? That's a fact?
No, he didn't say they. Oh my God, he didn't say they discover Sokoto.
The Fulani
You can
play
see
a
that
role
they
in
were on
this,
the
the
map
spread of
already.
Islam in Sub-Saharan Africa, man. The Fulani play a role. We don't find not play a role. These are basic facts.
Who spread Arab? Who spread Arab? Hold on.
Why are you arguing?
That's not the conversation. It's not about who spread Arab. Everybody knows that. That's not the conversation.
Okay.
They're talking about discovering places.
Okay.
What are you
Where
guys talking about?
the first
I don't discover all those
Islamic
places. 1800 here, they are discovering something. And you guys are saying the fact. What about saying the fact?
in the Sahel.
So some people, so maybe everybody they get his news from content creators. Some people actually put in work, spend money, read books, but go get subscribe to some real journalism. Not be all this one when I talk. Carry somebody where them born yesterday, call it and they listen to rap. Wasted my fucking time.
I don't know what you're talking about. They wasted your fucking
Do you eat every food? Do you eat every food? Why? Because of your head. I shouldn't be. Don't subject people to some nonsense, and you think it's healthy.
Okay. What
You took all of us on. You took all of us on earlier on. You took us in the name of Christianity. You took us all of us on. You almost
I was
destroyed
not
the
there.
other section.
Okay, I was not there. If I was there, I'd have
Exactly. So listen to who this one actually went against. Why are you turning the whole thing to religion? That is the angle you were coming from. That the Christian has to come out and conquer it. What are you talking about?
He wants to go to Sudan.
What are you talking? It's like this is. I think.
Thank God I'm not the only one there. Houthi was there.
I don't know what you are talking about. I don't know. You are just ranting now. Okay, now calm down and tell me what is your real problem, because I don't get what you're shouting about.
We are to see on a more serious note. How many of us there? 5 of us.
5.
Our level don't pass those counties with this all those that kind of rubbish we just play. we are advanced than that, for God's sake. I don't know about you. For God's sake.
You like to claim being advanced.
It is not claim. I am speaking fact. I am not the only one. We are not in
but forefathers, that guy was making some elementary mistakes. I'll tell you, for me, I was trying to see why when he mentioned Islam coming, making an entrance into Africa, and he put the 750 dates, and I'm looking at it like, well, that cannot be possible, because at that point Islam was just trying to go towards the Arabians, the rest of the Arabians. So
yes,
exactly. So when I saw it, I said, okay, maybe it's just the picture he got, and I was trying to listen, like, I don't know, but yeah.
I think that maybe he may make some mistakes, but sometimes you see, let me put it this way. This is why I said the way you learn stuff, it has to be fluid. You don't stick to the fact that, okay, what somebody is teaching you it's very rarely anybody teaches you anything 100% of them is correct. Often
you're talking about world history.
Can you hold on?
Not record science.
My point is that it has to be fluid. The area I was focusing on that he highlighted that I found quite interesting was the strategic nature of how the Europeans approach religion after realizing the danger that posed to them. And the question is about, why was that the case? Why did it become? And I've always wondered why Africa seems to be split in half. I've always wondered that. That is their story. One, the Islamists at the top, this Christianity at the bottom.
Well,
somebody consciously did that.
That is their story.
The other side.
I think I can succinctly put that in very short terms. Okay, so at a point, the Moors went to Northern Africa, through Northern Africa, the Gibraltar. They went into Spain, Andalusia, right? And they ruled for over 800 years.
Yeah.
Later on, around the 12th to 13th century, well, maybe even close to the 14th century, just before the Portuguese started coming into Africa, they were pushed back. The last place they were in was in Sicily. So a lot of these malls also, the soldiers encompassed some West African forces that joined what is called, was known as
It was not Sicily, it was Granada. But go on.
Huh?
It was not Sicily, it was Granada.
No.
They had already been kicked out in Sicily before Granada.
Sir,
These are things I know. This is my zone.
I teach
Don't
it.
argue with me.
I teach it. I can argue with you.
Okay.
All right. Good.
Should I say this is his zone? We should not argue with you. Are you fucking serious?
It's crazy.
That's my zone. You cannot argue with me. This is something I know.
What do you mean it's your zone?
Before Granada.
What do you mean it's your
I've
zone?
been studying this since I was like 6 years old.
If it's your zone, that doesn't mean somebody else's zone.
I work in this. I've worked for the government in different countries on this.
Okay. You know what? What I'm saying.
So let me finish. So forefathers, this is for you. So at some point, they pushed back the Moors. Now the Moors were not a monolith. They made up there were some Arabs, in fact, some Asiatic people, Amazighs, Berbers, Tuaregs, some West Africans from the Senegambia that actually were part of the what were those dynasties? I forget, both of them started with an A. Anyway, I'll remember, I got thrown off. So they encompassed all these people all over West Africa, from sub-region, sub-Saharan West Africa up to the north, right? But what happened was, if you notice, right after the Europeans decided to attack Africa, but they did not come from the north this time because that place was more fortified.
I speak the truth. I'm correct. I just checked it. I'm correct. It's my zone. I need history.
What are you talking about?
It was Granada, not Sicily.
It was Granada that what?
Was the last city that the Moors were evacuated
I didn't say anything
from.
about the last city. I said places like Sicily.
But you said Sicily. You said Sicily was later, was the last city that was evacuated. No.
Jide, do you want?
Jide,
that wasn't what I said. But do you want a cookie? If you want a cookie, I'll FedEx it to you. So, just threw me off. So if you notice, forefathers, they, instead of coming through the north this time to attack Africa like they've always been doing, because each time the European would come to Africa in the past, be it when they attacked Carthage, when it was Hannibal versus Rome, Stephen Africanos, when they had the outposts in Egypt, which is what led to the Europeanization of the whole North Africa. They did not come this time because of all the battles they had to fight, pushing them back through Gibraltar. They knew on their trips, when the explorers came, they knew that West Africa was not secure. And that was how they came in, through West Africa, which is what that guy actually said. He said, if you notice, with the invaders, they had a smattering, not verbatim, that wasn't what he said verbatim, but they had preachers with them. Maybe they have a unit, 200-300 soldiers, they have 10 or 15 preachers. And bit by bit, that was how they made an inroads into Africa through West Africa.
Mm-hmm. I think that is true, because all the empires, they always often conquer North Africa, but they never seem to breach Sudan south, including the Romans. They had a lot of problems coming south. And then you ask yourself, why are they not also able to make it through the area of Morocco and further south? They just seem not to be able to do that until
more fortified.
Until the Portuguese started coming through from our behind, really, and found that West Africans has always remained naked. We never changed. It was the Songhai Empire that did the last fight with
for real, were we really naked?
I'm just saying, you said people that have naked in terms of security, we were naked. In terms of security, we were not very tough.
Hold on. We are not very civilized. Please put dates to it so that I will agree with you. Put dates to it. when we are running around naked, we are not civilized.
No, not naked. I was referring to security naked. That's what I meant.
Oh. No, that's not true. Go and study Benin. Hold on now. Go and study Benin Kingdom. What is the technique of defending yourself?
Look at that. Benin Kingdom, when Benin Kingdom started becoming strong, time it, you find that it was during the
But Ovi, are you trying to say Africans were always clothed? Like, nah, there were some people that like they would
no humans started his life like by being clothed. We human being produced.
Right. But I'm saying there were societies even up till the 60s, 50s, even in Nigeria, that were still running around naked.
In the 50s?
I'm not sure they were running around naked. When you say naked, they were wearing underwears, like the Colson. They were wearing underwears like the Colson.
Not all of them. There were certain societies that abhorred nakedness, and there were certain societies that really did not care.
That's why it's very hard for me if there's no dates to all these things, right?
That's why I gave you 60s, 70s.
I think that
about which people first. I don't understand because almost from the north to the south.
No, fuck that.
From the north to the south, these guys were international traders. Even before the outside strangers began to come into our space.
No, not everybody.
But this is dated back to like 9, 10, 11, 12th century. I'm talking about.
Okay. Obi, let's use Nigeria as an example.
Okay.
Let's use Nigeria as an example. Okay. Outside of the north, that would make pilgrimages through Mali, Dinka empires to the Middle East.
Yeah.
Right? The north, northern Nigeria, used to explore, traverse the world, as far as Asia. Some of them settled there. Then, when they started interacting with the Yoruba Empire, right? And parts of wherever your empire control. So these people, with the advent of Islam, they started mixing and going on expeditions, on pilgrimage. No other groups in Nigeria really traveled outside of Nigeria.
No, my people, the Edo people.
Yeah, but the Edos were under they were with the Yoruba and the Edo and the Yoruba Empire.
Wait,
so
they count. Hold on. As at 9th century, the Edo Empire
to Japan.
These are
these things.
No, these are international traders already.
Yes. So because those groups were explorers, not all of Nigeria. That's why I use Nigeria. I said, let's take Nigeria as an example. It's just like if we were to say, like white nationalists. And I love something you just did. I loved it when you did that. When you said, basically, you're not letting an outsider write your history, and you started calling out the mistakes. I was so proud of you when you did that. And I wasn't proud of the brainwashed forefathers. I was kind of sad for them. but I love it.
Seriously, no. The idea that people are running naked, right? I'm not denying that, but we need to understand when, because we are talking about the system. What do you mean?
Was it true?
Hold on.
Was it true?
Hold on. Hold on. As at early 60s, the Dangotes has a private jet already. Private jet.
And do you see the people that used to beat the drums around the private jet before it took off?
No, but not think about it.
Have you seen the people?
They were drumming naked in the 60s.
Come on now. They were in loin cloths. They were in leather just around their waist. But the North abhorred nakedness, largely because of their religious values. But
before then, are you saying that they were naked?
Huh?
Before then, are you saying they were naked?
I would say.
I dare you to say, because of Islam, we started wearing clothes. I dare you to say because of Islam, we started wearing clothes.
I would say. I would say they took more notice of their being clothed or being unclothed with the advent of, for example, Islam?
I see. Let me
Now,
explain.
how do
Hold on. Let me
you
hold on. Let me
explain
just say something quickly, Ovie. See, the point you made earlier on some is not. It was somewhat glossed over. Some groups within the African space were more naked than others. Some were more this in advanced. Some societies are like the ones that create the empires are more advanced. You can't imagine some of all these empires, their king walking around naked. No, that's not true. They are mostly clothed. That's why
So
you went
how
to
do you explain?
you saw that Benin
How do
was
you
well
explain
built
the
up.
how do you
Pardon?
explain the knock civilization, the knock culture? How do you explain
Exactly.
their
They were not
civilization?
naked now.
So this is like 900, 700 BC.
It's almost 5,000 years ago.
So how do you expect these are northern people, these are Kaduna people, the knock culture.
It's some of us. Some of us are not as advanced as others.
Right.
So
So,
my argument, like you guys are saying the 60s. 60s, like no, 60s is just yesterday.
No.
That was born like 1800.
There are pictures.
Check some things on ChatGPT.
My father was born in 1800.
I checked
born in 1800.
I checked the people in Oyo Empire.
So I don't understand what you.
I don't think they were actually naked. Those ones were not naked.
no, they were not naked now.
Listen to me carefully, okay? Ask Masker. Ask Masker. There's a nickname they have, or ask any northerner that is willing to tell you the truth. There's a nickname they have. I'm so shocked you guys don't even understand your own country. There's a nickname they have for certain groups of Nigerians, and it is only because when they came into northern Nigeria up until even the 60s, they would walk around naked. They would.
Of course, man. If you say some still villages, you know those. Yeah,
are you talking about people that wear like underwear but not because this stark naked thing?
Yeah,
that
when we say
they have
naked,
animal skin. They wear animal skin.
When I say naked, that's why I kept emphasizing loin. Notice I kept saying loin clothes. I kept saying loin.
Okay.
So they would cover their loins, but the top they would walk around, titties jiggling, running around, the breast bouncing everywhere.
Yeah, that's why even this selling.
But why do we assume that wearing clothes is a mark of civilization anyway?
That's what they want us to believe now. We are still poor. So
another
argument. No, yes, another argument is that another question is that they say we used to sell ourselves, we used to sell our people, don't sell like you guys should just sit down and think for a minute.
Right.
When all these things started, who told you that? If we have all these civilizations that dated back to 600, when at what point do we start selling ourselves? What is responsible? Why? Nobody's asking us, oh, we are selling ourselves. That's why we remain like those kind of arguments. Just.
You think you think Africans didn't sell themselves?
I'm saying why?
Because we don't value life. They need to know too much.
Africans sold themselves. It's like saying that Europeans actually sold themselves before they ran away.
It's like we just wake up and start selling ourselves.
No. But the question is, did Africans sell themselves?
Everybody did. The human, everybody want to make
the Europeans sold themselves too, but I think we went too far with it.
Africans cooperated with Europeans. Some Africans cooperated with Europeans to sell other Africans.
They were forced to cooperate.
No. Some of them did it willingly, though. Some of them did it willingly.
Both of you are right. Both of you are right.
They were facing life.
If they were forced, why is it that they carried on doing it when they banned it?
Exactly.
Can I ask a question, please? What choice do you have when it's a matter of life and death? You are invaded.
But when your invaders chose to cancel it, some people insisted that they will still carry on.
That is the story you were told. That's the story you were told.
The story is known. It's not like the people that they are still exist today.
I just told you, hold on now. Before these people came, we were living. Were we selling ourselves? That's the question you should ask.
No. We were not selling ourselves like that.
It was the Portuguese that cooperated with after the British cancelled it.
So we were forced. us. We were built to support you.
No, Obi, not entirely true. You're right. But Jide is also right. It was two things. We were kind of greedy, and yeah, forefathers also right. Let me give him his credit.
Sorry, before you continue, are we not selling ourselves now today?
Exactly. So we were selling. Africans sold themselves. They were greedy, but this was later down the line. So they corrupted Africans. This is what the
bless you, my brother.
That's is good at. They corrupted Africans because back then we never had chattel slavery.
Yeah, they pretended the story as if that's our lifestyle.
Exactly. Right? So we had indentured
servitude. That's how they present it as if it's our lifestyle. We just, say, that's not our lifestyle.
There's a war, and this was what used to happen in the Middle East too. There's a war, boom. Where's your teachers? Where's your blacksmiths? Where's your goldsmiths? Where's your farmers? Right. We want those, and then you can live here for a little bit, and after your service is done, if you want to be a member of our society, that's cool. This is why you had a lot of former slaves in those societies rise up, some of them kings, which never happened in, for example, the United States. So you want to stay, you could stay, cool. Marry, have kids. A lot of people didn't even want to go back. They're like, I've been here for 15 years, I'm good. I'm married, but we never
just like today when immigration old people, some people don't want to go back.
Right. So but we never had a situation where we'd say, hey, I captured forefathers here.
Exactly.
$2 for forefathers. I'll probably pay 75 cents. But we never did that. Like,
that's how they present the story.
You know what I mean? So we never did that.
Well, we sold each other though. We did sell each other.
Can
you just see?
We were living before we start selling. See, if you sell your TV now, why would you sell your TV all of a sudden?
See, what does it matter? You have to say, okay, stop.
Let me finish my question.
No, you've been talking now. You've been talking. What does it matter? Hold on. What does it matter? How it happened? You did participate. You took the ogogoro, you took the mirror, you took the umbrella, and you gave them people.
That was the day. Hold on. The day I will hear you.
Whether it's duress or not duress, you did it. Why didn't you choose that to sell your people?
You speaking about the North culture like this, all our civilization like this, with this kind of energy, then I know you are not brainwashed.
I speak about the North culture with the same energy because I know about
because we just actually agreed that before these people actually came to induce us, we were living. That wasn't our life. Hold on. But now to now start selling ourselves, something had to be wrong.
Hold on. There is what they call demand. If there is no demand on the continent for human beings, since we are already surplus, why would we sell each other at that scale? When the demand came, we did.
Naija, just listen to yourself.
I don't understand. There has to be demand.
Naija, into context. You just making it seem
like simple. Yeah.
Just listen to yourself.
See, they sold their own people too. The Slavs are known as slaves. See, I'm not saying that we did it out of control. We have to own it. Till today, we are still doing it. We still allow it to go on in Mauritania, and we act as if we can't see it. Come on, man.
With you, you will come back next 3 years and start seeing exactly what the three of us are telling you.
Right.
That's my problem with you.
I'm not gonna.
You are not listening. Hold on. You are not listening. You don't listen to argue.
What is there to listen to now? Okay, say your piece.
I should say
okay, let me ask a question real quick.
So we just agree. We didn't just wake up overnight and start telling ourselves. That's not our way of life.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Do you agree
with the point that we now start doing
I agreed with that point.
Exactly.
I don't know how that is controversial because there was no demand for it.
Oh my God.
It's not a matter of demand. It's not the coercion. Papa, there's coercion.
Oh my God. How is this hard to understand?
Do you know the word coercion? You know the word coercion. It's when you coerce.
This is 3 against 1.
I'm transacting with you, but I'm coercing you that if it's not this thing I want to buy, I am not going to buy.
If you don't bring it to me, I might sell your ass.
Just like our oil.
If you don't give me this thing, I will destroy your community.
Yeah, I'm going to sell you, sell your kids.
What will you do? That's
What would you do?
now. That's
What will you do? Maybe you do what they did. What you
either to fight back or you go and do what they did.
or you fight. Exactly. There are some people that fought. Not everybody sold their people.
Right.
You fight. Don't always selling your people. The idea that you say, "Oh, they came and forced me and I sold," that is an excuse.
Nobody.
Of
Who's
a
saying that?
weakling.
Though? Who's saying that? Who's saying that?
That's what you are saying. That we just stood there and they came and forced us to start selling people. That's what you are saying.
No, I am telling you that something happened.
They said you capping.
Capping for people that are selling people. I'm not capping for anything. I'm just speaking facts to the situation. If you are saying that we didn't have that lifestyle when we were living, that is a fact. But when the market opened, we started selling our people at an industrial scale. And I think that is one of our greatest sins. The fact that we are not even owning up to it is one of the biggest problems. We pretend as if we don't know. We are doing it today. Like, why do you think Tinubu is happy to say, "Oh, let people japa, if they need more, we'll supply them more"?
Otis. Now I totally
we don't want to own up to it.
all the name
Forefathers is a white man.
Now I understand
you
now.
Man in black skin. Y'all didn't know.
You people, you are in denial. You are in denial.
Forefathers is a guy, but he's a white man.
Do you know how much I've drilled it down to?
Sorry, why?
When you finish talking, when you finish, they keep being happy. Then I will spell it out for you.
The way they inside actually came to realize. All along. Did they come to the realization that I'm actually reasoning this way all along, the wrong way all along? He has come to that realization. But still, you
don't know how far I've come on this. See, let me tell you, let me break it down.
That list of people that we need to clean out.
This guy, he just talk like a scatter brain. Come on, man. Let somebody talk. See, I've thought about this. See, I've thought about this. The point I'm going to make is just barely 15 seconds. I've thought about this. You know what it comes down to? And this percolates through most of our lives. We don't value life. It's just that simple.
So
if you look at our society, we don't value life at all. That is what it is.
You were slave owners. Well, I want to talk about something because
it's not smart enough to own slave.
Okay. There's something I want to talk about. It's very, very important. What are you talking about? This thing I want to talk about. I want everyone to listen.
Right.
It's very, very important.
Okay, sir.
You see, we need to understand Europeans. We don't understand Europeans enough. And sometimes when I come to this show, I'm talking about all these things and we argue. It's because we don't understand Europeans. See, I want to join two stories. I'll join them together for you guys to understand. I'll use the story of the slave trade.
Okay.
And we all agree, and maybe others do not agree, that Europeans cooperated with some Africans to enslave other Africans. Because you cannot just say African enslaved Africans. No. Europeans cooperated with some African middlemen, African rulers, to enslave other Africans within their kingdom and other tribes.
Right.
That's number one.
Can
you mention names? Can you mention any of these names?
Jide, just before you continue, okay? Just before you continue on this trajectory of which I think is very whatever it is, but do you also agree that Europeans were enslaving Europeans at a point in time?
Yes.
I hope you know. So let us not make this enslavement.
There's where I'm going with this. I want you guys to listen. You see, what Europeans did to themselves, they perfected it and they exported it all over the world. They did it with themselves. I don't have to digress. Let me go to what I'm saying. After slavery, transatlantic slave trade was outlawed by the British in the late 19th century, the Portuguese were still cooperating with Africans to enslave other Africans. Because slavery had been going on for centuries. It was not 1 year thing. It was not 10-year thing. It had been going on for about 400 years. We need to understand that from the 15th century down to the 19th century. So that slavery thing, it had been sustaining the economy in Africa. It had destroyed the economy and sustained. You know what I mean? So at that moment in time,
wait. Economy
He made a mistake. He meant to destroy the economy in Africa. Continue.
No. It was the only way we could. It's just like where we are now. Like we are relying on something that is destroying us. It's not like we're importing finished products. We are not manufacturing.
No. It's
an analogy. I'm not saying it's the same. It's not the same. But it's an analogy. Something that they are doing. It's not helping them, but that's the way they can survive. I don't know if that makes sense to you guys. They were doing it. They were doing it. Let me finish now. There's where I'm going. Then the British and other Europeans, including the Portuguese, they justified a narrative to say, they are still enslaving themselves. Meanwhile, the Portuguese were still involved. That's why you see that Brazil was probably one of the last countries to abolish slave trade after the British outlawed slave trade. The Portuguese were still involved. So where I'm going with this was that the colonialists, the Europeans, they now said that now let's use that to justify why we will colonize them. The thing they created, they came and said that let's now come and colonize them to stop slave trade. That was how Nigeria was created, though.
Wait, hold on.
Nigeria was created. I'm telling you guys back history now.
The people, the Africans who are resisting all this, who are fighting back, can you mention any of their names or groups?
Yes, absolutely. I'm from Yoruba ethnic group. We were involved in the slave trade and were victims of the slave trade.
Give me the name of the slave traders, these merchants.
I'm talking about the names. I don't know the names, but
hold on. You are telling me
Madam Tinubu is one of them.
I know they are Afenifere boys. Why you ascribing us to those hold on. Madam Tinubu, Tiputi. There are many of them.
Hold on, Jide, just hold on first. Hold on, Jide, just hold on. You see the what Houthis always talk about brainwash. You see the energy, right? That you use in trying to educate us. Hold on now.
I've not finished my point, though.
Hold on. You will
because I want you guys to understand Europe.
I am not stopping you. You will continue. Okay, go on, right? You use energy, want to educate us about Europeans.
Right.
But millions that died in trying to resist these so people that you guys are glorified and they sell people to them. Do you know how many of us died resisting their presence?
Yeah.
Did you hear about their story? That is brainwashing.
Well, let me just finish my point.
I'm trying
to get a point across.
Let the European get his point across, baby. Come on.
Oh, okay.
Let me get my point across with you, Let me get my point across. You see, this same strategy they've used to destroy the African fabric, the slave trade, they have used it to fight communism. Now, because Islam I want you guys to learn something today about how Europeans think, how they operate. They hijacked the Wahhabi Salafists ideology of Islam. They hijacked it. It's a minority ideology. They hijacked it.
What's the ideology of the Wahhabi? I'm asking you. I'm sorry, but what's the ideology?
It's something you guys need to understand.
What's the ideology of the Wahhabi?
It's a very extremely fundamental Islamic ideology.
When somebody use one energy to tell you other people's story, but he cannot tell his own story.
You guys don't want me to finish my story. Let me finish my story. Let everybody listen.
Don't be your story. They tell us your story.
They will learn. Oh my God, they will learn something today.
Teach them.
I will open their eyes. Europeans, they used the Wahhabi Salafist ideology. They weaponized it, spread it as a network to train other innocent people in Islamic countries like Pakistan. That were their allies, like Pakistan, like Saudi Arabia, like other countries, some other Muslim countries, to train them to have radical Islamic views that they will use to fight communism. Those ideologies, they are violent, radical, extreme. They train them. Those people now evolved to become mujahideen. It was the Europeans that trained them, weaponized it, provided millions of dollars, weaponized it, provided education centers across those places to train those children. Those children now became mujahideen that went to Afghanistan. Some of them are in Afghanistan to fight the Soviet Union, the communists, to defeat them. I'm going somewhere with this. Let me finish.
I know.
Why we listen to this?
This your story is well known. Jide, I've heard this story severally on this platform. Jide, this story, Jide, you have repeated this story severally here. Then don't repeat, Jide. Go to the point. Stop repeating this story.
There's where I'm going with this.
Jide, go to that point. Stop repeating the story.
I just want to ask a question.
Okay.
What? Thank you, sir. So I just want to ask a question. What does all of this got to do with the slave trade of Africa?
Thank you very much. That's why you need to listen. Calm down and listen. Calm down your blood and listen. Now, those extremists, after Soviet Union was defeated eventually, after everything, those same terrorists, they used them. I don't know if they used them, but they carried out 9/11. You see the point? Now they not said not to fight terrorism. The terrorism they what?
Wait, so did they what?
The terrorism they what?
Did they stop listening to podcasters and YouTubers?
Oh my
God! Wait. If the supposed terrorists that we know they didn't carry it out now, but they weren't from Pakistan. They were supposedly from Saudi Arabia.
From Pakistan. Don't calm down, bro. Calm down. What I am saying is there are extremists. Everything is connected. I'm not saying that they are from Pakistan or Afghanistan. What I'm telling you, they are connected. And 9/11 happened. Now, what happened? 9/11 is a different topic entirely. But 9/11 happened. Now, then I said, we want to fight terrorism, Islamic terrorism. Terrorism, Islam. Now let's go and fight terrorism. They went to go and invade Iraq, destroyed Iraq. So the point I'm making, I say connected to the slave trade. Now, the point that I'm making is the Europeans, the West, and when I'm talking about Europeans, I'm also having America, right? The Europeans, they create a problem to orchestrate a narrative to secure their dominance. I repeat, they create a problem, they orchestrate a problem to create a narrative to establish their dominance. I want you guys to listen back to everything I've said and think about what I've said. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof.
So let me have my say, please. See, the slavery business that went on. I know of people in the South that participated in it in terms of going to the inner, hinterland, capturing people. Even King Joseph Opobo was one of them that was sold into slavery.
Did you text them on Instagram?
Did some people fight back? Some people did fight back, of course. But it still doesn't negate the fact that they didn't win. That's one. And the fact that you fought back and you lost, and the overarching consequences of all those things is that we sold ourselves on an industrial scale. We did. We participated. Our chiefs keep taking money, because if they don't take it, the Igbo will go to the next tribe and do it and fund that tribe to defeat the chiefs that didn't take money from them. So it's a vicious cycle that in the end we didn't organize ourselves to be able to resist. We were probably incapable of, because we didn't think that way. We haven't encountered this level of sophistication before. And there was another time.
There's a pushback.
Can I just mean what I'm saying? Let me just mean what I'm saying. There was another time in history. I would say prehistory.
When you started,
yeah. Let me finish what I'm saying. That I'll let you talk now. Let me finish what I'm saying. Let me finish what I'm saying. So there was a time in history or prehistory when we transformed the world too. When people in Africa were the ones that first invented bow and arrow, it transformed the world, because when we left Africa, we conquered everywhere. And it's ironic, because when they invented the gunpowder or got the gunpowder from China and started making cannons, they bulala the whole world too, the same way. So the events that occurred, we have to take responsibility that we couldn't cope with it. We couldn't cope with it, and we sold our own human beings. And to let you know how deep this went, when the Arabs started expanding into Africa, took over North Africa, the Kush kingdom that survived the Egyptians, one of the ways they survived the Arab conquest in the early stages, they were selling them slaves. They kept giving them slaves. In the end, they took them again. we kept giving them human beings, and they kept getting stronger from the human beings we give them, and they finished us for it. Like I said, this stuff comes down to we didn't value human life. Human beings that could invent the weapons that they were using. Let me finish, please.
No, sorry.
Let me finish my point. The human beings that can invent the weapons that they were creating were selling the human beings to them.
There you go. So it was a brain drain, which is
we didn't value human life.
No.
So hold on, only 1 second.
Sorry.
So
Just this little input, Yuti. Just please, sorry. Just this. You see, when Jide, the first time he spoke, his very first opening, what did they do? He acknowledged Shako, Ashata
Shako.
He acknowledged her. Whenever they are telling you the history of the West, they will tell you those who are losing. Every faction, every group, from the cake, everyone, they will tell you their story. But when they are telling you the story of how we are conquered, they will never tell you the resistance force. They only tell you how we sell our people, how we are conquered. And common sense could not say come. All I'm hearing, all I'm saying is just one-sided story. If we are in the millions before they came, there's no way all the millions will be stupid or weak. There's no way. How come we are not hearing those stories?
No, but you know what they did?
They had to come back twice to conquer Benin, the kingdom of twice. Mm-hmm. The first time they came, when they were defeated, who's telling those warrior stories?
Mm-hmm.
Do we even know their names? Do we even know the techniques they used in defeating the British when they first arrived? We don't know. But guess what? We know how many people we sold. There's something wrong with us. When would they say we are brainwashed? I totally understand what he's saying now.
No, it's true. Listen, a lot of people.
We should just stay for a minute.
It's just
it
like,
cannot be a one-way story. It took them 400 before they conquer us. That should tell you something. If it's that easy, they would come and wipe us out under 5 days.
I think nobody said that they conquered us overnight.
What I'm saying,
how come we don't know those stories? To resist them being involved in the slave trade. I repeat, Queen Mzinga and her army, they fought the Portuguese to a standstill to make sure that they are not involved in enslaving other Africans during the slave trade. So you need to also acknowledge that African leaders are valuing people's lives.
Jide, hold on. Jide, why I was saying that guy was talking about, why that guy who was talking about the map was, why I say it was wrong. You people need to go and actually study the history of the Hausa people. The fight they put on before the Fulani conquered them. They didn't just come and ride them over. At a point, all their leaders were women. Do you know that? All the Hausa women were women. You know the reason behind it? There's so much story that we don't talk about. We have so much energy just selling, gorgeting one-sided story, and we are happy.
Oh my God! When people lose, that's what happens. When you're a loser.
Let me bring up a point also to this slave thing, and I'm still on the point that both of y'all are right, depending on what era, what area, and what aspect of the slave trade you're talking about. Both of you are actually right. There's nothing to argue. You're right. There's some of our ancestors that willingly sold their family, which usually were rival tribes, rival ethnicities that they captured. They sold them overseas. And then some of them, like Jide said, were coerced into it. But this is the point I want to make. A lot of, at least in my estimation, and looking at contemporary African society at that time, the era, the culture, and the way of living, I sincerely and strongly believe that at least in the initial stages, the Africans that were being sold, the people selling them did not know the kind of suffering they were going to endure in the new world. So I think they took it at face value, like, at some point they're going to come back. They're going to be indentured servants. They're going to come back. They didn't know it was that brutal where they were selling them like cattle, or even worse than cattle. this is my sincere belief. If you look at how trusting the African was, his culture, it's welcome.
I have a question for us. Uti, I have a question. So you just have
Go
a
ahead, sir.
Today, just like earlier on, I was going back and forth with Tunanja, how, it's pointing out the way one tribe is accusing the other and all that kind of stuff every day.
Right.
But how come? I don't know, maybe anybody should tell me. My father, I believe my father was born in late 1800. When I said I believe, between late 1890 something to 1900.
How can your father be born in late 1800s?
That's a different story entirely, my brother. I have about 5 brothers who are in their 80s, close to 90s.
Oh wow!
My elder ones.
All right,
So but I have never heard a story or anybody tell me that don't go to those people, don't go that village, don't go that place. Now those people now sell our place, now sell our people. Those people now. How come we never hear that kind of accusation? I don't know. I've never heard that. If it happened, I never hear say, don't go there. Now those people, now sell our people. All I hear is don't go there, no marry them, they be evil. No go there, they be witch. That's all I heard. I never hear say, if we sold ourselves in millions, that's what I'm asking. If we sold ourselves in millions, we should still be asking, come. Now those people sell us out. Now those people do us like this.
Nah, but it wasn't everywhere.
What you're talking about is very important. Actually, some years ago, very long time now, very like 15 years ago, there was a book I read on this thing where our forefathers in the 19th century, all those times, 18th century, our forefathers would tell their children at that time, they tell them not to go to the river side. I can't remember the name of that book.
That the river, they swallow person.
Yes, they should not go to the river side. They'll capture them and they should not go there. You know that.
I think I read that book.
I can't remember the name of that book. It's a long time ago, but yeah, like this slavery thing, is a deep stuff, man. Like, if we're able to have an edition on this show on October 1st, I would like to talk extensively on how Nigeria was founded, on the back of slave trade. I really want to talk about it. It's a part that I love.
Call with small data and statistics so that we no go just in our story you can't talk.
Yeah, I don't mind. Because it's my area, like history, all this kind of things and things that I like.
You know, history, no be saying that your area, no be your area. It's not rocket science. No be just your area. What do you mean? It's history. What do you mean? It's all about interest. Once you have interest, you go all the way. Like you doesn't take any special. You just have interest. Once you have interest, you go all the way.
It's crazy. Oh my God! Nah,
and history just like market. There are many roads to market, so there are many angles to history. Many angles.
You can chop it up in like.
Oh, first is during the week, Sha. First is going
you can chop it up different. Like you can see, like it's just like forefathers and Ovi are saying the same thing, but they're seeing it from different angles and different eras.
I think let me see who's. I think Mike Olawole sounds like OVA to an extent. Mike Olawole literally said we were never conquered. I was like,
we are the black race. Black race are conquered people.
We were never conquered. I said, but how did they manage to conquer you? Colonize Oh, stop interrupting me for crying out loud.
Hold on, you continue.
No, I'm not continuing. I will finish what I'm saying. Stop it. See, I don't interrupt you like this. See, Mike Olawale says this the way he was like, we are not conquered. I was like, but how did we get conquered? It was it voluntary colonization where we just invited the colonizers?
They played us. And they still playing us.
They called us to colonize us.
Yeah, but
why do we do that?
Because the African is inherently greedy. He's greedy. He lacks foresight, and his ego rules his brain.
The battle lasted for days. The battle lasted for days. It wasn't voluntary.
Was that like
even at that
Empire and Lagos? They decimated Lagos and Benin Empire. See, they now use Yoruba kingdoms as proxy to fight each other. Then when Yoruba kingdoms want each other to stupor, they now came. Oh God, the British.
When they defeated Ijebu, everybody was like, "I surrender."
When they went to where our forefathers, people were happy. People were rejoicing that the British came.
You know why it's going to be hard?
Let me ask you this question. Let me ask you this. You understand America this well, right? Talking about this slavery of a thing.
fairly well, yeah.
At that initial time of American history, almost all the people that are coming from East Europe, call them, they are all treated the same.
Yeah, yeah. But there's a point I want to.
Yeah, but at a point, majority now have to speak. So the elite now understand that if we sit down and watch these poor whites and these black people join together, we were finished. So they have to now tell the other white people, say, come. Regardless of how you think you see yourself, you're better than this person.
Yeah.
Right? So
It's
that's why if you
divide and
tell an
conquer.
average white man that is better than a black man, he can empty his or her pocket.
What you're saying is very important because Russia, that's where Russia is very key. You see, after the Russian Revolution, the West, the collective white, which is more or less the West, they never forgave Russia for that revolution. That's why up to now, that's not the only reason. There are many reasons. But that's one of the reasons up to now why they want to balkanize Russia. It has been centuries.
I don't think so.
Decades. It's up to now, yes. That's the case.
No, let me explain.
That's the reason why.
Hold on, G-Day, hold on. I don't think so. And why do I say that? The Russian Revolution was not carried out by ethnic Russians.
What? Lenin was not a Russian. Lenin was a Russian.
Listen to me.
Lenin was
Listen to me.
Okay. So I was not
the leaders of the Russian Revolution, the Bolsheviks, were Jews.
That's not true. That's absolutely not true. That's the lie. That's the lie that have been spreading. I know all those stories. I know all those stories. But go on.
G-Day, do you want to place a bet on it that Tolstoy and the rest of them were Jews? Karl Marx. What do you think? What was Karl Marx's? What was
the main orchestrator of the Russian Revolution?
Who?
And he was not.
Who?
Vladimir Lenin.
No, it was actually. Sorry, it wasn't Lenin. Lenin. Listen, G-Day. If you say Lenin was of course a leader of the revolution, where would you now put Tolstoy? He was the supreme head of the ship. So he was
higher than Tolstoy.
Lenin, listen, in any event, no, he wasn't. So
he was. Oh, all right. Don't argue with me on this. That's what I know.
Okay, here you go again. There you go again. Go find out. The reason the Bolsheviks killed millions of Christians, but let the leaders of the Jewish leaders that were under the Tsar leave is because they had the same ethnicity. And this is why Cossacks and the ethnic Russians never forget them and kick them out of Russia. Russia was so big, a lot of them still remained. But the bottom line of it, and you can easily Google it.
What does that make sense? But I will not tell you you're wrong.
It's not where I'm making sense. What it is.
I will tell you where you're wrong.
The question I wanted to ask with that is that if you look at the current political atmosphere in America, right? I don't know where you live in America, but if you look at
New York, I live in Scottsdale.
This New York area, New Jersey, where the education base, and the people I call these people the globalists. I call the Texans and the rest the nationalists. If you look at the rhetoric, even from the word of deplorables and the way they tell you, you can see trace that the less, the unfortunate whites among them that we are using. You can see that those are the ones that predominantly occupy the southern part of the country, right? Then coupled with the Germans and the rest. So that's
Middle America.
That's way of looking. These people are less of human. They are not up to us. We are more sophisticated. It's still playing out. I could be wrong, but I'm seeing. I'm in New York. I'm in New Jersey right now. And I'm seeing. I was like, wow.
If you go to Kentucky, you go to Mississippi, Arkansas, Tennessee. There are places there. If you drive by. Do a road trip one day. We do road trips at least twice a year.
I used to live in Murfreesboro, Tennessee.
There you go. So there's certain places the poverty.
Oh yeah, there's more poverty in the south.
The poverty is so insane. I guarantee you, if you gave an African visa and $20,000 to come to America, but you tell them that's where he's going to stay, he's going to ask you if you're crazy.
Yeah, you won't even believe that's part. So
they will never. America will never show you those parts. They will never show you those parts.
So that idea of some people are still less than human is still very much.
But
that's
exactly,
why when people are
those
talking,
people, they make them feel that the reason why their life is like that is because of 4 of us on here.
Yeah.
So we went to school for free. We're stealing the money that belongs to them. We're on welfare. This is what they tell them, and they believe it.
So I speak the truth. I wanted to. So what you said is, well, you were right, but you're still not right that the Jews were the ones in charge.
You're right and wrong.
Is crazy.
I need to correct something. It's very, like I said, it's my area. It's something that I know very well. The Russian Empire had Jews, like there were a lot of ethnic Jews in Russia. Correct. In fact, in the Bolshevik Party, there were Jews among them. Yes. But that's not to say because there were some Jews among them, it was the Jews that were the leaders of the Bolshevik Party that were running the show.
The top brass.
No.
Listen.
These are things I know.
All right. So let me teach you something you don't know.
You didn't drink a bit of smoke. Which one are you on?
I think he's real high. So the Bolsheviks, of course, it's Russia. But the financiers of the revolution itself, the people that paid for the propaganda, the people that paid for the arms, the people that paid for the education of the serfs, the ordinary people, there is documented evidence that this was all done by the Jews, because that one of the reasons
correct.
They were supposed to be kicked out by the Tsar. The Tsar wanted them out. This was another country they were going to be kicked out of. And if they did not eliminate the Tsar and carry out that revolution, they would have had to leave Russia. And they did it. They
I have
that
a question.
move.
I have a question for you.
Play.
So if it's, I mean, like I said, there are many reasons. I don't want to go.
Just say American finance it. Maybe that would make more.
No, America did not finance the revolution. That's not true. These are lies. This is misleading. This misleading. The Jews are not.
Nobody said America financed it though.
In fact, America actually. Let me even tell you guys how you know. Maybe you guys know about it. You guys may know about it. But after they took power from the Tsar, America, France, Britain, they still sent some army, some legion army to go and fight Russia, and they actually used Ukraine. Like this is literal history. After the revolution and they took power, they still fought them. That was what led to the Russian Civil War. They now use the White Army. The White Army were the Mensheviks. They were the Mensheviks. The Red Army were the Bolsheviks. The Bolsheviks were the Red Army. They were the ones that were in power. They fought themselves. The Europeans, the Western Europeans and America, they supported those proxies against the Red Army. Because we need to understand these things. So how come those ones are supporting Jews to go to Palestine and at the same time they're still fighting the Jews? It doesn't make any sense to me. It doesn't make any sense to me. Let's don't complicate it by saying it's the Jews. Let's stop saying.
Listen to prominent. Listen, oh my God, Judy, you are freaking funny. Listen to prominent. Let me read out prominent leaders of the Bolshevik Revolution for you. You want to hear it? Leon Trotsky, Yakov Zhirlov, Grigory Zinoviev. The former and the latter were Yakov chaired the All-Russian Central Executive Committee, while Zinoviev and Lev Kamenev were members of the initial Politburo, and Maxim Litvinov served as the Commissaire for Foreign Affairs. These were the top. So listen to this statement. Their disproportionate involvement reflects the significant Jewish population in the urban and intellectual sectors of Russia where the Bolshevik movement was strong.
Yes, but that does not mean that they were dominated by the Jews. You made it clear that by just that they were dominated. They were not dominated. It's normal. What you're saying is right. It's normal because there are Jews in Russia.
Did you hear anything I just said?
I did.
The head of the initial, do you know what initial means?
I know what initial means.
What does initial mean?
Oh, come on now.
I mean, help me out. I don't know. Maybe you have a different meaning.
The first circumstance of constitution of something.
There you go. So if the initial heads, like Trotsky, of the initial heads of the Politburo, all the main posts were by Jews, what is your argument?
Okay, fine. My argument is that the argument is still not convincing because some of those people were still eliminated by the leaders, by the same Bolshevik leaders.
Because it was a power play. Of course it's gonna...
power play, yeah, but
listen, no. Stop doing this thing where just to show that, oh, I know this thing, you bring up something that does not correlate, all right? No. What you're doing now is like saying the Fulanis, a group of Fulanis were responsible for most of the coups in Nigeria, right? So if we want to say IBB is not Fulani, but of course you get what I'm saying. Same group of people for almost 25 years carried out most of the coups, successful coups. So you want to start with IBB, Dogon Yaro, Mama Vasta, Ali Akilu, all these people, right? And I say most of them were Northerners. Then you say, no, they weren't Northerners. They were Northerners because, you know, Mama Vasta, for example, ended up getting executed by IBB. Nobody gives a fuck about that. The point is, at some point, a power play, a power struggle, which always happens, started happening within that group. It does not negate the fact that they were still Jews. Just like it doesn't negate the fact that most of the coup plotters in Nigeria were Northerners. Now, did they end up killing each other as time went on? It is necessary. It happens in every organization. The powerful person eats the weaker person, forms alliance with the survivors, and then it continues like that.
Can I add to this?
In conclusion,
let me just try to express this to you in a way you may understand. Jesus Christ.
It's conclusion. In conclusion, we both agree that the Jews were involved. But what I'm now saying is, yes, because they were part of the Russian Empire. So there were some Jews that's normal. But do you understand what it means to be a Jew? My point still remains. They were not the ones that Okeshera controlled that revolution and that Bolshevik party. That's not.
I just read it to you. What are you arguing?
Hold on. Let me add to this. I think part of what you are picking up on is maybe you are looking at it like, it cannot be the Jews that should have led this revolution. Remember that time, the Jews were more involved in finance. You have to remember that just like some people are better at
up to today.
Whatever. Yes. So there are certain people specialize in different areas within societies. At the same time, because finance plays a role, especially in political movements, you should expect that whoever is going to fund this thing, it doesn't mean all of them were funding Bolsheviks, but there are people also funding the Tsar. So it's not. You see what I mean? So
just like what they are doing right now in
that
America,
context. The same Jews were also funding the Tsar, and it's just a profession. And they incidentally were in the area that these things are happening. So if they are the leaders, it doesn't necessarily mean you uniquely planned it or anything like that. They were just there when it was happening.
We now agree.
But if you always
like the Jews uniquely planned this. No, we shouldn't just
Okay, listen.
The Jews were not the ones. They were not the ones that uniquely planned it. No, they were just like every other group. They weren't.
No, they weren't.
The Jews were not.
No, they weren't. Because
aspiring or something.
Listen, no, they weren't. There's a reason why Christians were overwhelmingly targeted, massacred, and decimated by the orchestrators of the Bolshevik Revolution. Simply because they had different beliefs and different ethnicities. And there was a power play going on between both groups, which caught the Orthodox Christian Russians unaware. But this is where the smartness of Tolstoy and Trotsky and the rest of them, Stalin we came after, and Lenin, this is where it came in. They hid it from the rest of the world, which a lot of people still didn't know until maybe a few years ago when Russia started releasing previously classified documents from all the way from that era. So go find out how many Christians were killed by the Bolsheviks, maybe to give you an inkling into which group actually carried it out. They massacred the shit out of Christians in Russia during that revolution.
That revolution was very bloody and violent, unfortunately.
What they surmised, if you listen to the argument of Lenin and people like Stalin, they feared the East Europeans were going to enslave them. These people, that meant the Western Europeans, and they have so much resources and land and everything, so you can see their fear. Today they still have that fear. And they needed to do what needed to be done to prevent that. And and they had reasons to, because I think they were also involved in some wars that their czars lost during that period. So they were going through losses that the czar was in charge of, and they saw the danger coming. And a kind of, whether you want to call it,
you missed something there.
Motivated them.
You missed something there that is very important. The Tsar collaborated with the British and the French. That is very important.
But
so that's why I said
the
British and French they never forgave them.
I'm not. It's not about the collaboration. What I'm trying to get you to see was why they felt so strongly about what they needed to do. They were afraid that they were a backwater. They were not ready for the world that was changing in Western Europe. So they needed to do something urgently. As a matter of fact, Lenin argued that normally if they follow Karl Marx manifesto teachings, they were not supposed to do what they did. But they felt that if they don't do that, they will not even have any chance to fulfill anything, because they will be serving the Western Europeans. So they needed to act and be dictators.
That was why I said Western Europeans never forgive them for what they did up till now. And it's still influencing everything that we are seeing today.
Why do they need the forgiveness of the Western Europeans?
Like, when I mean forgive, it's like you did something to me years ago, but I'm still haunting you because of that thing. Even though things have changed, but in my mind, I still haunt you. I don't know if that makes sense.
But I think you're missing, for me anyway, I don't know why I'm seeing it like, maybe I'm mistaken. I'm seeing it from the point of view that the actions of the Russians were more afraid of the West. The West wants to conquer them. It's not them that want, okay, maybe they have the power to conquer the West, but most of the time their fear was that the West wants to conquer them.
They were already, so that's the thing, to put this in context, they were already in control of Russia. They were already controlling them under the Tsar. They were backward now. They were underdeveloped, and the Western Europe already had them under control. So they were even using the Russian Empire to do their dirty job, not their dirty job. That was why so they had an agenda, but it was going to be very easy, just like where Nigeria is right now. Nigeria is still beyond neo-colonialism and all that. So they didn't need to fragmentize Russia at that moment, because the Tsar was serving the interest of the West. I don't know if what I'm saying makes sense.
No, I hear what you are saying.
No, but
in
how?
terms of
Wait.
because the West did have
I just
influence
mentioned
in
the First World War
in
now.
Moscow at
They
one
fought
point.
together. There are many other things they did at that time. I don't want to start going into details. There are so many.
No, the Russians used to speak French, if I'm not mistaken. The Russians used to speak French at one
In
point.
fact, the only industry they had before the revolution was from France.
Exactly. But
so now France and Russia, they hate themselves.
Well, France
but
and
anyways,
Russia,
like I said, there's more to this thing. But yeah,
France and Russia. This is why it's not good to just jump all over the place, right? So France and Russia actually hated themselves since the Napoleonic era.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. So Napoleon had already actually tried to invade Stalingrad. He had tried St. Petersburg. He failed. Of course, winter came to aid the Russians. And this is where I think the first distrust actually came about. Way before the revolution, they were sweeping all over Europe. Now,
that was in the 18th century, yes.
Now, moving forward, it even became worse.
Let me ask a question, please, because I think there might be correlations for from the time of Napoleon to what happened in the last century.
Yes, in the
Napoleon, did Russia do anything to invite the invasion that Napoleon carried out?
He just figured they were weak, and Napoleon wanted to
and the same thing Germany did again. I don't know why they keep picking on them. You see why I said Russians always felt like these guys keep trying to beat the life out of them. This is why this is why Stalin became what he became. Now you are beginning to understand it. He felt he needed to do what needed to be done.
Yes, we are all correct. We are all saying the same thing. So that was why they kicked out the Tsar. That's what I'm saying. That under the Tsar, they had their person in the Russian Empire that they can manipulate, that they can use. You understand what I'm saying? That was why, from what you said, they had to take power from the Tsar. I don't know if that makes sense.
Oh yeah, they have to take power from the Tsar. The Tsar was losing wars. See, it's not about just it's not about just control. The Tsar was losing.
The Tsar was losing too many wars, and he was bankrupt.
He was losing wars. That's the one that pissed them off the worst.
That, he wasn't commiserating with the people. Ordinary people. So he's flashy, and his people are dying of hunger and cold, and he's wearing all these mink coats and wearing all these big jewels. People are like, they're having all these parties. They've seen the castles lit up, all the carriages going into the castles, and they're dying of hunger. So it wasn't just because.
No. It's the West I'm talking about. The West never forgave them. Say, the West, the France, UK, US.
Why do you keep saying forgive? Is it not the Russians that should forgive the other side? The other side, Russia doesn't seem to be the aggressor.
But you know the way the West thinks now. When you do something against their interests, they will
you shouldn't be looking at it from that point of view. Personally, I would like to have a neutral point of view. One side was attacking the other side constantly.
Yes, but the legacy of the Russian Revolution is in Russia today. The only time where you can see the legacy of the Russian Revolution, the political and the political structure is still there, even though it's no longer the Soviet Union. That's why.
Jide, do you think that mission will be achieved by the West, balkanizing Russia? Do you think it will be ever achieved?
I don't think so. I don't think so. No, it's not going to happen. I don't think so.
I think
the only time they could have done it was in the 1990s. That's what I'm doing with this.
There was a time.
That was the only time.
Hold on, Jide.
They could have never done it.
There was a time somebody said something. Someone said something recently that Russia could have crushed Ukraine within a day or within a month or a week, whatever. But I've always wondered why Russia always has drawn out wars. I'm beginning to think it's because of the nature of Russia itself. They have such a large landmass. They have so many things to worry about, and so many enemies from so many different corners. So they pace themselves. I think there was a statement somebody made that Russia has rotated more than 300,000 men that have had experience in war to go back home. So they have reserve of experienced fighters. So these are people that are used to fighting, and the way they fight is not normal because I don't know, man. Maybe Russia should share their landmass. It's too big. How do you defend such a landmass?
They want more.
They want more.
With that tiny population.
So no, they don't want more.
No,
They're
they will
not trying to-
incorporate.
they're not
No, they
trying to
do.
take more land. They're not trying to take more land. That's not it.
It's too
For the
big.
For the security of Russia, Russia would rather have more, include the former Soviet Union.
No, they're not trying to take.
Georgia.
Why are they not having children?
They're not
If
trying to
you
take
have such a large landmass, you need to.
Jide, that's not the point. That's not what.
That's not what I said. I said for the security. This crazy. I said for the security of Russia, it'll be better for them to have a semblance of what the Soviet Union was. So Georgia, Belarus, Moldova.
Do you think they will ever get it back?
If their economy gets better, yes, but I don't think anytime soon. But if the Russian economy becomes better and they can make a case and say, listen, we're better off together and we can make a strong economic union and a strong security pact, then everybody else will buy in, but not the way
That means they
do
have to
it.
take the European nation out.
Yeah, they just have to make those people see that there's something in it for them. Like
I
you're
see
better
what
off
you're
with us.
saying. Yeah. I see what Utis is saying. But you know the problem. You know why it's not possible. You know why?
The West will always interfere.
The
That's
UK
the
will
only
not let
problem.
it now.
Yeah, the West will always interfere.
The
But
UK will
if
be like,
Russia,
but
that
how
is
long? How?
against
But
the UK. No, don't. The UK is the arch enemy of Russia. They've always understood that if Russia becomes strong, their power will win, and they don't want that to happen.
but their power is going to win regardless. It's
Not
win already.
if they will allow it. They may not allow it to.
How? They're done. All these empires are done for Fabu.
That's why.
Yeah, but that's what people used to say with the Soviet Union. You have to be careful when you underestimate these people.
I know their power is.
I think they're done.
That's
Maybe.
why I asked you that question.
They're
So
done.
if their power
And
finally,
they know it.
I think Russia is inviting invasion because of the size of their country and the small size of their population. If they were like populated like China, do you think everybody would be looking to invade them the next day? No, they won't. They always invite attention. You have too much resources with those few people.
Are you saying they should increase their population rather than
their increase your population? Maybe people won't be looking to invade you all the time.
You can only say that. You can only say that if you're looking at war being fought on a man-to-man basis, like it used to be fought in the last great wars. But that's not how wars are being fought now.
Yeah, nice correlation.
Russia has the great equalizer. If it came down to it, they have intercontinental ballistic missiles. They have a nuclear weapon. They have some weapons that they haven't even shown the world that can destroy the world 10 times and over at the click of a button. So they have the great equalizer. They don't need people on the battlefront. Don't think because of what they're doing to Ukraine. With Ukraine, like you rightly, if they wanted to decimate Ukraine, I don't think it would have taken them a month. But what would have happened? You never know which way a nuclear wind blows. Ukraine and Russia are practically one country. So you don't want to do that. Even with all the talk of, tactical nuclear missile, you don't know which way. You drop it in Kyiv.
And you have to admit though, Russia is pulling his punch. Even with missiles, they are pulling their punches. They are not going all out.
Exactly. So look
and
like the
it's like torture. You don't want to put them out of their misery. You just keep beating them day in, day out, continuously eating land slowly. It's like this is their way.
Well, because America thought by now they would have bankrupted the Russian economy and they would have depleted their reserves, the armor, the weapons reserves. But Russia's just pulling out old missiles and then getting supplies from China, North Korea, Iran, anybody can get it from.
But they must know, though. Russia is not an easy country to defeat. Germany tried. Napoleon tried. The greatest general of all time tried. And failed.
Let me make one last point. This was what they were banking on. that we're going to wreck them at the push of a button by making sure they could not do transactions with other banks all over the world, the SWIFT. But what they did not know was China had already put the framework, designed it for Russia, where they could, internal transfers could happen. So they cut them off from SWIFT, Belgium, and Switzerland, but still they could go through China.
They must know Russia was ready for that now.
No, they
must
didn't know.
What you mentioned is what I'm
They
trying to
didn't
say.
know.
But yeah,
They think that Russia will just sit there. History
Yeah.
has suggested that Russia, they are
And actually,
always
they were
ready
also,
for
they were also
something.
hoping that maybe there will be a regime change.
I don't know why people keep underestimating this country over and over
Okay,
again.
now next question.
Mad.
Where are we going to see regime change there? Russia or
Yeah, they were hoping there were going to be a regime change. I mean, the West. When the
No, I don't think so. There was
they did.
nobody.
That was when Joe Biden said this man cannot remain in power. When they just evaded the
The thing
think
about
that-
regime
they
change
were
in
hoping the narrative
they are still working on it.
even
They
if
are
there's
working
a
on it.
regime change in Russia,
Yes,
it's not going to change anything.
That was
If
what
there's a
they were
regime change in
hoping,
China,
but it
it's
didn't
not going to
happen.
change anything.
That was what they were hoping.
They are still working
but it
on it.
didn't
They have
happen.
not succeeded yet.
I don't think they were hoping for a regime.
No, I think they were hoping for
I
it.
no.
I think so because Joe Biden actually said it clearly. He said
I don't care. I don't care what Joe
No,
Biden
he said
said.
it's that
Joe
they cannot
Biden
remain in
couldn't.
power.
Joe
He
Biden
said
could
it's-
not. Let me finish.
I think maybe that's part
Joe
of their,
Biden couldn't-
their
That was
hope.
part of the
Joe
plan. They were
Biden could
hoping.
not. Let me
I'm
finish. You
correct.
repeated the same. You're correct. So Joe Biden could not distinguish his air hole from his asshole. Okay, I don't think that was it. I think they were hoping for economic collapse. Who was
That
going to
too.
try? Who was going to? Yes. Hold on. Let
They
me
not when
say
China
my-
is right
they are
there.
still
Now.
trying
They
to-
never.
yeah,
Russia has border with China.
Cannot lead to a regime change.
How can they
That
survive
was what they were
economic
hoping
collapse?
for.
Let me
But it didn't happen. None of them happened.
Jide, let me
They
say
are
my
But we all
position.
agree none of them happened.
They are working
You
for
said
it
the
to not
same
happen.
thing over. None of us know if we're right. All we're doing is
Conjecture, really.
assuming, conjecture. It's okay. You don't have a crystal ball, and you don't. I know you don't have a direct line to put in. So, all I'm saying is, I don't think so. I think what America was banking on was collapse the economy, seize all the Russian funds, and then the people will go in the street. But if they were hoping for a palace school, I don't think that was what they were hoping for, because everybody that could be a threat internally to Putin at some point he had eliminated them. He had eliminated any. This guy would even be sitting here, and his commanders are sitting like half a mile away on the same table. He didn't trust anybody. He had already knocked everybody off. So I don't think they were hoping regime change. No, I think they were hoping to destroy the economy, and then maybe either frustrate the people, and then the people will pour into the streets at some point. Maybe you can call that a regime change.
I think the original
That's a regime
tactics.
change operation.
I think somebody explained the original tactics the other day. Said that the idea was to exhaust the Russian
That part too,
military
yeah.
and economy to exhaust them. If Putin falls, that's an icing on the cake. I'm sure they will not reject that one. But to exhaust them, and if you look at the West, that's the way they fight wars. This is why they win. They don't go head on into the 2 world wars. They didn't go just, let's just rush in. No, they waited when the other people have exhausted themselves. The US, the Second World War, they didn't go in until the later stages.
Yeah, because Russia done all the work in England.
Exactly. That's a very clever tactics. And now they're using Ukraine to do their dirty work for them at the moment. So we don't know what they are up to
It's
next.
just like when they wanted to take Gaddafi down. They just doing sorties after sorties after sorties on Libya. Then all of a sudden they enforced a no-fly zone and started bombing the crap out of Libya. And then when they finally decided
They are
planning
something. We'll find out soon.
Right?
We'll find out.
In America,
Gentlemen, we have to call it a day. I think we've done about 6 hours today. We have to call it a day. You know, you guys are the elites here. All this, a lot of the, two of them at the bottom are bad belly people, but Jide is neutral. All these bad belly people.
The top two are professors.
They keep attacking me constantly today. People. Now we are Europeans.
You have to answer this. Do you drink or smoke? Because today something is up. I never see the.
Oh, you've not seen
I have never smoked before.
You've not seen if Jesus smokes, he's gonna be in trouble. If he smokes, he's gonna be in trouble.
Not that this fighting, no, but the way he said that, come, let me teach you guys. Let me teach you.
Oh, that's Jide. Jide's always talking about nobody knows.
Oh, really? This is my first time seeing going down, and I say, okay, this guy up to something.
No, seriously, Jide, do more deep dives. I think it'll be interesting if on the 1st of October where you are able to present.
Honestly, I would really want to talk about
do more deep dives about
all
this historic
connected,
stuff.
To how Nigeria was founded. Like, it's very, very important.
Maybe what will be happening is that when we are on, like, we can give you 10-15 minute slots to be presenting something. So I can be educating people on some of these topics. As long as if you say you have something to share, I'll give you slots so you can explain some of this stuff.
That would be cool. I like it.
Yeah.
Okay.
You see, look at that.
You better come correct.
I was correct. Me, I'm not going to come in and tell you.
That would be cool.
Facts only now. Facts only.
So let me say hi to the people in the chat. Tata Awo, thank you for joining us, Tata Awo. Luxodanta, I see you there. All the people that are on the chat. The guy, I think Eccentric has donated to the channel. Thank you for the $5. I don't know why people are not donating these days. I don't know whether churches are not in a session anymore. I don't know. Nobody. Blessed. Thank you for joining. I hope you are liking the video because that helps other people to see it. The algorithm will not show it to other people if you don't like, and it doesn't. So they say it all the time. It doesn't cost anything. Just click and move on. And I don't know, many of you watch it on mobile phones. It's just to click a button. We do that on Instagram all the time. I don't know why it's so easy to like on Instagram and this in TikTok than on YouTube videos. You will see 100 people watching and you see 10 likes. I don't get that.
Because most of them are not subscribers. That's why they're not subscribers to the channel.
I you can like without subscribing. You can like as long as you are logged into YouTube. You can like without subscribing. So I appreciate you all for turning up today and keeping us company. And some of them suggesting stuff in the chat, mostly insults. I don't understand why don't people contribute positively to the conversation. All they do is insult people.
They said forefathers' family used to sell slaves.
They don't contribute positively to the conversation.
It's because Jide is a professor. That's why.
They just keep insulting us. I appreciate you people. So, but what I'm going to do, I'm going to play a video of Asata Shakur. About her passing, and then I'll play us out. So I would like to thank you guys again.
Where they don't dash me when I come to America, but ex-girlfriend there. That was the Facebook.
I would like to thank you all for coming in again. Jide, I appreciate you. Yazidis, I appreciate you for coming in. And as always, there's always room for illiterates in this world. They do.
We are winning. So
we really do. I don't like this idea where they try to shame me for not being able to speak English. Actually, I really don't. As long as it does well for the people, if it means well, it's going to come. It's going to shine through.
Only show that we're going to win again.
So
I don't know why we win.
So why does he try to speak English if you don't know how to speak it?
Maybe somebody should tell him not to bother. Just speak Edo language and get a translator.
Or speak Edo language or speak Pidgin.
Yeah. There's a point there. He could speak Pidgin English or speak Edo language and get a translator and get it over with.
No, but
that's
the truth
a fair question to raise.
The truth is that the local people, especially Edo and Delta, that's how we understand those kind of English.
Right.
All those broken
English. Speak Pidgin, broken
all right.
English.
All right. Thank you for showing up. Hey, this is Tokbe. Thank you. Long time, Tokbe. It's been a while. Thank you for joining us this today. He says I should go to sleep. You see, thank you for your suggestion.
Why is she not sleeping? Why are you not
Thank you for your suggestion. Yeah, let me play her out. Then from there we'll play the traditional, Nigerian music, and we'll close out. All right,
guys.
Well, one of the fugitives has
all right, guys. Bye-bye. Good night.
1979, Shakur fled to Havana, where she received political asylum from Fidel Castro. The National News Desk, Jeff Harris, joins us. For decades, Shakur was sought after, the FBI even increasing her capture reward to $2 million. Break down what we know tonight.
So Shakur was a Black Liberation Army member who was convicted for her role in a 1973 shootout that killed a New Jersey state trooper. After escaping prison years later, she resurfaced in Cuba in 1984, eventually receiving political asylum. The Cuban Foreign Ministry announcing Friday, Assata Shakur, also known as Joanne Chesimard, died at the age of 78 from health conditions. The National Police Association's Betsy Brantner-Smith telling us she should have been back in the U.S. a long time ago.
Why wasn't there more done to get this woman back into custody?
A member of the Black Liberation Army, which the FBI describes as, quote, one of the most violent militant organizations of the 1970s, Chesimard was convicted in 1977 of murdering New Jersey State Trooper Warner Forster.
I guess his family can have a measure of peace now, but they never really did get justice.
In 1979, she escaped from prison before resurfacing in Cuba in 1984, where then Cuban leader Fidel Castro awarded her political asylum. Speaking with NBC News in 1998, Chesimard proclaiming her innocence.
Did you shoot Werner Foster?
No, I did not. I was shot with my arms in the air.
In 2013, the FBI made Chesimard the first woman on its most wanted terrorists list, the reward for her capture growing to $2 million. During his first term, President Trump demanding Cuba return her to the U.S.
Including the return of the cop killer, Joanne Chesimard.
New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy and State Police Superintendent Colonel Pat Callahan releasing a joint statement Friday reacting to her death, writing in part, quote, for years we worked to bring Chesimard back to face justice, but sadly she's passed away without being held fully accountable for her heinous crimes. Now, back in March, Senators Rick Scott and Ted Cruz introduced legislation demanding the extradition of fugitives harbored in Cuba back to the United States. It's since been referred to the Committee on
July 12th as National Apology Day to your ex. All emotional criminals are now required to say sorry in public.
Too many people are walking around with unhealed trauma. Some of you disappeared after collecting birthday gifts. Others said, I'm not ready and married 3 months later. All those who used emotional English to escape. I am working on myself but started a new relationship that same week. You're on the list. You knew you didn't like the person, but you still collected food, gifts, even data. Then you vanished like NEPA light, you must say sorry. You did matching outfits, posted it online, and still ghosted the person like a thief in the night. That's visual betrayal, say sorry. You told them we die here, but it is them that almost died. Say sorry before thunder finishes warming up. You met their pastor, ate their jollof, smiled in family group chat, and still ghosted. My brother, explain yourself publicly. When the person had nothing, you left. Now they have a car and ring light, you say, hey, stranger. You must say sorry publicly or enter exile.